Good morning and welcome to the 7th anniversary of the Holly Birkett Handicap 6-hour relay race held here at Silverstone on the Grand Prix layout. My name's Lewis Beals and I'll be in the pit lane reporting on the off-circuit action while the racing will be called by Ian Simon and Marcus Pye. The race starts at 11:45 with 69 teams taking part with up to 6 cars in each team. In the early days of the event, which was way back in the 50s, a sash had to be passed between team members. But today, modern technology in the form of a transponder like this is fitted to every car, and as they go past the start line or in the pits at the entry or the exit, that is logged. Much easier for the timekeepers. While the main trophy is handed out, to the handicap event, winning teams with the winning team, with each team given a number of credit laps to the fastest. So therefore, each team of the 69 that are competing today have an opportunity to be able to win the Birkett relay race. However, probably the easiest way to look at the event, obviously, is on the overall. The fast teams that contest the overall, and that's the easiest one to look for. Also, cars are grouped into classes. I think they go from A to D actually, and each of those classes is just as hard fought as the overall and the handicap. While handicap, doesn't really come into its own until about halfway through the event, and then from there on in the teams then fight their way to see if they can take home the very prestigious Holly Birkett trophy at the end of the day. So that's the end at the moment. As you can see, the teams are all in their garages, and each team is made up to 6 people, and I've been asked to explain how they actually relay, which is quite tricky. The bottom end of the pit lane, at the bottom end of the pit lane, the cars turn just past where the Silverstone sign is on at the bridge. The top end of the pit lane goes in at the top, if you will, at the far end. And as the cars come past me here, in this case, car number 42, as 42 goes past, the car come out of the pit lane and run by up there behind. So the car that goes into the pits will pull over this side of the white line, and when that's gone through where that red barrier is into the back paddock, the relay car takes over, and it normally is quite smooth. It will be very hectic if it starts to rain, and it is programmed to rain around about halfway through the event. And then what you have is that you'll have 2 cars ready, one on slick tyres, one on wet tyres, and then the team manager's got to make his mind up which of the cars he puts out. That can be very, very tricky indeed, and that's where the team manager and the strategy comes in. So it's not just the on-track action, it can actually be very, very weather dependent here. Okay, so that's how the cars relay down here in the pits. We will film it as well during the day so you can actually see it. But at the moment, I hand you back to the comms team of Ian Simon and Marcus Pye.
Thank you very much indeed, Lewis. Yes, good morning everybody. Welcome along to Silverstone for the Holly Birkett 6-hour relay race, and the cars just being released out onto the circuit now. As Lewis mentioned, we have 69 teams taking part in the event this year. Last year's handicap race winners, the Three Amigos 2.0, have been rebooted as the Three Amigos 3.0, but it's the same lineup of Paul Hinson, David Drinkwater and Adam Reed looking to take handicap glory once again in 2020. And last year's scratch race winners, the Brainchild Racing Heroes, well, the team not here this year, but one of the drivers from that successful team is Charles Graham. It will be that's forming part of the RJ Motorsport team, who was second on scratch in 2019. We will see him out, but not his 2 colleagues from last year, Wade Eastwood and Luciano Becchetta. So a great variety of cars, radicals and such things up towards the sharp end of the grid. Lots of 7s in the middle, but we've got a variety of tin tops and sports cars as well. A huge variety of machinery. And Marcus Pye with me once again in the commentary box for the Birkett Relay. And Marcus, this is always one of the special events of the year.
Very much so, Ian, and it's one that I've been coming to for, I would think about 30 years, something like that. And it's such a unique event. It's a mixture of cars like you'll never see anywhere else in club motorsport, and it's back at its spiritual home. It's Silverstone, where it all started out in the very early 50s, and Bentley boys tended to do very well then. The cars have become much more modern, have become much faster, of course, and but the competition is no less intense. I mean, the original track was one that you and I are unfamiliar with, in that our first corner here after the start is Copse Corner. And if you imagine that as the start of the lap, as it used to be in the 50s, used to go down through Beckett's to Stowe Corner, and then a 180-degree hairpin, and then a straight line all the way back up a hangar, a kind of a runway straight to Copse again. So very, very narrow part of the campus, but Silverstone, with its great history going back to 1948, is the ideal place for this. And the cars coming forward already, this massive ASCAR type stock car there with a novice cross on the back. It's just the sort of thing you want in damp conditions at Silverstone.
Yeah, that's Stuart Entwistle out in that car. We've seen him out in other races with the 750 Motor Club this season as well. So we've got the cars onto the grid, 69 teams. To tell you that on the front row of the grid, it's the RJ Motorsport V2.0 team and Raw Motorsport. So 2 teams of radicals on the front row of the grid. The second row, I won't give you all 35 rows, don't worry, will be RJ Motorsport V1.0 and the JPR Saker boys, although I think they're down a Saker.
They're down to one Saker. It's a Saker boy, isn't it? And then
yeah.
VW Fun Cup car.
It is. And then we've got on row 3, number 5, the R&R Performance cars, and 51 Area Motorsport 1, and the Area Motorsport cars on semi-slicks, so as per the Club Enduro regulations, rather than full slicks. And certainly there will be for the moment, but if the conditions change, as Lewis was alluding to, I'm sure they'll go on to full wet tyres. Fourth row will be 34 7 Series Southern. Alongside them, their compatriots from the Midlands, so 33 7 Series Midlands. Row 5 will be 32 7 Series Northern and 36 Intersport Racing as well. I mean, the grid in its own way doesn't really matter too much because it's such a big field and it's such a long race. The grid not set by qualifying times, but by the handicappers and the timekeepers.
Kind of predetermined, isn't it?
Yeah,
and the marshals are still shuffling 1 or 2 cars. There's kind of 3 on a row here in front of me. We're in separate boxes, incidentally, which is quite intriguing. Split by Luke Austin in the Alpha Live Hub Centre, and it's Luke's team that's bringing you this wonderful coverage.
Absolutely right. Just to explain how the start procedure works here, it is a 6-hour race, and when the cars get green flagged onto their formation lap, the 6 hours will start counting down. They'll form a single file queue behind the safety car, and then, all being well, after just 1 lap, but maybe more if necessary, the safety car will peel into the pit lane, and although the race will be underway already, the racing will get underway, and overtaking will be able to happen once the cars cross the finish line here at Silverstone. So it's a 6-hour race. It is a handicap race. The number of credit laps that each team gets will already have been determined, and that may be adjusted during the first part of the race as well, just to check things out if teams perform more quickly or more slowly than originally expected by the team of handicappers that we have here at Silverstone today. So we're about to get underway. I can hear down there with the green flag, because all of the cars are in position, and when the green flag is waved, the 6-hour Birkett relay race will be underway. And it's myself, Ian Sobin, and Marcus Pye in our respective commentary boxes. Lewis Beals, who we've heard from down in the pit lane, and I know that Lewis will do his best to speak to as many of the different teams. He used to, I think, try and get a representative of every team. That's probably when we didn't have 69 teams doing it, because that's quite a challenge in the course of even a 6-hour race. But he'll speak to many of them, and he'll certainly try and dig out the stories, perhaps teams and drivers that are in problems, perhaps the ones that are going well on Handicap once we get the updated Handicap positions, which we'll have every hour. And we'll bring those to you on the stream here at Alpha Live. Just a reminder, by the way, if you want to look at the event programme, you can download a digital version of that from the 750 Motor Club website, which is 750mc.co.uk. So if you're watching on at home, or indeed at the circuit, you can download the digital programme. It's got all the information that you'd normally expect to find in the printed programmes, but in a digital PDF format. So do have a look at that. You can also access live timing, again via the 750 Motor Club website, which might be quite a useful accompaniment if you are watching at home and you've got a second screen. If you are watching on YouTube or on Facebook, or via the 750 Motor Club website, then do feel free to add your comments, because we do get access to them here in the comment box. You can see that there's various teams being supported. I see that Stuart Nichols, the MR2 racer, is supporting his sister and his father in all the M's in MR2. That's team number 17. And support for various other drivers as well. A great entry despite the circumstances, says Neil Hardy. Well, it certainly is. I think to get 69 cars out with everything that's gone on in 2020 has surpassed expectations. And
the grid's reversed, isn't it, from the lineup we've been given?
Yes, it looks
quite interesting.
It looks like, yeah, because pole position actually is on the outside here at Silverstone, isn't it? Rather than the inside. So yes, actually it's the opposite way around to the grid that we have seen, but it's just a mirror image effectively, I think, isn't it?
It's just to test the marshals.
It certainly worked. So we have, there you can see the number 62 car a little bit further back. That's Red Rascal. Now that's a team that's gone well both on scratch and handicap in the past. I think the Red Rascal team on handicap were a bit further down last year, but they were well up in 4th place in the scratch race. But last year they were driving a team of BMW M3s primarily, rather than the Mazda MX-5. So I'm not expecting such great things on scratch from them this year. And that is car 62B that we can see on screen at the moment. So it's Russell Clark that is starting the race for Team 62. We'll try and keep an eye on who it is that's in all of the leading cars as the race gets underway. We've not necessarily been able to check out all of the details of those beforehand. A bit more difficult this year with the COVID-19
There's your three amigos. That's Hinson.
Yep, it is. That's Paul Hinson.
Car.
Yeah, who's been racing in the MR2 Championship this year. So the 1 minute to go board has been shown. So very shortly, I think, we'll get the green flag waved from the gantry and the 6-hour Birkett relay race will be underway. 32nd board, I can see, is now being shown, and it is very close now to the start of the race, which is going to be run undoubtedly in changeable conditions. We've had a shower, it's dry at the moment, but more rain is expected, potentially quite heavy, 2 or 3 hours into the race. And there we go, green flag is waved and the car pulling off the grid, and the race is underway. The racing not underway yet, because until the safety car pulls in at the end of the first lap, drivers not permitted to overtake. But I guess this does give Marcus, the drivers, an opportunity just to assess the track conditions, which after that shower may have changed since the drivers went out to practice.
Very much so, Ian, because the grid was determined ahead of time by the handicappers, by the organisers, but every driver qualified over a tranche of different sessions, so they haven't been up against each other at this point. Some of them who went in an early session would have found the track absolutely dry and a bit more temperature than we have now. It's dropped a little bit and the wind's got up. You can see that the Union Jack on top of the BRDC clubhouse is now fluttering really quite briskly in a strengthening wind, where before it was very tranquil. And so now the track conditions will have changed, and we'll just have to see which cars it suits best, or who maybe potentially is not quite on the right tyre mix.
Absolutely right. Some support I can see coming in on the comments for St Winifred School Choir, Team 22, fresh from their hit of the early 1980s, wasn't it? There's no one quite like Grandma. I'm just not quite sure whether any of the original members of the choir are involved there. But that's the Chris Fontana, Nick Ramsden, John Glover, Jonathan Atkinson and Alex Hughes team. Also Richard Sargent's wishing luck to the two RAF teams, RF Team Hurricane and RF Team Spitfire. Wishing luck to both of those teams, and the RAF teams have historically, Mark, been quite successful here at the Birkett.
Very much so. Over the years, they've won on Handicap numerous times. Sometimes with some intriguing cars along the way as well. These days, it tends to be more production-based cars in there. I remember Darren Berris doing exceptionally well with his Westfield V8 and the Fletcher Hornet, which was a real star turn in years past.
Yeah, it was Ian Fletcher that used to drive that, wasn't it?
Yes,
but
self-built car.
Yep, he always went
with
well.
a V-twin TL Suzuki engine in it, bike engine.
That's right. It was quite something, wasn't it? So you can see the cars they're heading down the Hanger Straight into Stowe Corner. The circuit one is the Grand Prix Circuit. It is the circuit as used for the Formula 1 race these days. They don't use the historic link anymore. You can just see the historic link there. The coned off section at Vale, which provides a smoother and quicker passage through Vale. But
that's not licensed anymore.
It's not. It's not. So it's the full Grand Prix circuit.
Very different to the one on which I witnessed Jim Clark winning the 1967 British Grand Prix for Team Lotus.
Absolutely, Silverstone has gone through so many iterations over the years, hasn't it? And redesigns, usually primarily with F1 in mind. I think this is the 10th year that the race has run on either this configuration or the one very like it with that historic link. But certainly when I first came to the Birkett, which was in the mid-2000s. I know you've been commentating on it longer than I have, Mark, because it was on the national circuit still then, which was quite something. In the Beckett's box, watching the cars come past you about every minute.
Yes, you couldn't have such a big field at that point, which was sort of thing. Back in before the circuit opened in '48, some Fraser Nash guys got onto what was the Silverstone airfield, and sort of broke in and started racing the Nashes around, and they managed to kill a sheep while they were doing it. So that event, which didn't exist in any real to any real extent, was dubbed the Mutton Grand Prix.
Brilliant. Well, the cars are coming around Luffield now. The leading cars, the safety car is about to pull in, and although the race has been underway for about 4 minutes, the cars are now going to be unleashed, and it's the number 30 car that leads them away then, and that is the RG Motorsport V2.0. Of course, the cars, because they've been spread out behind the safety car, probably covering about 1.5 miles, I calculated the length of what the crocodile would be with all the 70 cars if they were keeping the right gap between them. And the racing underway then, and as I say, for the moment, although there's a few spots of rain on my commentary box window, it's mostly dry conditions. Now there you can see the sole surviving Saker in the number 4019, the JPR Saker board, so that would be Steve Harris out in that. I did see a beaten up Saker sort of looking a little bit forlorn under a cover at the end of the pit lane garages when I had a wander down there.
Yeah, such a shame. They've won on Scratch before, the Saker team. The Saker cars with their flat 4 Subaru engines, which is quite an interesting configuration.
Yeah, very unusual. So the leading cars now heading around Club Corner, so we're on the international end of the circuit, the wing end of the circuit, which the 750 Motor Club used earlier on this year for a 2-day club race meeting. And indeed, 750 Motor Club back here with more sprint racing in 3 weeks' time on the national circuit, though. Usually this event, the curtain closer for not just the 750 Motor Club season, but the national racing season as a whole. But it's been a bit extended this year with COVID, Marcus.
And we had a 2-day meeting last year, didn't we?
We did.
And somebody in a Porsche there has taken a very, very odd line through the first part of club, which cost a lot of time. It's all about momentum.
Yeah. Lots of 7s here, and their patrons are in particular always big supporters of this event. So I think we've got drivers from the Toyo 7 Series, which usually runs with MSVR. I think there were drivers as well from British Racing and Sports Car Club.
The next FIA historic Formula 1 champion in Andy Wolff, who's out in the Caterham for the first time. Hadn't driven one prior to yesterday. He's in a 420R, so a really powerful kind of 270 horsepower car.
I think you're saying it's his first time at the Birkett as well.
Absolutely.
So a man with lots of experience in all kinds of different cars.
Yeah, international Supersport champion way back, and he's won races at Goodwood in recent years. Fantastic second place in GT Sports Car Cup at Castle Combe recently in a Lotus Elan, sharing with one of his teammates here, Ralphie Haddon, who has in the past won the Spa 6 Hours, the big historic event of the racing season.
We saw there the number 5 car, that's the R&R Performance Cars team. And that's a team of Ferrari 430s, Vance Kearney, Chris Goddard, Nigel Jenkins and Richard Dougal, the team manager, a late addition to the driving lineup for team number 5. So we've seen that Ferrari going round, so it's great to have those here. You can see some of the little kit cars from the Sports Specials Championship going through. We've got the Ginetta as well a bit further back. I think we've got a couple of Toyota GT86s as well in this race, courtesy of Rogue Motorsport as well, so we'll see how they got on. The Morgan as well, Morgans for fun. Again, those have been long-time supporters of the Birkett, Marcus. Yeah,
absolutely, and I think of the days when Graham and Ollie Bryant used to do it in a very, very quick Morgan, and Morgan teams are an absolute fixture here. I think Simon O'Ree began one of the Morgan races this weekend. He does a lot of racing, and of course the Billy Bellinger, another great driver here with his dad Jack, Brett Syndicum, Simon O'Ree, and Sumner, James Sumner. And that's Team 2, Morgans for Fun, and that's what Morgans are all about. Yeah,
absolutely. Morgans, of course, have their own championship as well during the regular season, which we used to have quite regularly with 750 Motor Club, although we've not seen so much of them in recent years. Little MR2 there, one of the Mark 1 MR2s going through. That looks like it is team 18, isn't it? So that's the mostly rusty 2-seaters. And who is out for them at the moment? It's driver C, so that's Neil Stratton out there.
He had problems with his car this morning, and they were busy trying to sort of negotiate to use someone else's.
Well, he was slated to be in a Roadster, so one of the Mark 3s, which he's been racing this season in the Toyota MR2 Championship. So it looks like he's had to swap to perhaps one of his teammates' cars, Gareth Baxter and Dave Hemingway.
Yeah, it's ANC, I think, on that car now.
Yeah, so it'll be Gareth Baxter's car that he's sharing now, I think, with the Roadster, which will be marginally quicker, having run into problems. You can see one of the Roadsters a little bit further up the road as well. A couple of the Fun Cup cars as well, the VW, in fact 3 of them, isn't there, in shot there, the VW Beetle clones that race in their own championship that's been established for, 15 years or so now, I guess.
More, yeah.
Yeah. Which they regularly run endurance races at 4, 5, 6 hours, something like that. Of course, they have the 25-hour races at Spa as well, don't they,
exactly.
in normal season. So they are well used to doing these longer distance races, whereas for some of the other competitors, it's a bit of a deviation from what they normally do.
Absolutely. The Fun Cup cars have a great following. They developed very, very good driving habits too. A lot of the really quick drivers and historics have come through. One of the TVR Cerberus broken. And on your screen, the yellow TVR is in trouble coming down towards Beckett's corner, isn't it?
Yeah, that looks like it's at Beckett's. It's Team 64, so that's Michael Saunders in the Cerberus, just pulling off onto the grass there. So that's certainly the first car that we've seen in trouble. And that's just at the beginning of the lap as well. So unless the team are watching the live stream, they won't yet know, and hopefully they are, they won't yet know that the car is in trouble. And it's probably only sort of 2 minutes into in 2 minutes' time that they'll realise that the car hasn't come through, it should have done, and that they need to get another car out onto the circuit. That's the NOC racing team, and they've also got Peter Samuels and Russell McCarthy out in MGB GT8s, and Mark and Sam Callahan out in the Taydek Mark
I hope
III
that's
as well.
not that doesn't fulfil the prophecy, the TVR, the acronym for tow vehicle required. In this case, definitely.
I fear you're right, and unless he can get it moved, it's in a difficult position as well to be recovered, I suggest. So we'll see how that pans out.
Yeah, not ideal.
Just over 10 minutes into this race then, and it's RJ Motorsport V2.0, number 30, ahead of 24 Raw Motorsport, so that's as it was. The JPR Saker boys have got ahead of RJ Motorsport V1.0, who've dropped down to 5th place in car 3, and up to 4th place has gone Team 36, which is Intersport Racing, and that's the Kevin Clark and Caitlin Wood in BMW M3s and Michael Rudge in a Ford Fiesta XR2, so a mix on there. I suggest it's probably one of the BMWs that's out there at the moment. Heading down towards us there, you can see one of the Seats, and it hasn't got a number on the front, but it does on the side, and that's the Team 47. Now this is one where there was quite a few changes to the driver lineup, so we've settled on 47D there, I think, which makes it Mark Jones in the Seat Super Cooper, and then just behind them there's Team 4, which is Area Motorsport 2, Area Motorsport Rob Baker's team.
That's the that's the Alpha Live Honda, isn't it? Alpha down the side of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Almost in deference to the production company producing the live stream this weekend. Grove and Dean Motorsport Insurance, of course, sponsoring the Birkett once again. Many thanks to them for their support and supporting the live stream as well. So
67B, we saw the bright yellow VW Fun Cup car there, and that's Mark Home with his Fun Cup Evo 1. Mark, who owns various storage businesses, and also has the wonderful Austin Healey SMO 746, the car that was owned by the late John Gott, former Chief Constable of Northamptonshire, so Silverstone's home county, and won in it first time out at Thruxton earlier in the year, back in August.
Just looking at I've also got access to the circuit CCTV screens here in the commentary box. It looks like the Cerberus managed to get itself out of the way.
Oh, there it is. We just saw it.
Just off camera then, yeah. Off the CCTV. And the marshals are there, doing a great job to try and get it out of the way under local yellows.
The Jägermeister Ford Capri. Jägermeister, the German tonic drink, got involved in sponsoring all kinds of racing, all the way up to Formula 1 with Hans Stuck.
And that's Alan Breck aboard that Ford Capri V8, just in ahead of one of the Z Series BMWs.
The V8s were sort of the earlier Capris. Capri 1s were made in small numbers in South Africa as the Capri Piranha with a Ford V8 engine in it. So the later models weren't, to my knowledge. Some conversions were done, of course.
We've just had a change of lead in that Raw Motorsport have got ahead by 15 hundredths of a second as they cross the line to complete lap 5. So that's Raw Motorsport 24, now ahead of number 30 RJ Motorsport V2.0. Now we're not quite sure who is aboard those two cars. We'll try and pick those up as we go through. That's one of the other Radical teams that we can see on screen at the moment, which is Team 19. That's a mix of cars in that team, a mix of Fun Cup cars and Radical SR3s.
Yeah, that's pulling right up the order. It was out of the top 10 early in the race, but they're moving up really strongly, Team 19.
Yeah, that's Crossacre, and it's Adrian Watt at the wheel at the moment. So, as I say, it's a mix of Fun Cup cars and Radical SR3s. The SR3 will be quite considerably quicker than the Fun Cup car, so I guess a little bit out of position at the start. It will get up towards the sharp end in the first part of the race.
The Radical SR3 is powered by the Suzuki Hayabusa motorcycle type engine. Very, very successful. Radical started with the 70 Motor Club way back at Mallory Park. I remember them showing a car there and competing with it.
Comments on the social media is the Armed Forces team racing. Well, there's a few teams representing both the or all of the Army, Navy and RAF. Try and pick those out for you as the race goes on. Looks like the Snatch vehicle now out on circuit to presumably deal with the Cerbera. Yeah, it looks like the marshal power wasn't sufficient to get that car moved out of the way, unfortunately. Just having a look down the screen, and that 64 car is now showing in 69th position, only having completed 3 laps. The leaders have completed 6 laps, so I'm not quite sure if they've got another car out there yet. Now that is the certainly that's the two leaders together, isn't it? So it's 24 and 30, and they're absolutely side by side as they put a lap on one of the Morgans. Now, I'll try and spot the letters on those cars. It's quite difficult to spot the letters sometimes next to the numbers.
There was a rapid MGB in the middle of all that as well.
There was. So that is 30 at the moment. Afraid not much chance of trying to work out which number that is, but the team 30, they've got quite a powerful lineup really, and the team managed by Josh Smith, multiple OSS champion, Castlecombe GT champion in the past as well, but he's not driving this year. Doing the driving, you've got Scott Mansell, of course. He's a driver for some repute.
24 is B.
It is, so we can pick that up in a second. And I'm just trying to. No, I cannot read, I'm afraid, the letter on the side of the team 30. But 24.
30 is now back ahead of 24, so the lead has changed on this lap. They're nose to tail.
Yeah, indeed. So 24B is Shane Stoney. Now he's a former Saxmax champion, I think he was, with the 750 Motor Club probably a decade or so ago now, but he's gone off and raced in different things, most recently in Radicals, and shown a very quick driver indeed. I think he's done some mini racing as well from memory in between times, but yeah, so Shane will be rapid in team 24, which is the Raw Motorsport team.
The 30 car, it's just a black car with so much white writing on it all over the place, you can't pick up the numbers. You can see the 30 down behind the front wheel, but not the number letter beside it.
Yeah, the team is comprised of Scott Mansell, Joe Locke, Matthew Jones, Ashley Hicklin and Joe Crook, and certainly several of those drivers regulars in the 750 Motor Club bike sports.
Scott Mansell was a great Euroboss racer, wasn't he, using ex-Formula 1 cars, which he drove very, very quickly.
Yeah.
For his dad's team, Kevin Mansell running that team.
18 minutes in, there's the Saker going through, still in third position, team 49, the JPR Saker boys, about half a minute or so behind the two leaders now at this stage of the race. And coming through there, you can see, I think that is team 50, which is the Four Corners team. Usually comprised low cost. This year you've got a couple of Mazda 7s, which are the low-cost drive cars, but rated with the 1.8 litre Mazda engine, which has developed into its own series and championship this year. David Jones and Stephen Kimber, I think that was Steve Kimber, out at the moment for Team 50. And Andy Waters, the preparation ace, is out as well in his rapid BMW compact that we sometimes see out in Hot Hatch and things like that with 750 Motor Club. So that's a mixed lineup. Always makes the job of the handicap as a little bit more tricky when you have a variety of different types of car such as that. So cars just flowing through Copse Corner there, first corner of the lap, because we're based on the Grand Prix circuit, but out of the old Formula 1 pit lane here, rather than the wing pit lane at the Buckinghamshire end of the Silverstone campus.
Yep, moving up the order now are the number 13 car, the Ginger Ralph Mouth team. Oh, there's a spinner, one of the Radicals.
Yeah, it's 19B. So 19B, which we said earlier on, was Adrian Watt. He'd done well to get the Crossacre car up to 6th position. We think he's had a collision with one of the Fun Cup cars, possibly. He edged out of shot, but he's now stranded, and that's at the left-hander at Vale, I think, isn't it, Marcus?
Looks
and
like it, yeah.
Right in the middle of the circuit, and drivers having to go either side of that stranded Radical.
That's, if he's broken down there, that's inevitably going to be a safety car, isn't it?
Yeah.
He may just be waiting a course for a break in the traffic. Oh, he is. He's got it going again. He's got it off. But it's sustained some damage, but what? Who knows?
Well, it doesn't look too bad from that angle, does it?
Pretty tough things.
So he's back into the race. He'll have lost a bit of time.
He's got some damage down the side of it.
Yeah, I should think he's probably lost about 7 or 8 positions.
It's tracking horribly. He's broken the suspension. Look at it. It's crabbing.
Well, we were wondering, weren't we, if that team had only actually got one Radical SR3 that they were all planning to race at some point in the race.
There's the Damaged Fun Cup, 27A.
Yeah, so that's James Little in Team 7 Wasp. So James Little possibly involved in a coming together there with the Crossacre number 19 car.
It's a tattered wing on that car, but the Crossacre car is destined for the pits. So is 27A.
Yeah. And so what will happen here is they'll try and get the next car out just as soon as they can. As soon as it's headed past the pit garage, the next car can get back out into the race. All of the teams have got cars lined up at the front of the garage, you can see, ready to go out should this kind of thing happen. Looks like it's raining a bit more as well now, Mark. Certainly on the commentary box windows it is.
Yes, it is. It's looking pretty miserable.
There's the replacement Wasp car going out, so that'll either be Edward Worthington or Jay Checkered from that team. I'm sure Jay Checkered used to be a British GT racer. I know that he was doing some Fun Cup racing as well. And there's the 19 car just hobbling its way back into pit lane with the suspension broken. You can see how he can't keep the car in a straight line there.
It's broken a tracking link or something like that. You can see down that left-hand rear corner of the bodywork's taken a bit of a battering.
Might be that that's one of the stories that Lewis Beals is able to go and chase for us as the race wears on.
It's about halfway around the circuit, isn't it, where he had the incident, so he had to pilot it back.
Yeah, he did. It's you could see actually on the names on the side of the car there, it does look like all three drivers were going to share that car. So it looks like they may only have two cars in that team, in which case it's important that they get that back out into the race.
Yeah. Looking for another paddle, I suspect.
Yeah.
Stage of the race.
37A going through there. That was the Toyota Celica of 7 Motorsports. Lee Mabbott at the wheel at the moment. Sarah Hobson, Kelly Brabin and Dave Travis. Also mounted in Toyota Celicas for the 7 Motorsports team. So we've got the Celicas and I guess their spiritual replacement, the GT86, out in this race as well. A couple of those that we will see as the race unfolds. That's one of the MGBs going through. I think that's Peter Samuels, who's gone out in Team 30 to replace the TVR that we, Team 64 wasn't it rather, that we lost earlier on. I think it might be Peter Samuels' car that we just saw going through, and yeah, they are accumulating laps now, Team 64, the NOC racing team. So I think Peter Samuels is out there for them after the early demise of the Serb. We're just 3 laps into the 6-hour Birkett relay race. The Area Motorsport South going through. Oh, problems for the Capri heading into the pit lane, Marcus.
Yeah, the big hybrids are struggling, aren't they? But it's just a tow hitch on the back of it.
Okay, let's head down to Lewis Beals in the pit lane. Sounds like we're just having problems hearing from Lewis. We'll try and get back to him in just a moment. We could see what he was about to talk about, though. It was Team 26. We'll get an update from Lewis on that in a moment.
Up front, the Raw team 24 has closed the gap on the RJ Motorsport V2.0 number 30 to 4.3 seconds. That 2 seconds quicker last time round. Much of this is a product, of course, of where you find traffic in any car, whether it's a fast one or a steady one.
Just looking, 39 Simpson Motorsport up to 6th position now. They started on row 12 of the grid, and that is again a mixed team. Simpson Motorsport comprising Sasha Checkered in the Audi RS3, a car shared with Hugo Cook. Also Georgia Speed out in a Honda Civic, James Poulton in a Citroen C1, and Chris White in a Honda Civic as well. I suspect it's the RS3 that's out at the moment.
That's a fantastic car, Sasha Checkered's car. Car that won one of the 24-hour races in the Middle East prior to him acquiring. It's just gone through Woodcote now. It'll come onto your screen here, chasing down that Radical. And it's a mighty machine, prepared by Julian Simpson-Smith, whose father, the late Robin Smith, used to race Formula 5000 Lola, Chevron sports cars, raced at Le Mans, won his class at Le Mans, and took over as effectively manufacturer of chevrons when Derek Bennett, its founder, had died, and the enterprise moved to Scotland for a while.
Okay, let's head down once again to Lewis Beals in the pit lane.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ian. Yeah, looks as though Can It Racing Team 26 are down to just 2 cars now. James Gunn Carter has brought the Forge Boxer in about 10 minutes ago with a blown engine. So sadly, Can It down to just 2 cars. Back to you in the comments box, Ian.
Just wandering past it there, I could see was Sam Callahan, who's out in Team 64 this weekend. He's the X Factor finalist, and he released, I'm told, his brand new single Demons yesterday. It's already reached the top 100 in the charts, and you can get it on all platforms. So if you're a fan of Sam Callahan, if you enjoyed him in the X Factor, then do go and download his latest single Demons.
May I ask you, what's the X Factor? Never mind, move on.
Yeah, indeed. Not the only musician that we've had racing in the Birketts over the years, though, is it? Because
no, we've had the Travis drummer, haven't we? Neil Primrose.
Yeah,
he's competed before. Has Nick Mason ever done it?
Nick Mason has. Mark Knopfler's done it as well. They were both regulars in the 1980s. Chris Rea has been out in the Birkett relay as well. So Sam Callan in some exalted musical company.
I taught Mark Knopfler the lines round Spa when he was there with his Lotus 23, and he was mighty on his fender at Goodwood last week in the Sterling Moss tribute. Great fan of sports racing cars, historic sports cars, and a wonderful musician, Mark Knopfler of Dire Straits.
Just picked up there the 26 car again, so that was the Can It racing car. Lewis was just talking about the James Gunn Carter Porsche Boxster that's pitted with a blown engine. So it's Jonathan Hayes now in the compact for Team 26. And
they're changing the name apparently to Can't It.
Yeah, where are they running? They are running in 58th position at the moment out of the 69 cars that we have in this race. Best lap of the race so far, by the way, to the leading team, RJ Motorsport V20, 207.45, which is an average of nearly 104 miles an hour around this Silverstone Grand Prix Circuit. 69 you can just see going through there. That's one of the Genesis Chris Everill, I think it is, for long and short of it, Team 69. Also out in that team you've got Martin Short, former British GT racer, and his son Morgan. They're racing the Rover 216 GTI that Martin racing the One Make Championship for those cars in the early 90s, I suppose.
Absolutely, and young Morgan has been stunningly fast in it. He was being tutored here by his dad and by Ian Flux recently, and was quicker than them both in the same car, which Fluxy was impressed with, but a little upset with himself for not trying harder.
We just saw on screen the grey MGZR 59A, and that's Carl Robinson, and that's RAF Team Hurricane. And I know that some of our viewers to the live stream were interested in the Armed Forces team, so RAF Team Hurricane. Team 59 got Carl Robinson aboard at the moment, and that team is looking to see where they are in the running order, in 56th position at the moment, but out of 69 cars. And as we've said, it's the handicap positions that are really what matters in the Birkett relay. And when we get the updates each hour, we will do our best to bring you the updated positions on handicap as well as on scratch, but we can only give those to you when the bulletins come out every hour, and otherwise it's guesswork. The gap between the top two teams has gone out quite a long way in the last couple of laps, Marcus.
It has. It's over half a minute now, 37 seconds. It was only 3 or 4.
Yeah, it was a slow last lap for Raw Motorsport Team 24, 2:39.72. Now, I don't know whether they've called into the pits. I mean, that might be indicative of a pit stop. I didn't notice a Radical coming in, but
surely it would go longer than 12 laps.
You would think so. Just caught sight of Team 10B there. That was Colin Benham in his CB Fury. Now, Colin was a contender for the Sports Specials Championship. He's just heading into the pit lane now. Up until the very final race of the season, and it was between him and Andy Hiley for the championship. Andy Hiley in the Kronos, but Colin had an op on the very first lap of the final round of the season, and that ended that as as a spectacle, really, with Hiley from that point really just needing to finish the race to wrap things up, which he did, and indeed he won the race. But Colin Benham, a former champion in Sport Specials, just calling it into the pits for Team 10, which is Run Baby Run, again a long-time team in the Birkett Relay.
Yes, Run Baby Run, the legend that used to appear on Dave Brody's cars, his Ford Escorts and his Lotus Elan. Very, very quick in the 1970s. Of course, Dave had a monumental accident at the 1973 British Grand Prix meeting with David Matthews and a guy in a Mini as well, which brought a rather long hiatus to Dave Brody's career.
Team 24 has completed another lap of the Home of Motorsport team, back up to speed of 2:10, so it must have a spin then, I suspect. Probably. Yeah, that's dropped them back a good half minute from the RJ Motorsport V20 team that they were battling with before. Then another 37 seconds back is the JPR Saker Boys team in third, number 49 I should say, 36 Intersport Racing are in fourth position. Fifth position Simpson Motorsport, sixth position RJ Motorsport V1 1.0. And of the 7 series cars, there's 3 teams, Midlands, North and South. It's the Midlands team that are flying the flag at the minute. That's Team 33, and that is the team that comprises Andrew McMillan, the Sevens specialist, Paul Begley, Matthew Reeve and Matthew Drew, all of them in the 420 arcade trims.
Yes, they're the ones with the very powerful engines and the 6-speed sequential gearboxes. Top of the market version.
There we go, Fiesta going through as well on our screens. Already had half an hour or so of this race, so just over a 12th of the way through this mammoth 6-hour contest. There is the Paul Hinson car going through, the black and yellow BMW Compact. As I say, he's been racing in the MR2 Championship this season rather than in the Compact Cup, which he has been doing in previous years. But he's part of this team, team number 1, along with Adam Reed and David Drinkwater, all 3 of them racing in compacts and gunning for the handicap victory. And I guess it gets a bit more difficult to try and retain a handicap win because the handicappers get wise marks to what you're capable of.
Yes, and you see the handicappers poring over huge piles of data from previous years and trying to assess how teams have changed, whether it's the same set of drivers as last year, a different set, or the cars have changed, and it's really quite an art, and they do it so well.
Yep, Colin Eyre in charge of the handicapping of the event, but Tim Moore and Giles Groombridge also part of the handicapping team, just to keep everything equitable as far as possible between all of the different drivers there. The handicappers as well also, and the timekeepers between them, have to make an allowance for any laps under safety car as well, because of course under safety car conditions all of the teams and drivers should in theory be doing very similar lap times.
Yes, in theory. Sometimes they do struggle to keep up, though, don't they?
They do. So effectively any chunk of time that's run under the safety car is sort of discounted from the number of credit laps. Then an adjustment is made. I think last year in this event we had quite a lot of safety car running, something like 2.5 hours of it out of the 6-hour race. So hopefully not as much of that this year. Team 31 on screen now, and that is the Mini Clubman. So that's being shared between Keith Isaac in car, or the A driver, and D Josh Fulbrook. Not sure who's at the wheel of that at the moment. That's the SRR Liqui Moly team, which I've seen some encouragement from on social media. It's 31A at the moment, so it's Keith Isaac that's at the wheel.
Liqui Moly was a sponsor of the ATS Formula 1 team, various Porsches in World Endurance Championship racing over the years.
See, we've got viewers from as far afield as Florida watching the live stream. Good morning to you, as it will be over there. It'll be 12:15 here in the UK. There's that 59 car again that we mentioned a short while ago, the RAF Team Hurricane. There's another RAF Team Spitfire as well, running side by side with the 65 car at the moment. That's the Rutec Racing's BMW Flyers, and they've got a couple of drivers, and that looks like it is Andrew Lightstead at the wheel at the moment of the BMW 330. And again, Andrew was a driver this time last year that was in competition for the 750 Motor Club's Club Enduro Championship here, sharing the car with Imran Khan last year, and they were narrowly defeated to the Club Enduro title. This year's Club Enduro Championship is going to go down to the wire at Donington Park in 3 weeks' time. Saker going through. Saker boys still in third place. Car 49 just going through to complete their 15th lap of the race. But they're nearly 50 seconds now behind the Raw Motorsport car that's in second place, 24.
Yeah, we don't have any Clubman's cars this year for the first time probably ever. That's not the first time ever, but it's the first time in decades, certainly.
Yes, usually we get at least one team, sometimes two, and occasionally more, don't we? And
yeah,
as
the problem
you
is
say,
that, of course, the cars don't have the fuel capacity to do lots of laps, and so they are struggling behind the 8 ball from the start.
yeah, they can usually do something like a 25-minute stint, and that's about it,
Yep.
which puts them at a considerable disadvantage when they need to do probably 13 or 14 driver changes and car changes during the course of those. I'm not quite sure, but it may be that the club can still have a round of their championship left to go. This year, again, several championships have been prolonged and elongated into November. Let's head down to Lewis Beals once again in the pits.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yeah, we've got Shane Stoneley here, who's started for the Raw Motorsport team, and was Dyson there for the lead. Shane, what was the problem?
We just started to get, I could feel a sticky throttle coming on. We had an issue in quali where it snapped the throttle cable, so it's a new cable, and it's still just binding somewhere. So an issue of this sort of just, Tom was waiting in the car. As soon as I came in, he went straight out. So we managed to not lose too much time catching it before it became a problem. So
You were telling me this is the first time you've done the Birkett. What's it like from your point of view in one of the really quick cars?
it's different, yeah. It's I mean, you're overtaking everything everywhere. You know, dicing for the lead, too wide, going up the inside of stuff, and then you've got, you know, you'll be up side by side for the lead, and then you'll have a car coming around the outside, and yeah, it's mad, but it's great. It's great fun. Really enjoying it. It's just different.
Yeah, it certainly is different. How long do you think you can go between pit stops normally?
Probably very similar to what the RJ guys are going to do. So, yeah, it's about an hour, maybe a little bit more, depending on the weather. You know, we're a little bit on the back foot now. We could have done without having to pit. Pit's quite so early, but with the length of the race and the weather as it is, I mean, the track at the minute is very cold and very slippy. So, I'm fairly certain we're going to get some rain. So we'll probably come back into play at some point. So we're not too concerned yet.
Okay, thank you very much, Shane. Best of luck for the rest of the day. And back to you, Ian.
Thanks, Lewis. Yes, good to hear from Shane. He said there was then a driver change, Marcus. We thought possibly there'd been a spin, but it was a driver change. It was a problem for the Raw Motorsport team.
There we go, and a right little Michael Fish he's turning into, isn't he? The weather always plays a part at this time of year.
It certainly does, and probably more Birketts than not are wet, at least in some. Oh, and you can't see this, but I can see it out of the commentary box window, just blowing up, going into the pit lane. We've got the Ford Puma, a cloud of smoke. Now, he'd already committed, I think, to the pit lane before he decided to head in, and that is the 22 car. So that's either John Glover or Alex Hughes. There's the smoke, and somewhere behind that smoke is the Puma that's now heading down the pit lane.
Well, it's not very well at all.
No, it's not, is it? As you can see, the team manager there encouraging the car out. Yeah, so that is John Glover in the Puma. Then the other Puma, or possibly that Puma again, if possible, would be being driven by Alex Hughes later on in the race. That's the St Winifred School Choir team. So it looks like early problems for them within the first 40 minutes of the race.
Nothing quite like Puma.
And going out in its place then is 22B, which is Nick Ramsden in the BMW 328i. Come the huge phalanx of cars heading through the link of the section onto Club. There you can see the Mazda 61A, I think that is, heading through the orange Mazda. That
and the
is Matthew
Beatles hanging in
Tidmarsh.
there. Well, that's Mark Home, isn't it? In the is it the Viking storage car? It's going really nicely. They're powered by Audi engines, are they not?
They are indeed, yeah. Effectively, it's a space-driven chassis. So we've got 42 minutes gone. A reminder that if you want to see the full live timing, you can do so. You can go to 750mc.co.uk, the 750 Motor Club website, and that will allow you to look at the digital programme, but also you'll find there the live timing as well, which will be a useful accompaniment if you're trying to see where the team is that you're rooting for. We're only able to bring you the top 18 teams on screen. We'll update you the handicap positions every hour, as we've said, but you can get the full live timing via the 750 Motor Club website, and you can watch that as well. A useful accompaniment to your viewing of the live stream. Neil Hardy on the comments on social media points out that not only do we have no Clubmans, we also no Jaguars this year. Used to have a team from the Jaguar Championship, but
Coventry
I think
Cats.
yeah, indeed. I think they may be racing some of those drivers down at Castle Combe this weekend at the CSCC meeting down there, which is a last-minute addition to the calendar. So that explains why we don't have some of them.
Yeah, Gail Hill and crew, isn't it? The
Yeah.
Jaguar team that has been omnipresent for many, many years.
Cars heading through Copse there, and now we have a look down towards Maggots and Beckett's. You've got the Porsche going through shot, which the number is on the side of the car rather than the front. I think it is 50-something.
That's a 928.
57, yeah, it's the 928, which is Philip Briggs.
Which, when they first came out, came as a 3-speed auto or a very rare manual model.
And I noticed they were just ahead of the number 11. That's the Calm Four Pots team as well. So the two Porsche teams together there.
Very rare to see a 928 on track. It was Paul Anderson, wasn't it, 928 Spares, who managed to win a round of a HSCC 70s Road Sports series in, I think, the 40th anniversary of the first 928s coming to Britain.
There's 67. Driver B being Mark Holm in the VW Fun Cup.
He's hung on to that late model Mazda. He's only lost about 5 or 6 lengths over the course of a long lap here.
Yeah, that is for 37th and 38th position, that little battle as well. Flying Tangerine, which is the orange Mazda, which we should expect, and Premature Accelerate, Team 67.
And there's a TCR Seat showing some speed up there now.
Yeah, that's likely the Area Motorsport car, isn't it? Team 51 running in 9th position overall.
Yeah, and solidly ahead of Class B. Next is the long and the short, Team 69 down in 14th place. But the Area Motorsport team in 9th overall, Team 51.
Yeah, an Area Motorsport team who have had success in the Birkett in the past. They were 3rd in the scratch race last year, albeit with a different driver lineup. You can see the shot that's down towards the right-hand sweep at Abbey. Of course, it used to be a very fast left-hand kink on the old Grand Prix circuit, but now this right-hander taking the cars onto the infield loop and then back onto the Wellington straight and heading up towards the complex. From my window, I can see a couple of caterers heading into the pit lane as well for a stop. In fact, another one as well heading in. So a few Caterhams now. 45 minutes, maybe this is...
it's about the ceiling for a Caterham, isn't it, in terms of fuel capacity.
Yeah, I was just thinking that that might be why all of a sudden we've got a few of them coming into the pits. Now there you can see the BMW. That is Team 36. So that's the Intersport Racing team, and at the moment, therefore, it's driver A at the wheel. So Kevin Clark at the wheel. Now, Kevin, of course, a long-time racer in Eurocar as well, wasn't he? Back in the late 90s.
Is he one of the guys who came through from the short ovals?
Yeah, that's right. And you
Very strong Midland contingent did that.
Yeah, that's right. And you could see that the livery on that car is sort of short oval inspired as well. He's done some Brit car racing, I think, in that car as well in recent seasons. So good to have Kevin with us. A few very strong drivers in Eurocar. It was very briefly quite a phenomenon, wasn't it? Huge grids that they had. You had the likes of Barry Lee and
Mike Jordan,
yep, who's been another driver that's competed in the Birkett in the past, and also Le Mans as well as British
I'm
touring
working
cars.
out what this Golf team car is.
Right.
6D, isn't it? That's the Westfield XTR2. You don't see too many of them about.
Well, I'm told by James Winstanley, the 750 Motor Club Communications and Marketing Manager, that I think Ollie Withington bought this car just yesterday from Facebook Marketplace to come out and do the Birkett 6-hour relay race, and his brother Chris will be on the spanners with him. Ollie we've seen out in the past racing with 750 Motor Club in Civics, but yeah, this is the Westfield, which I expect that Ollie is still learning about, as I imagine he didn't sit in the car until this morning.
No, exactly.
I think
Lastminute.com.
Well, I think he has a Rover Tomcat as well, which he was originally hoping to enter, but a last-minute change.
Here comes the Fezzer into the pits, which is the very smart Ferrari that started on, I think, row 3 of the grid.
Yeah, we can see that from our windows heading in. That's the R&R Performance Cars car. The team running in 7th position at the moment. It's RJ Motorsport in the lead by about 37 seconds. So the gap has held pretty steady since the Raw Motorsport team, Team 24, did their driver change and handed over to Tom Ashton from Shane Stoney. So the gap's not really moved too much since then. They're both lapping around about 2 minute 10, something like that.
Is that Chris Compton Goddard just coming to the pits? And that's the first one of the Ferraris, isn't it? That blue one.
Yeah. Let's have a word with Lewis down in the pit lane. He's got an update for us.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yeah, I can just update you on the 4 sides Ford Capri, which was driven by Alan Breck, who was came into the pit lane and then was pushed up the pit lane. At the moment, the team have got the car, very nice, Jagerminster orange, jacked up at the moment. They're going to be changing the clutch. So Alan's rather busy underneath the Ford Capri at the moment, so he can't come and have a chat with us. But that's the latest on the Capri, having a clutch change. Back to you, Ian.
Thanks, Lewis. And hopefully that will be back out later on in the race. A couple of MX-5s here together, Mark 1 and a Mark 3 together. Mark 1, the white car on the outside, is 54, so that would be Gareth Moss in the Royal Navy Motorsport team. So Royal Navy as well as the RAF here this weekend. 6th on Handicap last year, the Royal Navy team. And they've also got Mike Wells in an MR2 Roadster, Adam Jewis in an Astra Coupe, Steve Hutchings in a 106, James Cantwell in the Peugeot 206, and Rich Beaumont in the Ford Fiesta ST. The Armed Forces Motorsport this year having been cut back somewhat because the Armed Forces Race Challenge that usually runs with the 750 Motor Club was put on ice really for this year because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the additional pressures that brought on the Armed Forces, but they're hoping to be back in 2021 with a full season of racing for the Armed Forces Race Challenge, all being well. .50 gone, and the lead still being held on scratch by RJ Motorsport V2.0, about 39 seconds clear of Raw Motorsport now, so that's 30 and 24. JPR Saker Boys third, almost a lap down now, Team 49. Intersport Racing a lap behind Team 36, 39 Simpson Motorsport 5th, number 3 RJ Motorsport V1.0 6th, Area Motorsport in 7th place, number 51, and with either Rob Baker or Carl Swift out at the moment in the SEAT. Number 5 R&R Performance is in 8th place, and then 9th and 10th the two 7 Series teams, and the Northern team had overtaken the Midlands, but they've swapped positions again as they go through. And R&R performance have dropped back, I think possibly because they have been into the pits. Number 5 now at the back end of the top
that's
10.
the Ferrari that had
That's right, yeah.
turned around, yeah.
So that is the news from there. And in about 10 minutes time or so, we'll have the handicap positions at the end of the first hour. We'll bring you those as soon as we can get them. I can see that Team 15 have got a car coming into the pit lane as well now. That is Carl Nairn for Billy Boys in his Caterham 420R, team managed by Sam Smart. Yeah, so they're the only team inside the top 20 that have chosen to pit at this particular juncture. There's no particular minimum pit stop or anything like that that needs to be made.
One of the BMs diving into the pits, one of the Z cars.
Yeah, so that's Team 8 off there. Zeds they're known as, running a team of Z4s, Darren Dukes, Liam Crilly, Timothy Pole and Ed Giddings.
Making good progress is the 39 Simpson Motorsport, the Checkered Audi, which was about 18 seconds behind Intersport in 36 a couple of laps ago, but is now closing in. That may be because did Intersport come in and change, or Instasport as it's called? Yeah.
I've not seen them come in. That's the BMW of Kevin Clark.
No, I don't think they've been in yet either. They do run quite long, those BMWs, don't they? Good tankage in them.
They do, yeah.
Area Motorsports car's just been through, 51. 21 laps down for them. They're about a minute behind the RJ Motorsport V1.0 team, Cars 3.
65 on screens again, that's the Andrew Lightstead BMW. A couple of 7s coming through together, and just having a look, that is 16A that we have on screen at the moment, which is Matthew Willoughby in his Sig Max. So that's a car that normally races with the Caterham graduates.
I've just seen the yellow Beetle go through again, absolutely filling the mirrors of the orange late model MX-5. So that's very dramatic. The battle has been really enduring. Yeah,
and it's now for 35th and 36th position as other cars have pitted. Those two cars have elevated up the scratch order, so that's a good scrap.
Who's in the Mazda?
Matthew Tidmarsh, we think, at the moment is in the 61 car, the Flying Tangerine racing car, with Lee Hollin, Alex Richardson, and Chris Webster, his teammates today. The Grover and Dean Motorsport Insurance Birkett 6-hour relay race here at Silverstone. It's been a fairly, he said, finding some wood to touch, fairly quiet first hour of the race. We've not had too much in the way of drama and incident. 1 or 2 spins we've had.
They're saving that up for later.
They are indeed, possibly when the weather takes a
turn. Yeah.
Which, well, I'm looking out of the window at the moment, it's fairly consistently grey, but not particularly threatening looking at the moment.
Yeah, it's a relatively high cloud base, isn't it?
Yeah.
For a grey day. Here comes the very rapid Radical.
Yeah, that's the leading car, isn't it?
Yeah.
Team 30, the RJ Motorsport V2.
24 laps down.
We've not got to the bottom of who's actually at the wheel of that, have we? At the moment, I don't know if Lewis can try and dig that. I'm wondering if it's Scott Mansell.
I think it may well be Scott Mansell. I wish I could remember his crash helmet colour.
Yeah, it's not something I'm familiar with. We have seen him race with 750 Motor Club this year. He did a race in one of the Mazda 7s at Snetterton, I think in our first meeting of the year after the COVID-19 delayed start to the season.
Gap to the leaders is 37 seconds. Last lap round, the Raw Motorsport team car, 24, that's its best lap of the race, 2:07.76,
yeah,
which was 6 seconds quicker than the race leader.
And only 0.3 slower than the race leader's best lap as well, so not too much to choose between them. Looking at the best times, they are clearly much quicker than anybody else, as you'd expect.
The leading car, though, 30 RJ Motorsport, was mired in a pack of about 6 cars coming out of Luffield last time through. So it surprises me not that he lost quite a chunk of time on that lap. And of course, next time round, it may well be that the boot's on the other foot and it all evens out.
Into the pits comes the Morgan's team, I can see, and that is Team 2, Morgan's for Fun. They're into the pit lane. There is that battle you were talking about, Mark, because it's still going on. Fantastic stuff. And just behind it, one of the K-Terms and also Peugeot 206. And one of the MR2 races. There's a yellow flag there, though, at Beckett.
Yes, that's telling, isn't it? There's a car in the middle of it somewhere.
I'm just having a look, see if I can pick that up on the CCTV as well, but no, I can't. There we are. It is. Now that is interesting. I think that. Now, is that the Hinson car? It's certainly BMW, or could it be the Intersport? It's the 46, so it's not the Hinson car.
46D.
So that's the Classic and Modern Motorsport Club All Sorts, and it's Nick Lunn. That was due to be a Honda Integra Type R, but that wasn't a Honda Integra.
It wasn't.
The Seeker I can see into the pit lane. That's the team from 3rd position, the JPR Seeker boys. Now I imagine they're going to be.
And it's into the pit lane at about 6 miles an hour. It's crawling in.
Can we go down to Lewis? No, we can't. Right, confirmation that we've got Scott Mansell in the leading car. So, as we suspected, really, because he's put in a great first stint, and we now know it's Tom Ashton out in the Raw Motorsport car. That's in Team 24, the second position. I suspect now they will put a gap between themselves and the JPR Seeker boys car, because they're going to be slightly hamstrung, I think, by having to drive one of the Fun Cup cars in this next phase of the race, which will be considerably slower than the Seeker. Reminder, full timings via the 750 Motor Club website. You can get access to the full live timing there, full rundown of all 69 positions, just the top 18 we're able to bring you on screen. We'll bring you the handicap positions every hour, just as soon as they are released to us. You can see that Team 31 have had a change, because that was the Clubman out. It's now the Cooper S, I think Kevin Fulbrook out for that team. There's the Morgan that's gone back out as well. Here's that battle for about 35th position between Matthew Tidmarsh and Mark Holm in the Beetle clone. And just behind them they've got one of the BMWs. So they're heading down out of Copse towards the left-hand flick at Maggots. And just up ahead of them there on the road is the 3 car, the RJ Motorsport V1.0 car. That Radical, their best lap, only a 2:18, so about 11 seconds slower than the team that's out front, RJ Motorsport V2.0. Not quite sure who's at the wheel of car 3 at the moment. They were second on scratch last year, but the team comprises Charles Graham, last year's winner on scratch, Alistair Smart, Neil Glover and Jason Green.
Yeah, Neil Glover, the historic Formula 1, Formula 5000 racer.
And now there's the 40 car being pushed away by the marshals, so again it looks like that's all been dealt with under local yellow flags rather than the need for a safety car intervention. So we've not had one yet this race. Probably tempting fate, but so far it's been green flag racing all the way. Just getting slowly past the pits is the, well, now up to speed actually as I say that, the 21 Nissan 370Z of Mark Burton in Team Kennedy. So the Nissan there looks a little bit slow, but now up to speed. So we have now had 1 hour of the race, and it's 30 RJ Motorsport V2.0 leading the way from number 24 Raw Motorsport in second, 38 seconds behind. Third, number 36 Intersport Racing. Fourth, 39 Simpson Motorsport, just a couple of seconds behind Intersport Racing actually, so there's a good battle going on between those two. Fifth, number 49 the JPR Seeker boys. Sixth, number 3 RJ Motorsport V1.0. 7th, 51 Area Motorsport. 8th, number 5, R&R Performance. 9th, number 33, 7 Series Midlands. 10th, 32, 7 Series Northern. 11th, number 20, Mad Cat Racing. 12th, 34, 7 Series South. 13th, 69, Long and the Short. Vintage Valitors, Team 47 of 14th. 15th, 38, Cold Sport CSCC Tin Tops. 16th, number 4, Area Motorsport. 17th, number 15, Billy Boys. 18th, number 13, Ginger Ralph. But problems there for 47B. That was a team that I mentioned was in 14th position. And that is Robert Taylor in the Supercopa. That's seemingly out of the race, and that's on the exit of Stowe, is it? I'm trying to work that out.
It's hard to tell, isn't it?
Yeah, exit of Stowe towards Club Corner. Right, okay. So that's a car stopped on circuit. Marshall's heading over there, so hopefully again they'll be able to deal with this under Lokian as well. The car...
Oh, thank you very much.
Doesn't that always happen? The Marshals just get to the car. It was at Club Corner, and as they did so, off drives the driver, and they have to trudge back to their post once again. But that car will drop out of 14th position, I should think.
Coming in very rapidly, one of the Hondas. Quick Honda coming into the pits.
It's 38A, Andrew Windmill in the Cold Sport CSCT Tin Tops car that's come from 16th position. And that's a mixture of Honda Civic Type R's, Peugeot 206 and Renault Clio 182. Among the Tin Tops who've forsaken a race at Castle Combe today to race in the Birkett 6-hour relay race here at Silverstone, and why not?
2 laps lead, effectively the first 2 have on everybody else, but towards 2 laps. Intersport and Simpson Motorsport have now just clocked up their 26th lap, but it's not far away from a 2-lap lead.
No, it's certainly not, and I think on scratch, barring disaster. Well, I say that, I was just thinking about the rain as well. If the rain comes later in the race, that may not necessarily play into the hands of the Radicals.
The local sage, aka Silverstone Sid, said 2 o'clock.
Right.
So
what's that, an hour and a quarter away?
Yeah, so he's obviously got his seaweed out somewhere.
But that could be a randomising factor. There are 47 cars made it to the pit lane, by the way, the one that we just saw stopped on screen at Club. So that's Robert Taylor that's heading in. You would think that before too much longer then, the leading number 30 Radical will have to come in. It's been out there for an hour or so now.
Yeah, hour and 3 at 28 laps. And a 2:10 lap. That gap between the first 2 cars, the 30 and the 24, really is very stable, as you say, at around sort of 36, 37 seconds.
There in the middle of the shot, you can see number 28A, Lachlan Behrman, and the BMW 116 for 4040 Racing. And 4040 Racing have put out a number of cars in the 116 trophy this season with the 750 Motor Club. They've had 3 90-minute races during the course of this year, 2 of them at Snetterton and 1 at Alton Park as well, in their sort of slightly shortened calendar. But that's been a real success story this year, actually, the 116 trophy. We were getting sort of 12 or 13 cars for much of last year, but they sort of more than doubled this year, and we've been into the high 20s for the 116 trophy this year, and that's really captured the imagination. It's a very good way of going endurance racing on a real budget, and perhaps in a more credible car, you might say, than some of the options out there, the Ford KA and Citroen C1. It's perhaps a slightly more of a racing car than some of the alternatives out there. It's proved very popular.
Up into 3rd has come the Simpson Motorsport Audi RS3, the TCR car, Sasha Kakaz's car. So 27 laps down, and Team 39 just ahead of 36 now. That's there's a place change on lap 27. Half a second between them as they cross the timing line.
I can see that what happened to the number 40 compact question has come in from Paul Travers, who I think was the owner of the car that had stopped out on circuit, the BMW we saw a few moments ago, that's been driven by No, that's not the number 40. The 40 Compact then, that's Clive Watson's car, Fanatic Motorsport car. Don't know what's happened to him. Where is that team in the running order? He said looking down the screen. Getting right to the bottom, 67th position. Interesting, right at the bottom of the screen now has gone to the number 23 car, or 23 team, and that's a team that's making their debut in the Birkett this year, the PDC Racing team, which features among its number this year's Classics.Cats champion Pip Hammond. So there'll be a story there as to what's gone on with the PDC Racing team. It also includes Jason Wood, Esther Quaitmere, Pete Oscarby and Ian Gribben, all of them in Novas, and Martin Rogers in a Peugeot 205 GTI as well. So we might find out what's gone on, and specifically what's gone wrong for PDC Racing, who are propping up the rest of the 69 car field at the moment, later on.
What number are they, team-wise?
Team 23.
Team 23. Just look them up.
55 going through there is the Mazda MX-5. Good number of MX-5s here this weekend, so that's either going to be Aldo Ritty or Mark Donaldson in Team 5-5, a mixed team of BMW Compacts and Mazda MX-5s. I imagine, given that they're team number 55 and they're called Team 5-5, that they were struggling for an original and witty name for their team, so something a little bit more literal. There is the 24 Raw Motorsport car, which I think is still Tom Ashton out there, and he's last lap was a 2:12, a bit slower, but again there's a bit more dampness in the air now, I think, Marcus, as well.
Yeah, it's beginning to build up again on the screen.
Motorsport just gone through in the lead, V2.0, to complete their 30th lap of the race. But there is the 24C car of Tom Ashton in the Radical SR3 RSX for Raw Motorsport, who were 5th as a team on scratch last year. And so this is the team that's leading the chase of the race leaders. Very rapid around here. These cars, best lap of the race so far for this car, 2:07.76. Just running the 3 cars in that team, which is a risky strategy. We've already had problems for Shane Stoney, who did the first stint. John McLeod, we should also see out in another RSX later on, all being well.
Yeah, the 3 team with their Radical, one of those very, very bright, high-intensity lights on its roll hoop to alert its team and others, no doubt.
I can see the Ollie Withington and Westfield, which we were talking about earlier, in the Random Racers team managed by Jason Winstanley. That's just called into the pits.
And that BMW 1 Series is in as well.
The 28 car, I think, wasn't it? The 4040
very
team.
Bright coloured car.
Just being lapped there was the Rover 216 GTI, which will be either Martin or Morgan short, won't it?
Yep.
We were talking about earlier on.
44.43 seconds at 30 laps, the lead on scratch for RJ Motorsport V2.0, courtesy of Scott Mansell.
Neil Hardy asking, is it the same Tom Ashton that used to race a Radical Coupe in China GT? I don't know the answer to that. I suspect it may be. Obviously a very quick driver, and he's certainly proving that at the moment.
I've just seen is it a Porsche or go through, or is it an MR2 Roadster in the most striking anti-camouflage colours? Look at me, I'm coming.
Radical always here in good numbers at the Birkett 6-hour relay race, and although the official Radical SR1 Cup is taking place at Donington this weekend, there is a presence here from the Radical Factory Works team to support the team, providing technical and part support to the teams that are running Radicals here. And the Works team car is indeed being driven by Tom Ashton, so I suspect therefore, yes, it is the one and the same Tom Ashton that Neil Hardy on the comments was referring to. So yes, Tom setting some very good lap times in these conditions at the moment. There's the 3 car that you were mentioning a moment ago, so that's 3A, which is Charles Graham then. So he's last year's winner. He was sharing the driving last year in a different team, the Breaker Racing Heroes team, with Luciano Becchetta, sometime F2 racer, started out in T cars, and Wade Eastwood as well, not here this year. So Charles has moved across to the RJ Motorsport team for his Birkett fix for 2020. You can see that the 23 team that I was mentioning, the PDC Racing team, they do have Esther Quaintmere now out on circuit, driving the car that her half Pip Hammond took to Classic Stock Catch Championship success this year. We wrapped that up at Mallory Park a few weeks ago. Just saw that go through shot a moment ago, the red and white Nova. And there is the 51 Area Motorsport 1 car going through with the Rob Baker Carl Swift Southline Euro Cup car that was victorious at Snetterton last weekend in Club Enduro out. There's the 28 4040 racing car back out again. I think it's a different one, albeit it's in the same colour scheme. Chasing after one of the little MR2 Roadsters. And I think that's the mostly Rusty 2 Cedars team, so it will be, I think, Adam Lockwood's car.
Shaker Team 49 have got a VW out now, haven't they? So they're lapping in 2:45. They've been caught at 20 seconds a lap by the Area Motorsport Honda, which is no surprise. Here's the anti-camouflage car coming through.
It's just about to appear in, or just appeared into shots in this at Cops as we flick to camera at Maggots. It will probably appear in the background somewhere, but for the moment we're looking at the number 17 team, and this is all the M's in MR2s, and the M's in question are Mick Nichols, Malcolm Edison and Maxine Nichols. Just seeing which one of them is out at the moment. It's Maxine Nichols now. Her regular car, the black and pink car that we've seen her racing in the MR2 Championship for several seasons, sadly is no more really. It had quite a heavy accident at Alton Park a fortnight ago. So Maxine in a different car this weekend, but still in an MR2 Roadster, sharing the driving with her father, and Malcolm Edison in all the M's in MR2s.
Third has changed again. Intersport have got back ahead of Simpson Motorsport, 36 and 39. That's an enduring tussle involving the lovely Audi and BMW.
Absolutely. So what are we, about an hour and a quarter into this race now? We'll bring you the handicap positions as soon as they are provided to us, and they've been ratified by the timekeepers and handicappers for issue. Those to you as soon as we can. It's always interesting to see which teams are going well on handicap, and that's all about consistent lap times. Right, who's this coming into the pits? It's one of the Radicals I can see, and
it's the lead car, isn't it?
It's the lead car, yeah. It's the Scott Mansell number 30 car. Just heading into the pit lane. There it is, yeah, 30A, Scott Mansell. That's where we need to look for the letters on that car. It's got 3 letters on it, so it looks like it's being shared 3 ways, and it looks like it's 30D that's going out into the race now, which will be Ashley Hicklin, bike sports racer with the 750 Motor Club, that's gone back out into the race to take over from Scott Mansell. So let's see if he can maintain the same kind of lap times that Scott's been doing, actually in an SR3 RS rather than the RSX that Scott Mansell was racing.
RS stood for Rockingham Speedway, RSX I suppose is something on top of that later spec.
Yeah, I think that's the idea.
Following the lines of Cooper Monaco and Lotus Monte Carlo, 4 different sports cars. They made the T49 and Lotus 19 respectively.
41B going through shot there is the Cockwombles, and it's Tristan Judge in his Caterham Sigmax at the moment, sharing the driving in that team with Scott Lawrence and Zoltan Shabai. It's Tristan Judge out there at the moment for Team 41, and they're running in 18th position at the moment, having completed 28 laps. let's head down to Lewis Beals once again in the pit lane.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yeah, just to fill in on what you were saying about the RG Motorsport 2.0. Yes, there are only 2 cars being shared by the first one, Scott Mansell, Matthew Jones and Joe Cook, and the second one, Joe Locke and Ashley Hicklin, who's actually out there at the moment. Their problem will be, of course, with just 2 cars, is that they won't be able to keep one car on slicks and one on wets, which haven't spoken to Tom Ashton earlier on in the day. That's what the Raw Motorsport guys were doing, and of course they're right down the other end of the pit lane, so we've got Harry and I got a lot of walking to do between the 2 teams. So at the moment the big discussions are going on actually at Raw at RJ Motorsport, what tyres they're going to put on at the moment. But anyway, Scott Mansell, we can see in the distance there, is just downloading to his other team members, and I say there's going to be some it's going to be really competitive and really tight. Back to you, Ian.
Thanks, Lewis. Scott Mansell just debriefing with the team at the back of the pit garage there. Maybe we'll be able to hear from Scott a little bit later on. So that's the leading team, Team 30, Raw Motorsport Team 24, 38 seconds adrift of them at the moment. And I can see that Hicklin has now just come through to complete another lap, obviously a slower lap because of the change on that lap, so the gap down to 9 seconds between RJ Motorsport and Raw Motorsport. They've both now made a stop, so that's a real gap, if you like, although we should have Ashley Hicklin getting up to speed now as he gets used to the track conditions, which will be damp at the moment because the rain continuing to come down, not particularly heavily I don't think, but nevertheless relentlessly for the moment. Wipers certainly on. Now you can see the forecast for the next couple of hours. Well, actually that's indicating on the JMW forecast there that the risk of rain over the next couple of hours is less than 10%.
That's because it's already here.
Well, yeah. Certainly at 1 o'clock, rain risk less than 10%. Well, it's now very nearly 1 o'clock and it's raining at the moment. 2 o'clock less than 10%. We will see, but I guess the indication is that it is just going to be a bit like, it's not particularly heavy rain, a bit of drizzle maybe, but nothing too substantial, at least for the next hour or so.
Chevy Monte Carlo's thundering round again, isn't it? The Entwistle car, which has replaced Oliver Withington with the Westfield XTR2 at Random Racers, Team 6.
Yes, and the Random Racers effectively a collection of drivers who've come to the 7th and said, look, I'd really like to do the Birkett 6-hour relay race, but don't actually have a team of drivers that I can do it with. Can you sort us out? And that's what the 750 motor have done, and James Winstanley of the club is managing that team. Well, that's Random Race. I'm sure there's more strategy to it than just throwing out cars at random, one after another. Little BMW going through at the hairpin there after the left-hand farm curve. Next Fiesta XR2 going through. There's that 61 car, the Flying Tangerine that was doing battle earlier on with the number 67. VW Fun Cup car. That now seems to have come to an end, probably with the Fun Cup car having pitted.
Is the Intersport team pitted 36 because they've dropped back a lap from the Audi, and the Audi's still charging round in 3rd place. Simpson Motorsport car 39. That car's run from the start. I wonder whether the Intersport team had made a stop.
Yeah, I didn't see the car come in.
No,
but
neither did I.
It may well have done. Keep an eye on that. There's the Entwistle car as you were describing.
Subtle, isn't it? Every respect.
Yeah, and it's just being passed there by the Honda Civic, which looks much more standard, if you like. There's the 67 car, so that's had a driver change, hasn't it? So that's now Morgan Tilbrook in the Fun Cup car, having taken over from Mark Holm, who did the first parts of the race for that team. That was the car that was doing battle with the Flying Tangerine, and if the two cars were together now, we'd have a Flying Tangerine and a Flying Satsuma maybe together.
Oh. Is it that tight as that season? Satsuma season.
4 hours, 40 minutes left to go here at Silverstone in the Grevendine Motorsport Insurance Birkett 6-hour relay race. Let's have a look then at the handicap positions at the end of the first hour of this Birkett 6-hour relay race. And it's Simpson Motorsport who've been going well on scratch, leading the way with 29 laps on adjusted laps. From number 49, the JPR Saker boys in second. Third, 36 Intersport Racing, also on 28 laps. Fourth, 69 Long and the Short of It on 27. Fifth, 16 Revolution Racing. Sixth, 38 Hour Sport CSCC Tintup, also on 27. RAF Team Hurricane. Seventh, number 59. Eighth, number 54 Corners, both on 26 laps. And let's see if we can go any further down the order. Ninth, on all of these on 26 laps, 32 7 Race Series Northern Monkeys, 67 Premature Acceleration, 20 Mad Cat Racing, 12 Coup de Gras, 30 RJ Motorsport V20, the scratch race leaders at the moment, 25 Futura Classico, 27 Team Wasp, and 45 JPR Fun Cup Boys. So that's 9th down to 16th, all on 26 laps, and 7 more also on 26 laps. 2 Morgans for Fun, 47, the team that just changed its name actually from ZRE1 to the Vintage Valeters. 19th, number 1, the 3MAKs 3.0, last year's handicap winners. 20th, 24, Raw Motorsport. 21st, number 4, Area Motorsport 2, just ahead of number 51, Area Motorsport 1 in 22nd. CMMC, All Sorts, 46th. And 65 Rutec Racing's BMW Flyers, also well up on handicap last year, in 24th. And most of these also on 26 laps. Billy Boys 15, Team Kennedy 21, MM Racing 35, Red Rascal 62, R&R Performance Cars 5, 7 Motorsports number 37, Touch and Go 57, and Army Sports Car Racing 1, Team 52. They're the first of the cars on 25 laps in 32nd position. And all of these also on 25 laps, so 33rd, 28, 40 Racing, 48 ZRE, as they now are, 23 PDC Racing, so although they've not gone well on scratch, they're about halfway up the field on handicap. 17, all the M's in MR2s, 22 St Winifred School Choir, although they had some early dramas, didn't they? 70 Mazda Misfits, 7 Race Midland Series Midlands, 33 39th, and 40th number 68 Team Turkey. So all of those on 25 laps. And continuing on down the order, all of these on 25 as well. So 56 Bimmer Pork and Mazda, 8 off their Zeds, 13 Ginger Ralph Mouth Racing, 31 SRR Liqui Moly, 61 Flying Tangerine Racing, 60 Team Billy Bob, 53 Army Sports Car Racing 2, and 18 mostly Rusty 2-seaters. So about 2/3 of the way down the field now. 49th. Team 6, these all on 25 laps, 12 Random Racers, 63 Breakdancers 2, 42 Outcasts, 7 6 Sevens, 41 Cockwamples, 34 7 Race Series Southern, 55 Team 5-5, and 29 4 Science, who had dramas with Capri. 57th, 58 Team Spitfire, 44 the Calm Boxer Boys, 59th, number 10, Run Baby Run, 60th, number 26, Can It Racing, 61st, 14 Rogues Troopers, then on 24 laps, number 11, Calm 4 Pots, the Calm In Betweeners, 43, and 64, 54 Royal Navy Motorsport, 24 laps, and also on 24 laps, and you can see the 68 car there in dramas. 65th
Sam Barrett.
65th, number 66, Rutec Racing's BMW Triers, 66th, number 3, RJ Motorsport V1.0, 67th, number 19, Crossacre, 68th, number 40, Fanatic Motorsport, and finally the 64 Team NOC Racing MGs, although they had a TVR in there as well, in 69th position on 23 laps, and again, probably a bit further down because they have had those dramas during the race. So that 68 car, Sam Barrett, I think you said it was, Mark, being pushed to a position of relative safety.
It's at the end of the Hanger Straight, I think it is.
Looks like it,
Stowe corner.
Double waved yellows covering up.
There was a challenge for the lead, and the Raw team is now ahead again. Team 24 has taken 30. While you were running through the handicaps, that's changed on lap 37. So Raw Motorsport, car 24, now ahead of the 30 RJ Motorsport car.
Okay, we will have a look at the class standings as well. Those will scroll through on your screen. I'll bring those up for you. This is within the classes. I won't read all of these out, but for those of you who want to keep an eye on these things, how your team or your favourite team is getting on, you can watch these scroll through. There are 4 different classes, A to D, within the Birkett 6-hour relay as well, to cater for different specifications of car. So this was at the position about 25 minutes ago, because it takes a while for the handicap results to be issued, or handicap positions to be issued. One of the Porsches in trouble there. Trying to work out which one that is.
968, isn't it? It's a 968, and it's but it started to go again. It's spluttered to pretty much a halt, and then the driver managed to get it going again.
Yeah, so that's back into the race.
Chevy Corvette out there as well, I see now, fairly late model one. Porsche 928 has come into the pits, the front-engined V8 Grand Tourer.
There's that's the Paul Neville Escort that we just saw going through. Just trying to see which team he's running in. I recognise the car though, because it was racing at Mallory Park a couple of weeks ago. And we have the cars making their way through. That's still Paul Hinson out there, I think, in the there's the Chevy that you were talking about.
Getting out of the way.
Yeah, Chris Tilley in a Chevrolet Corvette C5 for Team Billy Bob. Team being run by David Hill this weekend. I think that car being shared with Phil Nibb. Also in the team you've got Andrew Rath, Chris Tilley, Andrew Etheridge and Chris Etheridge as well. So that's heading into Abbey, over at the far end of the circuit from us. We're here commentating from above the grid and the pit lane entrance at Woodcote Corner, on the other side of the Silverstone estate. Yeah, there's the RS2000 Ford Escort of Paul Neville.
Don't see too many white Ferraris, do you? But one went through the shot there.
No, I think that was one of the R&O Performance Cars team, wasn't it? Number 5.
Yeah. Meanwhile, down in the pits in pit 27 is Martin Angeloni, who of course was a big chief mechanic on Mark Blundell's Formula 3000 car back in the 80s, and he's with the Team 7 Wasp VW Fun Cup cars, James Little, Jay Shepherd and Edward Worthington.
So just about a quarter of the way through the race now, the little MG going through, but also in shot there you can see Russ McCarthy in his MGB, and
contact.
There was contact, and that's tremendous synchronised spinning. That was really rather elegant to watch, wasn't it, as the cars went round together. It was only a light touch, wasn't it, but enough to send both around.
Do you remember when it was that? I think it was one of the famous old BBC TV commentators described synchronised swimming as formation drowning.
Probably would be the way I would do it. Yeah, Russ McCarthy there, back up to speed now in the MGB GT V8, former MGBC V8 champion, of course, and his dad.
Yeah, the late Roy McCarthy,
yeah.
Much missed.
Yeah, involved in the championship for many, many years. But, Russ and his brother Spencer, who we sometimes see out as well.
And Mum was equally involved in the championship, wasn't she? She was always doing a lot of work behind the scenes.
She was, and I think we lost Pam as well a couple of years ago, unfortunately. So, 90 minutes of the race gone. Just seeing the final of the handicap standings just scrolling through on screen.
You mentioned that white Escort, which we'd seen earlier in the pits. Quick radical coming in the Dayglow car. That's going very quickly into the pit lane.
That's Tom Ashton from the lead, isn't it, actually?
That white and blue Escort we saw, the RS 2000, came through Woodcote on its outlap, absolutely flying. What a bit of kit that is.
Yeah, that's quite something, isn't it? Team 70, which is the Mazda Misfits. I can see Jeremy Rivers Fletcher's just come into the pit lane as well, 70D. So you can see where they are in the running order at the moment. They are in 65th position. So there's the car that was involved to spin at pretty much that corner a lap ago. Stuart Entwistle car. You can see, I think, just the tyre mark from Russell McCarthy's car, which is yet to get back past Entwistle. Let's have another look at that incident, if we can, that occurred between those two cars a lap ago. Here we go. So this was it down into Vale. Locked up there was Russ McCarthy, and it looked like Marky just didn't quite get it stopped sufficiently to avoid contact.
Exactly right. It was. He realised at the last minute he couldn't change the trajectory of the car at that point. There was the lightest of brushes, and it was a perfectly executed. You got maximum points for artistic impression on that one, wouldn't you? So they were absolutely perfectly coordinated.
Yeah, you could rehearse for many hours to do that and never put it off quite as well as that.
Exactly. It would go wrong far more often than it went right.
So that's Entwistle, and just behind him we've got the little MG ZR as well. That might be Simon Barlow's car, I think, possibly. Behind it, quite a few teams heading into the pit lane beneath us at the moment. I guess it's at that point in the race where possibly those that were going for 45 minutes in, so are now coming to the end of their second, and those that were perhaps on a longer stint coming in for the first time.
Area Motorsport 1 into 5th place with their the Hondas, going really nicely, leading Class B by a country mile from its sister team, Area Motorsport 2, which is down in 13th place, car 4.
Just saw on screen there the Paul Austin Triumph 2000 as well, which is an unusual car. There it is.
In the Works Triumph Rally colours of Simo Lampinen and Brian Coltrith and people like that.
Just been passed by the Ferrari, but it looks very smartly turned out as well.
Paul Austin, New Zealander, based in Kent. Car looked after by John Sabrin, long-time Lotus Elan mod sport racer and 2-litre sports car racer in his day with the Paulenko team. Won a race in Angola back in the 70s.
We saw the Neville car again, the RS2000. That's for 4 sides, Team 29. Bring you the handicap standings again in just under an hour's time, and we get them through at the end of 2 hours. If you want to go back and look at them, you can find them via the live timing. They're published on there as well. Head to that via 750mc. 750mc.co.uk.
Yep, RJ back in the lead again, of course, following Ashton's stop.
Yeah, and so that's actually Hicklin out there at the moment for RJ Motorsport V2.0. Ahead of Raw Motorsport, Silverstone Motorsport's on 3rd.
That's the white radical with the blue flashes, Ash Hicklin's.
Yes. That's correct. See if we can pick that up. There's the 10 car just going through. That looked like Nigel Brown's silver phaser for Run Baby Run, Team 10. Nigel Brown, a long-time supporter of the 750 Motor Club Sport Specials, and before that the Kit Car Championship, as it was known. Great stalwart of the club.
The 7 race series teams, 33 and 32, are a minute and 23 seconds apart. 33 and 32 in 8th and 9th places overall. Midlands ahead of the Northern team.
And the Southern team only a couple of places further back, behind JPR Saker Boys, who are dropping down the order. So if that, just looking at the lap times, yeah, the Saker Boys appear to have slotted into sort of something approaching where they should be at that pace, looking at the speed of the cars around them.
All those 3 7 teams on 37 laps at this point. 42 laps now notched by the lead team in the form of Ash Hicklin in number 30. 24 the Raw team, now working its 42nd lap. They've had an extra stop. There's the Audi on your screens. It's just howled round and round. It's in 3rd place now, having covered 40 laps. That's the Sasha Checkered and Hugo Cook car.
the problem is with that team is another one like the JPR Seiko is that will drop down the order on scratch because they have a Honda Civic, which should be reasonably quick, but also a Citroen C1 for James Poulton as well, which will be lapping very considerably slower.
It's difficult to build in a handicap for a team like that, isn't it? Because you've got the slower car that you could certainly sort out, but when the average of its team runners is going to be quite disparate, it is much more tricky.
Yeah, and because of that, certain drivers within each team do have sometimes a limit on the number of laps that they're allowed to do, and I've just downloaded that information. So there are a few teams that this affects. I won't go through all of them, but for example, for Morgans for Fun, team number 2, driver B, which is Ian Sumner, he's got a limit of 21 laps that he can do. Just seeing if this affects any of the sort of very front runners. B, D and F, for example, for Team 19, which is Crossacre, which is the team that's got the Radical SR3s in it. The Radical SR3s between them are only allowed to do 81 laps in the race, as far as handicap's concerned. Anyway, more news from the pit lane now. Let's go down to Lewis Beals once again.
Yeah, thanks very much, Ian, and I'm down here in front of pit 12B with Royal Motorsport's Tom Ashton. Tom, you were sent out with a hard task. You had to chase down the leading team. How did it go?
Yeah, that was really fun actually. It's hard to gauge because the traffic, the amount of traffic there is, it's impossible to tell quite where you are. I just know I hadn't seen another Radical, and then just towards the end of the stint I started to zone in on a Radical, and I was like, I recognised the car. I was like, this is for the lead, I can tell it is. So I managed to get into the lead just before the pit stop, so that was really good. Shane unfortunately had to pit a bit early with a sticking throttle, so I went out much earlier than I was expecting, but it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's the first time you've done this event.
Yeah, it is, yeah, I've heard about it, and I know a lot of the guys within the Radical circles love doing it, and just the opportunity came up with the Works team, and joining with Raw for the weekend, and I had a go, and yeah, just the overtakes and picking and choosing how to get past people safely is quite a challenge. Very, very different to normal racing.
Well, anyway, yeah, and I believe you've been out in China doing some racing out there the last few years.
Yeah, I had a really successful couple of seasons in China GT. We finished second in the GT4 and the GT3, so we picked up some wins and podiums out there, and so that was a really good challenge. And then, so I'm kind of doing that bit of GT racing, bit of Radical racing, and now this.
Well, yeah, this is the best at the top of it. I know your dad raced. Did your dad do the Birkett at Snetterton?
I'm not sure exactly. I know that there used to be a long distance race at Snetterton, I think I remember as a kid, so whether or not he did that I'm not sure. But yeah, he might even be watching now, so he'll be pleased he got a mention.
Yeah. And at the moment, John's out at the moment, and Shane going to be afterwards. Yeah. How do you think you stand?
I think we've got a good chance of victory if everything goes well. Shane's a really fast driver. We're all basically really close on pace. John's really consistent. So barring any problems, I think we've got quite a good chance of winning it.
All right, Tom. Thanks very much, and best of luck for the rest of the day.
Yes, thanks.
Back to you, Ian.
Thanks very much, Lewis. Down there in the pit lane with Tom Ashton of Team 30, the team that still leads the way in this race at the moment, from Team 24 in second place, which is Raw Motorsport with... no, sorry, he's the second place, I beg your pardon. John McLeod now out for Motorsport Team 30. It is in the lead of the race, which is now actually Hicklin having taken over from Scott Mansell. Yeah,
that's as Tom Ashton was saying, that's really thrown the two Radical teams up front out of kilter on their stops, hasn't it? That early stop that Shane Stoney had to make.
Yeah, that's right. It's a setback, but it's something that over the course of the race might sort of level itself out a little bit. Especially if there's a change in conditions. The Audi is in the pits now. I can see Marcus just heading down pit lane, number 39.
That's at the end of 42 laps. That's been a really good stint. I'm imagining it's owner Sasha Checkered driving it first. Yeah. Could be wrong.
100 minutes as well. That car's done, so it's obviously gone very deep into the race. And so Sasha Checkered will be able to hand over to.
He's done some rallying. He's done a few RAC rallies over the years.
He has. the Honda Civic of George Speeder and Chris White, and the Citroen C1 of James Poulton, the other cars out for Team 39. We'll try and pick out who it is that we see in just a moment. So that's the Simpson Motorsport car that's been into the pits and it's gone back out again.
And they're being chased down by the 3 team that was 29 seconds behind crossing the line up to Charles Graham.
Well, almost certainly the 3 team will catch them, because either of those cars that are going out will be much slower than the Radical of Charles Graham.
And a Ferrari coming in as well.
Yeah, I didn't see the letters, just
because the white one.
Watching the action down there at the hairpin after Farm Curve, the loop, bring them back onto the Wellington Straight Village, the hairpin, of course. We're watching the Rover D Motorsport Endurance 6-hour Birkett relay race here at Silverstone. We are just over 100 minutes into it, 4 hours and 18 minutes left to go. And on scratch at least, it's RJ Motorsport V2.0 that lead, Raw Motorsport in second and Simpson Motorsport third. But we'll keep you up to speed with the all-important handicap positions as well later on. I was just saying before we heard from Tom Ashton speaking to Lewis Beals that several of the teams do have a limit on the total number of laps particular cars or drivers or car and driver combinations can do, because they have some cars within their lineup that are much quicker than others. Oh, and that's Russ McCarthy in trouble. Now, we saw the Russ McCarthy car have some contact with the Stuart Entwistle stock car earlier on, but now Russ McCarthy, Team 64, looks like he's out of things. Now, that's not good news for that team, because they've already lost the Cerberus. They lost it on about lap 3 of Michael Saunders. So that would just leave Peter Samuels, who I think has already been out, and the Tadek Mark III of Mark Callahan and his son Sam Callahan. And he's got his new single Demons out as well. The Area Motorsport cars just come in. Area Motorsport 1, car 51 of either Rob Baker or Carl Swift. And I can see it looks like the Luke Handley Volkswagen Golf that's going out to take up the cudgels and see if it can stay in 5th position, although it probably won't be quite as quick, that car. It's a class below the Seat within Club Enduro terms, which is where both of those cars normally race. And there is the Russell McCarthy car. I wonder if it's related to that incident. I suspect it's possibly not, because it was a few laps ago.
It was a cosmetic sort of brush,
yeah,
wasn't it, rather than a mechanical one.
Yeah, so it could be something under the bonnet that's the problem. Once again, we'll head down to Lewis Beals, who's got someone else to talk to.
Yes, thank you very much, Ian. And I'm in down in the Royal Air Force Engineering pit here, where I'm talking to Brian Watson, Group Captain. Many congratulations on that promotion. Now, he is the chairman of the Royal Air Force Motorsport Association. Brian, you boys have won this an awful long time, for several times. You going to do it again?
Well, it's a bit of a development year, because like everybody else, we've been affected by COVID, and this is a chance for us to get some youngsters out and some newcomers and just do a mix. Because this is an event, as you well know, is a brilliant event to come to, and it really gives a lot back, and it gives people a chance to see real racing, real cars across the full spectrum. So it's a great event to come to and get the youngsters out as well.
Other than that, have you put any other motorsport events on this year?
Not many, because of our challenge was whittled down because people were busy. We were helping out with COVID on Op Rescript, so that's caused us to rebalance what we've been doing. So when we had the opportunity to come here and do it safely, as we are here, then we took the opportunity to do so.
Well, yes, and you look so you're well set up with a good setup here.
Yeah, we try and do something different every year, as you know. So we're just building on our capability. And what we're trying to do is get out next year and do motorsport in this new normal that we're all getting used to, and deliver the effect that we're trying to get after.
Yeah, we're all going to get used to new things. And but trouble is, me and you, we're not new to this, are we? How many times have you been here?
I think it's probably my 18th time. My only time I didn't come here was a deployment overseas when I was in the desert. But as you know, it's one of those things that you got to come back to time and time again.
Yeah, always on the day the clocks go back. Yeah. So yeah, it's always good, and great to see you here and the boys, and hopefully everything go well for you today.
One or two breakdowns, but we'll get through. As always, we'll get through because that's a Birkett, isn't it?
Thank you very much, Brian. Cheers.
Pleasure.
Back to you, Ian.
Thanks, Lewis. And heading out next for that team, by the looks of it, whenever required, is the 59D car. That's going to be Simon Frowen in the Fiesta for RAF team. I think saw Simon Barlow's car out a little while ago. Peugeot 205 going through shot as well. And very smartly liveried Roadster in the background, but in the background of shot now you can see that Radical, which is number 30, the white and blue car of Ashley Hicklin, and that's the car that's leading the race, 47 laps in the book. As we approach, or we are at an hour and 3/4 into the race, so that's the leading car, just having gone through shot down the Hanger Straight towards Stowe Corner. As the cars head through Chapel onto this straight. That's the Luke Handley car, that's the Area Motorsport car now. It's taken over from the Seat, so Area Motorsport winning some of the Golfs this year as well. And you can see 7s, BMWs, the Escort RS2000, Fiesta, Mark 1 MR2 at the back of shot as well. Useful light on the roll cage of that Caterham, which shines brightly on the very gloomy conditions that we have here at Silverstone today.
Something that the Clubman's guys did years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Put those on.
And it becomes a lot easier to do now with the availability of good LED lighting to put something like that on relatively easily, relatively small, without taking up too much power as well. Just makes the cars that much more visible in the mirrors, doesn't it? So to give slower cars warning that there is a quicker car coming past. All about raising visibility rather than anything else, because that will become an issue, I think, as we get towards the end of this race, around about 5:45 this evening. It will be starting to get pretty dark by then, especially with an absence of sunshine here today. Yeah, it's going to get dark in my commentary box as well, because I discovered earlier on the light doesn't work, so I don't know if you have the advantage over me there with a working light.
Oh, I have a light in mine.
Well,
I also have a large number of flies that have been fortunately Luke Austin is very resourceful, has brought in a fly spray.
Yes, which is you see, I've got that fly spray in my box. He's stolen it to give to you, but given I don't have any flies, that seems entirely fair.
Maybe you can have my bulb later in the day, my light bulb. It's a swap.
We'll share it. So yes, 4 hours 11 minutes left to go here. Just looking at the lap times, the Raw Motorsport car 24D, it's now John McLeod, isn't it? Last lap was a 2:19, whereas RJ Motorsport, they're doing 2:11s, so the Raw Motorsport car falling back a little bit, not really falling into the clutches of anybody, because still lapping faster than anybody else out there. The third place team, RJ Motorsport V1.0, doing a 2:20.51 last time through. That's team 3. I think that might still be Charles Graham out there for them. And then everybody else doing sort of 2:20s, 2:30s or higher lap times at the moment. Looks like Simpson Motorsport still got on screen well, it's either a slow lap or the C1's gone out if it's a 3-minute 3.81. I can see a car has spun at Luffield and rejoined. I think it's one of the Roadsters. See that out of the window. It's going to drive past me now, so I'll get a number. And it is the 17B car. So is that Maxine Nichols still? Yeah, it's in that car. Yes, it is. She's had a spin, I'm afraid, but harmlessly and not collected by anyone or anything. So this is the view down at Club Corner. Cars heading through the Vale. Beg your pardon, it's at Brooklands, isn't it? This particular shot. There's another of the Roadsters going through, very brightly coloured. Little scrap going on here between the number 4. So this is the Area Motorsport 2 car, running in 13th position, one of the Caterhams, and that's 33. The 7 race series Midlands North and South, 7th, 8th and 9th, all together, not necessarily right together on the track, but in the running order right together. And so that's a lap behind them, I think, the Area Motorsport 2 car 4, and the Civic there was one of Chris Freeman and Johnny Monday and Andy Bailey. Didn't spot which one it was that was out there. I think it was one of Freeman and Monday by the looks of it. There's the 216 GTI again of either Martin Short or Son Morgan, who Marcus was telling us was very quick in testing recently, early on. And by the looks of it, one of the Run Baby Run cars there going through, number 10. It's Anton Landon now out there in the Sienna Mark II, heading down towards the right-hander at Abbey. There he is, Anton Landon, regular in the Sienna. We've had a few of the Siennas out this year. Rob Johnson races one as well. We've seen another one as well during the course of this year. That's the 63 Caterham C. There's a team of Harry Air, Caterham Motorsport, Break Dancers 2. Just have a look to see how they are running at the moment on the screens.
That's 2 cars with wipers getting a bit busier, but some running without them at all. So 11B in trouble there. That's that Porsche Club Sport we saw before, wasn't it? 11B, the one that stopped briefly on the track, that's Clayton Sampson.
Yeah, the 63 car, by the way, was in 28th position. The 11B car there, Clayton Sampson, that's for the Calm 4 Pots team. Calm, the campaign against living miserably, and they're involved with the Porsche series, which is to have a series of races this year for the Porsches with the 750 Motor Club, but again, COVID's got in the way of that. We only had one, and I know the drivers within that racing in memory of their friend Ryan Lowry, who sadly lost his life earlier on in the year. He was very much involved in setting up the Calm All Porsche Trophy, as that series of races was called, and I know that all of the drivers racing in this, and drivers who raced against Ryan in Classic Stock Hatch as well a few years ago, will miss Ryan very much. He's a great character, a great friend to so many people in the paddock as well. Sadly lost his life earlier on this year.
50 laps down for the RJ Motorsport V2.0 team. Number 30, which leads the way on scratch. On your screen is the Triumph 2000 again for Paul Austin, the Kent-based Kiwi. Races the Lotus Elan in historic events. Oh, that's in trouble. You see smoke issuing out of VW Golfs very often, so that's a big problem.
Yeah, it's Team 14. It's Rogues Troopers. That's the Warren Heath Golf VR6 that's in problems.
Where is the smoke coming from?
I was trying to work that out.
Done a front wheel bearing or something?
I suspect it might have done, yes.
It's just pouring out of the left front wheel, which is a bit odd.
So that's for Rogues Troopers, which also includes the Toyota GT86s for Cam Walton and Aaron Cook. Aaron Cook, the front runner in the MR2 Championship this year, and Chris Clark in the Mazda MX-5. Into the pits has come one of the Radicals. Was that the RJ Motorsport V1.0 car, I think, that's come in? But
the area performance Honda is now 4th overall, isn't it? 51, leading Class B, running 4th and on 46 laps, ahead of the number 5 team, which is the R&R team.
Yeah, it's the Luke Handley car, the Golf, that's out now for team 51. Last lap was a 2:34, so not lapping as quickly as the Seat car did earlier on, which was in the 2:20s. There's another of the Ferraris, which look absolutely magnificent. The R&R Performance Cars team. Ferrari there, and it's 5C.
That's really cool, isn't it?
Nigel Jenkins out in the car at the moment. Looks magnificent, doesn't it? And quite a big wide car compared to some of the others out there, threading his way between the RS2000, which is no slouch. That car is really quick round Mallory the other week, and one of the others. So yeah, that's some serious piece of kit. Message on the comments asking if our C1's racing. I think we've just got the one Citroen C1 on the grid this year, which is for the Simpson Motorsport team. I think we're saying
I think there was a change. Someone else came out with a C1 later, making a change on the program.
That was James. Yeah, that was the one I was referring to. I think James Poulton.
James Poulton.
Yeah. That changed.
There's another one, Ivor Mayers and company in Team 47. Vintage Validators. Does that mean they smarten up old cars, or whether they're just a bunch of old guys who wield dusters very nicely and some polish? There's a C1.
There it is. That's the 39 car. So that is James Poulton. So he is out there for Simpson Motorsport, which does explain why it's dropping down the order. The last lap for that car was a 4:05, which even by Citroen C1 standards is a little tardy. So I suspect James Poulton had a drama on the pre-stop. I think the rain's getting harder now. Certainly it is on our commentary box window. And looking at the way the wipers are being used as well now, that's a bit more of an issue for the drivers. I see this bit of window partly open on the 39 car just to let some air in to avoid steaming up, which can be a hazard.
At the cost of about 6 miles an hour in a straight line, probably, in terms of aerodynamics.
Well, yes. When you've not got that many miles per hour to start with.
I guess you're better off seeing than going quickly down the straights.
Yes. I would probably go for that option myself, where I push to. So coming up towards the 2 hour mark, a third race distance in this 750 Motor Club Birkett relay race, sponsored by Grove and Dean Motorsport Insurance on the Grand Prix Circuit at Silverstone. There's the Rogue's Troopers car. So that's taken over from the Golf, which was in problems. And which one is it? It is B, which makes it to Aaron Cook out at the moment. Aaron's having a really good season in the MR2 Championship this year, which has just got a round, or 2 rounds to go, 1 meeting to go. Back here at Silverstone, actually. No, not at Silverstone, Donington Park, I should say.
The Cerberus has been rejuvenated.
That is good. That is good to see. Because I rather feared that might be terminal. And a spin for driver number 62. Now, he's not got a letter next to his number, which conceals his identity possibly, but that's one of the Red Rascals. And so it's one of Kevin Dengate, Russell Clark, Jamie Ingram, Chris Lovett, Adam Dengate and Peter Williams. There is an E. Is that just the electrical switch though? I think it was. No, I cannot see a letter anywhere next to his name, so not quite sure which one of those that is for certain. There's the Intersport car. Now that's the BMW of Kevin Clark. Now that's dropped down to 14th position, hasn't it?
It's just been eaten up in a straight line by the Ferrari of Nigel Jenkins.
So I think that's a change. I think Kevin Clark is back out on circuit. He was out to start the race, and I think he was replaced either by Caitlin Wood or possibly Michael Rudge in the XR2. But it looks like Kevin Clark back out into the race again. That team have dropped down to 14th position from the top 6 where they were in the early stages.
Yeah, that's the quick car in that team by a long way, isn't it? Caitlin Wood has an M3. This is the M3 CSL of Kevin Clark.
Yeah. Just heading through shot there. There's the Aaron Cook GT86 again.
Interesting, isn't it? The times of the leaders have dropped by about 20 seconds or so. In fact, last time round, the Raw team doing the chasing down to 2:35. So it's yeah.
Well, I guess they may be on slicks as well.
Well, Area Motorsport's been on 48 laps for a long time. And they are in 4th place, being caught by R&R Performance Cars, Team 5, and the 3.7 series, Midlands, Northern and Southern on our 6th, 7th and 8th, 32, 33 and 34.
And generally their lap times aren't dropping off by quite as much, are they? As the Radical teams up front. But I guess tyres may come into play there, and that might be part of the explanation for that. But certainly I think now, looking at the way the rain is falling, we are into a wet tyre rather than a dry tyre situation. One of the Beatles, one of the Fun Cup cars in trouble. 49, which is the JPR Saker boys. So that was the team that was on scratch. It's the car heading into the pit lane, but not in a manner that suggests this was scheduled necessarily.
The Saker team's on scratch. That's bizarre, isn't it? I suppose with the 3 Sakers it was fine, but they surely weren't going to outrun a really strong Radical team.
No, it was a last-minute change, I think, with damage to another car, but they were still running in 12th place. They'd gradually dropped their way down the order, but they're going to need to get the Saker that remains back out into the race, I think. We've got another of the Fun Cup cars heading down to the first corner. They had their championship conclusion at Alton Park, I think it was last weekend. Fun Cup, which was very exciting. And we've seen the Ferrari go through as well. You can see the Celica going through shot 2. Just give a quick rundown on the positions as we are now pretty much 2 hours into the race. 30 is the leader, RJ Motorsport V2.0, 54 laps in the book for them. 24 Roar Motorsport in second, 53 laps. Third, number 3 RJ Motorsport V1.0, 3 laps behind the team in front. Fourth, number 5 R&R Performance Cars, 49 laps. Fifth, number 51 Area Motorsport 1, 49 laps. 6th, number 33, 7th, number 32, 8th, number 34, that's 7 Race Series Midlands, North and South respectively, in their Caterhams. 9th, number 20, Mad Cat Racing. 10th, number 4, Area Motorsport 2. 11th, 15, Billy Boys. 12th, number 39, Simpson Motorsport. 13th, number 36, Intersport Racing. 14th, 49, JPR Saker Boys, although we've just seen their car push down the pit lane. 15th, number 13, Ginger Ralph Mouth Racing. 16th, 41, the Cock Wombles. 17th, 38, Hour Sport CSCT Tin Tops. 18th, number 767s. 19th, 47, Vintage Valeters. And 20th, 10, Run Baby Run. That's the top 20 on scratch after the first 2 hours of racing. On scratch, the class positions, well, Class D being led by RJ Motorsport V2.0, Class B by Area Motorsport 1, Class A by 7 Race Series Midlands, and Class C in 30th position overall by Team 27, which is Team 7 Wasp. So that is the order as things stand.
The Westfield XTR is back out again, I see, for random races, team number 6.
Yep, Ollie Withington back out again, so that's good to see him in that.
So the team's running 47th.
Yeah, recently acquired car there. 2 minutes 12 seconds now the gap, so best part of a lap between RJ Motorsport V2.0 and Raw Motorsport. So pretty much a lap between those two. Keep an eye on the handicap positions. They should be out in the next 5 or 10 minutes, something like that. We'll bring you up to date on those.
Josh Smith and that RJ Motorsport team, cars running in 1st and 3rd on scratch, will be eyeing a 1-2 finish here, won't he? Potentially.
Certainly possible, isn't it? Raw Motorsport, the team that could throw a spanner in the works. They've just got 3 cars and 3 drivers, the Raw Motorsport team. John McLeod out for them at the moment. Tom Ashton and Shane Stone have already been out. Shane had some problems with his car, but I think should get that back out into the race. But yeah, a 1-2 would be a great result. And at the minute it's V2.0, which is, I suppose, the later and superior model.
We'd like to think the updated software would give them a bit of an advantage, wouldn't you?
Yeah. I remember a few years ago, was it not Hyundai Coupe Races B that beat the Hyundai Coupe Races A team in a reasonably close finish on Handicap?
And as you said that, so Hyundai Coupe swept past somebody on the outside of Woodcote corner.
Yep. Ford KA going through. There's the Cerbera, rejuvenated back out into the race after coming to a stop on about lap 3.
Another 5 seconds gained by the lead team, RJ Motorsport, team 30. That's team's flying at the moment.
So there's the Cerbera, usually revels in the number 99 in the hands of Michael Saunders, but sporting 64 here today in NOC Racing. Be a mighty quick car that, but possibly not necessarily the ideal one for these conditions. So there's the Cerbera heading into the Vale, taking it quite carefully through there, which is wise, I think.
Yeah, it's got a tad more torque than a Mazda MX-5, hasn't it? You've got to be a bit careful, should like that rear end up.
Yeah.
Only so much a massive wing's going to do. That's Mustang going around just ahead of it. Mustang notchback on your screen. Very smart. Kind of Hertz colours that the Shelby GTs were rented out in. The Ford notchback rather than the Shelby Coupe. 289 cubic inch, 4.7 litre Ford V8 under the bonnet. PR6 Radical goes past. It's a C-Reg car, that black Mustang, so 65.
3 abreast.
That's
through
very impressive.
Certainly is. Come on to the start and finish straight. Just coming beneath our commentary box now, down the start and finish straight towards this camera position at Copse Corner. A sense of the cars turning their way through the right-hander camera quite a long way from the circuit here, because the Copse runoff is so vast. Quite a zoom on this fixed camera to capture that, I should think.
The leader that last time ran 218 and has improved to a 217 this time, and is taking tons of time out of the chasers, Raw Motorsport, who are mired in the 25s and 24s. And
yeah, the only thing we can gauge this really on is our commentary box windows, where the sort of rain spots have now disappeared, suggesting it stopped raining, although it's a bit less damp possibly, and better lap times can be wrung out of these cars. Let's head down to Lewis Beals in the pit lane. We'll come to Lewis again in a moment. Just 1 or 2 problems getting in touch with him. So for the moment, we'll continue up here. You can see the cars there coming out of Stowe Corner. It's dropping down a slope. It is definite gradient down to the Vale, as probably the name suggests, really, and into Club, the right-hander, double apex right-hander, really, on this layout.
Yes, quite a lot of earth was dug out of there many years ago when it was put in, because it used to be just an absolutely flat-out blast down the hanger straight, round Stowe Corner to the right, down a short straight, which did dip away towards the end into club, and that was still being used in the mid-80s. But none of this infield sort of diversion.
No, it's relatively recent innovation. So I think it's the 10th year that we've raced on either this layout or something very close to it. The previous layout was just the diversion where those cones are right in the middle of the shot. That's the sort of was the historic link, which was I think designed to be a little bit more sympathetic for historic cars.
It was to stop them destroying their gearboxes basically, and as they slowed down brakes and gearboxes. But it got abandoned. Sort of, there was one Silverstone Classic where 2 circuits were used. Some cars, the quicker later ones, had to go on the Grand Prix circuit, and the older ones were allowed to use the eased club approach.
25D, you can see on screen there, that's Matthew Irons. It is E21 323i, part of Futura Classico. An interesting lineup there. You've got Jake Severs also in the BMW. You've got Simon Hampton's Alpha 33, an E30 for Liam Wright, Porsche 911 for Stuart Jeffcoat, and again the 3 E30 318 IS for Michael Wright as well. So that's Futura Classico. Team 25. Just again trying to see where they are in the standings, and they are in 37th position, so just below halfway in the standings. Let's head down to Lewis Beals there in the pit lane once again.
Yep. Thank you very much, Ian. And Seven Motorsports, we're down here and we're with Sarah Hodgson. Sarah, it's great to see a female participation here at the Birkett.
Yeah, it's really good to be here. There's me and Kelly on the team as well, so 2 girls, 2 boys. Good mixture.
And you've been out once today. How did it go?
Yeah, really good. Good fun. Couple of good battles. A little bit slippy in parts, but we've got Dunlops on, so just really nice to get out. Going again in a little bit.
Yeah, what series do you normally run in?
Done Track Day Trophy this year and last year. Done about 6 races both years with them. Got the last one next weekend at Brands Hatch. So Class C in there as well, a couple of us. Kelly's been in there as well, but she does a couple of other races too. So yeah, it's been good. Won my first race this year. Came first at Alton Park, so it's going good.
Yeah, and that's your home track as well, so...
Yeah, the home track, yeah, so I've been there quite a lot, so a bit of an unfair advantage over everyone else, but still good fun.
So how do you find the Birkett? Is this your first time?
First time at the Birkett, yeah. Strange, all the cars, fast cars, slow cars, everything on track, all together at once, but makes it more interesting, really good fun.
Anyway, it's good to see you and the team here, and best of luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and back to you, Ian.
Thanks, Lewis. Yes, good to see Team 37, Seven Motorsports out there. There's the Maestro, 53, Lloyd Fountain. He was actually swapped teams. He was originally going to be in Team 52, Army Sports Car Racing 1, but he's been switched into Army Sports Car Racing 2. It's Lloyd Fountain in the MG Maestro. Of course, the MG Maestros had their own one-make series in the late 1980s. Not too many of them surviving these days. I was speculating early on that PDC Racing might have had some issues in the early part of the race, but Pip Hammond has just confirmed to me that they haven't. It was just the pace of their cars. Pip's not been out yet. Esther Quaitmere, or Dr. Esther Quaitmere I should say, because she's recently completed her PhD in computational fluid dynamics. Congratulations on that. She's doing 2 stints early on. The reason for that, she's doing 2 early stints, it's quite a bit of work to move the seat into the correct position for Pip, who is a fairly tall driver compared to his other half, who's much shorter, and get it into position. So she's doing 2 early stints, and Pip we'll see out later in the race.
Lead car now lapping in 2:11, Chaser at 2:16. But quicker than those in pursuit. So although the lead car is gaining 5-6 seconds a lap, the second car is not being caught by RJ Motorsport v 1.0 Cars 3 that runs in 3rd.
Yeah, we've not necessarily got the battle for the scratch race win that we do sometimes have here. Not quite so many teams capable of lapping in the pace that would give them the scratch honours this year, but there's great depth to the field, and it's going to make the handicap positions quite interesting. I should think that we'll be able to see those within the next few minutes, hopefully, and then down on the positions at the end of hour 2. Yeah, we should have those with you very shortly. I know that people will be keen to see how their favoured team is going on handicap. And a reminder, if you do want to see these for yourself, you can do that via the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk, 750mc.co.uk.
It's Hicklin who's taken up the cudgels out front, isn't it, in that 30 car?
Yeah.
The white car with the blue, and chased by the 24. That currently still McLeod.
I think so. I've not seen any evidence of it changing.
Yep.
They're getting much closer, as you were saying, to a dry time now, aren't they, as well?
Well, they were. Yes, the times have actually closed in again, so that looks a bit better for Raw in second place. But they had lost quite a lot over a number of laps.
R&R performance cars as well. That's the Ferraris. Obviously, it was Nigel Jenkins out there, I think, in the yellow Ferrari at the moment. He's lapping quite quickly as well, and the 217s are lapping faster than the RJ Motorsport V 1.0 car ahead. So the Ferrari is going very well overall on scratch, and lapping quite a bit quicker than the next car behind them, which is Area Motorsport 1, with I think Luke Handley out there now in the Golf. And then you've got the 7 race series teams, 6th and 7th, and 9th with Mad Cat Racing, Team 20, sandwiched in between them. Team 20 is the Caterham 420R team of Russ Oliphant, Catherine Everett, Matthew Welch, the team manager, and Tom Overton.
The Ginger Ralph Malf Racing team, Team 13, which has got a couple of star drivers in there. In fact, among them, Sean Lynn, Andy Wolf and Andrew Haddon have all won the Spa 6 Hours at different times over the years. Sean's won it a couple of times. Andrew Haddon, Ralphie as he's known, hence Ginger Ralph Malf Racing, Andy Wolf charging round. They've got Max Lynn, that's Sean's lad, driving Alex Lynn's brother, driving the Caterham Rosefort with Andrew Haddon. Those are the little puddle jumpers, as they were described this morning. They're not as quick, clearly, as the more powerful ones. They've got just a manual stick shift gearbox, and the Rosefort spec cars, good, reliable tools.
Noticed it looked to me as it went past the control box, the 36 car, the Intersport Racing car, had a letter D next to the number. Now, we've not been notified of a driver D, I don't think, for Team 36, so I'm not quite sure who that is, unless it's one of either Caitlin Wood and Michael Rudge having switched cars, which is always possible, of course, if they've had a problem with their own.
Maybe one for Lewis to sleuth down.
Yeah, I'm just going to
get Sergeant Lewis on the job.
Indeed, he was promoted to inspector, wasn't he, in his
Oh,
later
was he?
years? He was, yeah. I was just having a look to see if there's another bulletin that had been issued on the notice board online, but there isn't one, so that's not going to help me to find out who's in that particular car. It's a great view of the cars heading down the international pit straight there. Silverstone wing on the right hand side of shot. Grey cloud, but a little bit more lightness in the sky than we had earlier on.
Bit of a change of wind direction. That Union flag on top of the BRDC pavilion is now blowing hard towards me on the outside of Woodcote. I should say is socially distanced, the other side of Luke Austin's director's box, and we're on the outside of Woodcote atop the grandstand.
Yeah, it's certainly a blustery afternoon here at Silverstone. The Maestro I can see is into the pit lane as well. Also Lloyd Fountain for Team 53, the Army Motorsport 2.
Jenkins in that R&R Ferrari, just done his best lap, hasn't he? A 2:16.8, which is only about 3 seconds shy of the Radicals up front.
Yeah, I think looks like a 4:58 actually, doesn't it, rather than a 4:30 that one, which the other cars in the team are. That is one of the Radicals heading through shot there at Copse Corner. And another one. Chevrolet goes through. That's Luke Handley going through shot as well in the Golf. There's the Cerbera. See some frantic signalling there on the pit wall. Presume that's trying to communicate with the driver who ought to be coming into the pits next time round. Possibly has outstayed his stint on the circuit.
Yeah, the windscreen here on the commentary box is now pretty much cleared. So
yeah.
I'm wondering whether we are into a drier phase.
You say that, there's now spots of rain appearing on mine again, so not much, but
because you're 20 feet away.
yeah, it'll arrive in a moment.
Silverstone's famous for it.
Yeah. I can see 29A's into the pits as well now. That's 4 sides. So that's James McAllister now. Looks like a relatively short stint for him, because it's not that long ago that Paul Neville in the Escort RS2000 came in for 4 sides. We'd already had Alan Brick's Capri V8 in as well in an earlier part of the race. So maybe an unscheduled stop there for 4 sides. It only seemed like about 10 or 15 minutes ago that Paul Neville had brought his Escort in. Under braking for the pit lane there, it looked like number 52D nearly lost it as he tried to get down to the pit lane speed limit, and that's Douglas Inglis in his Mazda MX-5 for Army Sports Car Racing 1, the team that was 4th on Handicap in 2019. 4 drivers in that team, also including Mark Saunders in the Peugeot 206, Richard Palmer in the Honda Civic Type R, and Ben Gundry's Ford Fiesta as well. Those are the other drivers within Home of Sports Car Racing 1. They lost Lloyd Fountain, who's been deputed to Team 53, Home of Sports Car Racing 2. 70C, the Mazda Misfits. It's James McCann at the wheel at the moment. There's the Citroen C1 as well, you can see. Of course, we've had, not this season, but last season, the Citroen C1 24-hour race here on the Silverstone circuit as well. And that is the 39C car that we've been talking about earlier on, the James Poulsen car.
Making good progress is Mad Cat Racing with Team 20 cars. That's Russ Ollivant, Catherine Everett, Matthew Welsh, who's also the team manager, and Tom Overton. They're running in 8th overall, and they're a chunk ahead of the 3rd 7 race series, the Southerners, who have dropped back a little. So good impression they're making.
Just going through shot there was race leader Ash Eklund, number 30. RJ Motorsport V2.0, 63 laps completed by them now. Last lap was a 2:09, so within 2.5 seconds of the fastest lap time that we've seen so far during this race. And just over 5 seconds a lap faster than Raw Motorsport on that lap. Let's have a look at the overall positions on Handicap at the end of 2 hours. And it's Simpson Motorsport 39 that are out in front at the moment, as they were at the end of hour 1, 55 laps completed. Second on 49, JPR Sake Boys on 54. Up 16 places to third now. Team number 1, the Three Amigos 3.0, so last year's winners, up to third position, 54 laps. Fourth number 4, Hour Motorsport 2, 53 laps completed. They're up 17 places, up 18 places is the Team 46 in 5th place now. CMMCS All Sorts, 53 laps completed, the same number of laps for number 16 Revolution Racing, 38 Cord Sports CSCC Tin Tops as well, and 7 Race Series Northern Monkeys, those are all on 53 laps. In 8th place, in 9th place, long and short of it, they've lost a few places, down 5 in fact, 53. Premature Acceleration stayed where they are in 10th place. Number 67, 11th, Team 27, Team 7 Wasp, up 4 places, 53 laps completed, same number for lap for 45 for the JPR Fun Cup boys. Area Motorsport 1, who've made up 9 places that time. Coup de Grace down a couple of places in 14th position. RJ Motorsport V2.0. 4 sides up 40 places. They had a tough start to the race, but came back well in the second hour. 53 laps completed for Team 29. 17th, Team 52, Army Sports Car Racing 1. 18th, 37, 7 Motorsports, who we heard from a few moments ago with Lewis. 19th, number 25, Futura Classico. 20th, number 20, Mad Cat Racing. All 53 laps, as are Team 58, in 21st place, RAF Team Spitfire. On 52 laps, more comes for fun. They've lost places, but 7 race series Midlands have gained places. In 23rd place, number 33. 24th, number 18, mostly rusty even, two-seaters. 24th, up 24 positions from an hour ago. 25th place to the Random Racers, Team 6. 26th, number 13, Ginger Ralph Mouth Racing. 27th to 70, Mazda Misfits. 28th to 63, Breakdancers 2. 29th, 65, Routec Racing's BMW Flyers. 30th, 15, Billy Boys. 31st, 34, 7 Race Series Southern. And 32nd, 17th, all the M's in MR2s, all on 52 laps, all of those 8 cars. Further back, all of these on 52 laps as well. 24 Raw Motorsport, 5 R&R Performance cars, the Ferraris, 36 Intersport Racing, 21 Team Kennedy, 22 St Winifred School Choir, 35 MM Racing, 53 Army Sports Car Racing 2, and 48 ZRE2, or ZRE as I think they're now known. 41st, 3 more cars on 52 laps are 31 SRR Liqui Moly, 61 Flight and Tangerine Racing, and 767s. 51 laps, 62 Red Rascal, and 59 RAF Team Hurricane. Number 10 Run Baby Run, 42 Outcasts and 41 Cop Wombles, all on 51 laps. 49th place, Team 60, Team Billy Bob. Then 55, Team 55, 43 the Carmen Betweeners, 23 PTC Racing, 53rd, Team 54, Royal Navy Motorsport, 54th, 26 Canet Racing, and 55th, 66 Routec Racing's BMW Trials. All of those on 51 laps. Then we come to the cars on 50 laps. In 56th place, Team 11, Calm 4 Pots. 57th, number 3, RJ Motorsport 1.0. 58, 47, which is the Vintage Valeters as he's now known, rather than ZRE1. 59th, number 68, Team Turkey. 60th, number 8, Off There Z. 61st, number 40, Fanatic Motorsport. 62nd, number 28, 4040 Racing. 63rd, number 14, Rogues Troopers. 64th, number 57, Touch and Go. Finally, 4 more cars to go. 56, Bimmer Porks and Mazda. On 49 laps, 4 corners on 48. Number 50, NOC Racing MGs 46, 64, 68th number 19 Crossacre, also on 46 laps, and right at the back on Handicap, I'm afraid, the Calm Boxster Boys. 45 laps completed once the handicap's been taken into account, and that's down 11 places from their position an hour ago. So that's the position at the end of 2 hours. We're now about 2.5 hours into the race, but it does take a little bit of time for the handicap positions to be in. I think the 4 sides team those had the unscheduled stop because of an issue with a bonnet pin, we are being told. So that's the handicap positions. I expect we'll probably get the class handicap positions on screen as well in due course. Watching the Porsche go through and the Americana next to it. While I've been looking at that, the rain has continued to fall here, and I think, if anything, the gap between the top 2 has continued to come out.
Yeah, it's been sort of toing and froing, but last time round, leaders, as Hicklin in 30, was 5 seconds quicker than his pursuer, having lost a couple of the previous laps, so some of that may well be down to traffic. Trying to see who down the field is putting in quick times. There's 1 or 2 that are kind of batting above their position, but they're quite a long way down at the moment. Seven Race Series Midlands still continues to pull. Well, it's running in 6th place, Team 33. Last time round, the Northern Monkeys 7 Race Series, just behind, lapped quicker, But quicker still was the Southerners who are trying to make up ground. In the middle of all that is Madcap Racing, Team 20. So plenty of Caterham action, certainly just outside the top 5.
Yes, they're all pretty close together, aren't they? The Caterham's outside the top 5, as you say, 5th, or 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th at the moment. And then 11th, there's another Caterham 17. Nice Lotus just going past my commentary box window is Andrew Rath's Lotus Europa, Team 60, Team Billy Bob.
Ginger Ralph Mouth team is pulling up. They've done well in the last hour or so on Handicap, moving up a lot of places, but they're back up into 13th place overall. That's the Wolf, Haddon, Lynn and Lynn team.
I can see, sorry to interrupt Marcus, I can see on the CCTV, the circuit CCTV, at the pit lane exit, there is a Radical-esque looking, no, was it the Seeker? I think it's the Seeker that is being pushed back up into the pit lane the wrong way. Yeah, it's the Seeker thing, but with the door open, it looks like it's an open car. Let's head down to Lewis Beals in the pit lane. Let's see who he's got.
Oh, thank you very much there, guys. And we're down here in, I'll tell you what, we're in pit C3, 3C, with Andrew Haddon. Andrew, it's great to see you. We've just been catching up on old times. We knew each other back in the day when you used to rally cars at Snetterton.
Yeah, a long time ago that. Sometimes inclement weather up there. But yeah, it was a lot of fun in those days, many years ago. But, you know, would still love to do it, but racing, I can't do everything, you know.
Yeah, you said you actually did the last time you did the Birkett was in '91 at Snetterton. A bit different, you know, and a bit of a long distance from 19 years ago.
Yeah, true. It's yeah, I think I sort of cut my teeth racing with the little Caterhams, and then, you know, we had a lot of fun with them, and then I got an opportunity to race one here with my friends today. You know, a bit of reliving your youth is good fun, nice.
And you're racing here tomorrow, you tell me?
Yeah, there's a 3-hour race tomorrow, a tourist trophy race for historic cars, and we're running a little Lotus Elan 26R in that. See how we get on, you know. Quick little thing, you know. If it's there at the end, it'll have a good result, I'd have thought.
Yeah. So, have you done a stint yet?
Yeah, I had a little stint earlier. We just got 2 cars running. I was in the slower car, the little road sport one, which actually is a lot of fun. So my boys have been on the phone and they're coming of age soon and they're chomping at the bit to get in one.
So, will you be taking a back seat and letting the lads having a go?
No, not yet. They want to do. They'd like to come and race at Spa 6 hours, so we can all have a go and do it as a family. That's why we've been enjoying racing with Sean for a long time, and now his young lad Max is out there now, and it's nice to do it. You know, when you see the kids get older and you race them, it's good fun.
Yeah, and it's great to see you here anyway, and I hope to see you, you know, back again another time, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thanks, mate. Thank you very much. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, great to see you, Andrew. Back to you guys in the comms box.
Yeah, so that's Ralphie Haddon, Andrew Haddon, or Ralphie as he's known. It's painted on the side of his crash helmet as well, and he's certainly enjoying himself in the Caterham Road Sport. Out front, the times have come down a little bit again. So Raw holding its own in second place, but it's a lap down, the 24 team, lap down on the race leader, but lapping in broadly similar times. Last time round a second quicker, a couple of laps before that, second or so slower. So watch for that to develop. RJ Motorsport V1.0 in third. They're 4 laps off the beam, so quite a lot of ground to make up there over the remaining 3 hours and 25 minutes of this 2020 Grove and Dean 70th anniversary Birkett 6-hour relay. Named for Holly Birkett, one of the founders of the 70 Motor Club, Holland Birkett himself. Those Beetle Fun Cup cars are at it hammer and tongs, aren't they? Yellow flags there waving on the approach to that's Cops, isn't it?
I can tell you, Marcus, that Team 5 have got a stop-and-go penalty. The black flag is being shown from the finish line, with a stop-and-go penalty board being hung out as well.
Pascal, what's happened?
Well, this is what I'm trying to find out. I do have a list of...
And that's they are on a Ferrari, isn't it?
Yeah. So a
Fourth place.
Yeah. So a stop-and-go penalty can be for a few different reasons. A false start, but it's not going to be that because we're 2.5 hours into the race. Driving in the pit lane in the wrong direction. No, it can't be. Failure to respect starting position. It's not going to be that. So it's one of overtaking under a safety car. Well, we've not had one. Overtaking under a yellow flag or excess speed in the pit lane. So it'll be one of those two things really. Excess speed in the pit lane, in which case the stop and I think the car's coming in now actually.
Yes, it is.
It'll be 1 second for each kilometre per hour over the limit times 2, so 2 seconds per kph. Or if it's a 60-second stop, that'll be for overtaking under a yellow flag. So if it's less than a minute, I suspect it will be an excess speed in the pit lane issue. Which, if they have done a driver change recently, which I think they must have done, then I suspect it's
yeah, because Jenkins was out in the yellow car, wasn't he? And that car. The white one's just come in, so yes, that must have been a bit.
Yeah, there you can see the car being held in the penalty area, the penalty being counted down, and the car will be released as soon as. Well, it's actually a fairly lengthy stop, isn't it? So it might be. It was either a serious excess speeding breach, or it is a 60-second penalty for overtaking under a yellow flag, which might actually be the more likely explanation now.
Very frustrating sitting there in the sin bin, watching the time go tick away.
Well, especially as it may not be you that's been the issue.
Indeed.
It may be your teammate. Rally-style countdown there for the last 5 seconds, and the car gets back out into the race.
5 A and D, but handily with neither of the numbers taped out, so we're not sure which driver's in that one.
Oh, it's either Vance Kearney or Richard Dougal aboard at the moment, one or the other of them. So 2 hours 37 minutes have now gone in this race. There's the Intersport car going through, which is 12th at the moment. Citroen C1's coming into the pit lane, I can see. That's the 39D car, James Poulton. Well, C car, I should say, James Poulton.
That's going to mean that one of the quicker cars will go out for Simpson Motorsport, won't it?
Yeah, well, it might be the Honda, or it might be the Audi RS3. And if it's the Audi RS3, it'll probably be Hugo Cook, because he's not been out yet in this race, we don't think. I think it's been Sasha Cad that's done the driving so far. I've never got to the bottom of what happened with the JPR Saker boys, because as I say, I think, yeah, I can see that car actually on the CCTV. It's just on the exit of Cops Corner. I don't think it will be in range of our cameras, unfortunately, but I can see it on the CCTV, and it's parked up by the pit lane exit Armco barrier, pointing up the pit lane, as if it's had a problem on the way out of the pits. But that appears to be then the Saker out of the race, which I just think leaves the Fun Cup car running for that team now, so that's going to continue to drop down the order, I suspect.
That's team 49, isn't it?
Yeah.
They've already lost one Saker this morning, which was a double-driven car.
Yeah, I think
so they were behind it all the way through, weren't they?
So I think they will continue to drop down the order as this race wears on. They're showing at the moment in 17th, but I don't think they've completed a lap for a little while now. So that car is off just beyond the camera that we were just looking from, actually, at Club's Corner, just out of range of that. Oh, and the 4070 are in problems again. I think it's the same car, actually, that's in dramas. It looks like it's
tops out from time to time, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's driver D this time, Mark Jones. I wonder if he's just able to turn it off and back on again.
Sort of reboot the system and maybe complicated electrics. Yes, it's done exactly as you suggested. So
see if he can get back up to pace, or if he does, if he comes back into the pit lane this time. I think that's what happened last time we saw that car stop out on circuit. And I think it was in the hands of Robert Taylor. 3 hours 20 left to go. RJ Motorsport V2.0 leading the way then from Raw Motorsport, and RJ Motorsport V1.0. Huge group of cars, including a couple of the Beetle Fun Cup cars, 3 of them almost together in
Have RJ changed? Because the last lap was a 2:55, lap 70.
I didn't.
There's an outlap, I wonder.
It may have been. I didn't spot a car coming into the pit lane. And we do on the screen I've got. I don't think on the screen that you've got, Marcus. It does sort of flash up when a car is coming into the pits.
71 RJ's just gone through. It's a different car, so yes, they're back with the grey car that's just flashed through the screen at Cops Corner.
Okay,
so that was an outlap. So
that'll be either Matthew Jones or Joe Crook then in that car. Then we think, depending on which one they've done. It could be Scott Mansell again, of course. But
didn't see the yellow crash helmet,
no.
so I'm assuming it's not. The Green Lotus has been going quickly.
Yeah, and it's just ahead actually of the Radical that we're trying to work out who's aboard at the moment. There is the Radical just in behind. We'll see if we can pick that up at the moment. That's the Track Time Solutions Lotus, though, of who did I say it was? Andrew Rath in the Lotus Europa. Just about to head into Stowe Corner. Colin Benham might be out again for Run Baby Run, Team 10, just getting through the front of shot.
The Audi IC is back out again. That was in the back of the shot on the Hangar Straight, the Checkered and Cook car.
So we suspect Cook now aboard that one. The Radical about to pass the Lotus on the way into Abbey. With a bit of luck, we might be able to just pick up the letter on that car as it comes through, but it's quite a low camera angle and the letter is mounted quite low down, and we're looking at the Lotus rather than Radical that's ahead of it, which doesn't help, although a very lovely Lotus it is. It's not what we're trying to see at the moment in terms of just trying to work out who's aboard car 30. And head through the loop onto the Wellington straight.
I reckon 24, the Raw team also had a stop. That was a 2:49 on the clock for them on their 70th lap.
Dr. Esther Quaitmere in Pips. Nova just going through shot for PDC Racing. He were improved on handicap. I noted at the
25E gone round.
Yes, and it will rejoin. That is 25E should be Stuart Jeffcott's Porsche according to my list. It's clearly not a Porsche, so it could be that. Yeah, it's more than likely going to be either the Liam Wright or Michael Wright in the E30. It looked like an E30, didn't it? 318 IS.
Yeah.
So we won all the other of those, I suspect. Yellow flags on the start and finish straight. I'm wondering if that's because they're trying to recover now the Seika from the pit lane exit. Yes, they're about to do that. I can see the Land Rover on my CCTV screen heading into the pits. Being attacked by a man with a lightsaber here, or possibly he's just changing the light bulb in the commentary box, which is an excellent service. Thank you to him for that. Cars heading down the Hangar Straight once
There
again.
were 3 Fun Cup cars at the head of that group, weren't there?
There were, great. I have light, by the way, so that's a development. Certainly be very glad to have that in about 3 hours' time. As we come into the final knock-ins of this race, when it will get a bit gloomy. 2 Radicals together now. That one of them is the race-leading car, and it is 30C.
That's attacking, isn't it? It's a 24 car. It's attacking, trying to get unlapped.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a tight one because the Fun Cup car hadn't seen the Radical that was chasing down the lead Radical and squeezed it off the track.
30C then is Matthew Jones, who's taken over the 30 car. But there, as you say, is the 24 car. That's 24B at this stage, which is Shane Stoney again back out there, who started the race, of course, but made an early stop with dramas.
Sticking throttle, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And here comes Stoney round that, round those gaggle of fun cups.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what kind of pace we can expect from Mark Jones, who's out there in the number 30 car at the moment, whether he's someone who's going to be able to keep Stoney at bay. But certainly Stoney showed very good pace in the early part of the race.
Is that Matthew Jones? Looks like he's been gobbled up over this lap, and Stoney's going to sweep past, isn't he?
He is. So this will be to unlap itself, and it's happening just in front of us actually, as they head down the start and finish straight.
Not so soon, he says.
No, not at all.
Matthew Jones has an answer to that.
Here they come, and it's still Stoney behind. Meanwhile, Jones is flashing his lights at slower cars ahead of him. And this makes it a bit more difficult for Stoney to find a way past. Got a Porsche to get past next after the Caterham.
Of course, it's Matthew Jones only been out a couple of laps, so he wouldn't know necessarily that the car chasing him is the car that's second in the order, albeit a lap down.
Well, the key point there, he might not know it's a lap down. He might think this is for
position,
the lead, yeah, which it's not. Now Stoney's going to have the inside line here for.
They're very evenly matched, aren't they?
They are indeed. Not a lot to choose between them. I think Stoney is going to get the move done, though. Yes, he is. And be interesting to see now if he's able to pull away from Matthew Jones. Now he's got through. Already put one of the Fun Cup cars between himself and his rival. And this could be an important phase of the race, this, because if Stoney can make some progress here and pull out some, or gain some ground.
Yeah, it's interesting. He didn't look like he was going to gain a lot of ground, but he's suddenly pulled about 100 metres, something like that, and that might be worrying. You think chasing would be easier for Jones, but Stoney's certainly going about it like he means to try to unlap.
Let's head down to Lewis Beals in the pit lane. Once again, he's got someone else to talk to.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm down here with RJ Motorsport V2.0 and Ashley Hicklin. Ashley, you were out there for a while, and you led him really well.
Yeah, we decided to do instead of a 70-minute stint, put me out for 80, try and take some pressure off the other car, and just with the conditions changing the way they are at the moment, and it keeps going greasy, dry. So yeah, we just thought we'll try and hold out for a bit longer and then hopefully send the other car out on slicks, which we've done. So yeah, it's down to the next car now.
Were you on slicks?
Yes, I was, yeah. Decided to stay with the slicks. I think it's the best option for it. Did get greasy in places, like I say, towards the other side where the wing is. But yeah, enjoyed it. Just take it in your stride, really.
Yeah, we could see on the TV screen is that suddenly there was a sort of a misty rain over the far side of the circuit. But I take it because you've got the slicks up, up to temperature and hot, it's not so bad after all.
Yeah, it's not too bad as long as you've got temp in the tyre. If anything, it probably helps our tyres for the longer stints. We're keeping so the temperature doesn't go too high. But yeah, it worked out quite well. I enjoyed the stint. Traffic's always fun as usual.
Yeah, I've seen some of it, 4 or 5 cars trying to get into the corner at the same time.
Yeah, I think everyone's that same 6 feet of track. I don't think anyone knows social distancing when it comes to racing, but
Is this your first time at the Birkett?
No, this is our 3rd time doing it. I've come second twice now. So first year was 2018 when we lost the area motorsport by half a second. So we've hopefully 3rd time lucky we'll get a win. I'm really hoping so. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, it's really competitive between you and Raw Motorsport. So it really just going to hinge on probably the last stint.
Yeah, it seems to be. Raw are doing a good job as they always do. I think they're pretty experienced when it comes to radicals on running them. They're a nice group of guys. So yeah, we'll let the best man win.
Yeah, good luck, and we hope everything can work out well for you.
Cheers, thank you very much.
All right, back to you in the commentary box.
Thank you, Lewis. Yes, good to hear from Ash Hickton there, and his team, RJ Motorsport V2.0, is still leading, albeit by a little bit less than a lap up now, with the Raw Motorsport car of Shane Stoney having unlapped itself. And lapping about 3.5 seconds quicker based on the last times through. If you can keep that up for, I don't know, a few laps, then it could get the gap down to maybe half a lap, let's say. I suppose that would take about 20 laps to do that.
Yeah,
though,
20 laps is what? It's going to be, 70 seconds, something like that.
Yeah.
It's not going to be enough, but it's going to certainly change the dynamic of the race.
Yeah, that's right. But he's got to keep that up as well. And as Ash was saying, the conditions are constantly changing, aren't they?
Is that the same Seat in trouble again?
Yes.
It is, isn't it?
It is.
I wonder if it's got some sort of intermittent ignition cutout problem or fuel pump problem or something like that. That if you flick the button around, the switch around, you can get it going again. But it's certainly very frustrating. It's the third time we've seen problems with that car.
Yes, and it may well have happened on occasions when we've not been looking at it as well. So, where are they running? Let's just have a quick look. Team 47 in 21st position, which is not too shabby, but maybe they would be a little bit, or expect to be a little bit further up the order on scratch with the cars that they've got at their disposal.
Another 4 seconds hacked back by Stoney in the 24 car in second place. That's that beautifully turned out Honda Civic, isn't it?
Yeah, Dan Ludlow's car.
Yes.
Yeah, he usually races that with the Classic Sports Car Club in one of their categories, but it is really nicely turned out with that metallic blue livery. That's Team 69, long and short of it. Chris Everall's team. But yeah, I saw that car racing at Donington in a CSCC race a few weeks ago, and it's certainly one that caught my eye and took a win as well on that occasion. Some really nicely turned out cars. Yeah, I see that for Team 1, which are the reigning champions from last year as far as handicap are concerned, it looks like David Drinkwater's out there now in the BMW Compact, and that's the car that he's also driving this year in Hot Hatch, and he's leading the Hot Hatch Championship, looking to regain retain his Hot Hatch title, running in Class C of the Multi-Class Hot Hatch Championship. Looks like he's going to be favourite to wrap that up when it completes here, I think it is.
10.5 seconds hacked back that time by 24. Second place.
Yeah, that's good going, isn't it? And getting close again to within 3 seconds of a dry time as well. Although there are still spots of rain on our commentary box window, I'm not sure that it's actually raining at the moment. Unfortunately, we can't tell by looking to see whether the spectators have got their brollies up or not, because we don't have any spectators here at Silverstone for the Birkett this year, which is a great shame. It is one of the great institutions of club racing. There's the Class A lead on handicap. Yeah, that is the David Drinkwater car. Overall handicap winner as well. Last year, as we said, and he's gone with Paul Hinson and Adam Reed. We've already seen Paul out. I don't know if we've seen Adam out yet in the first half of this race. David Drinkwater well used to doing long distance races as well, and a variety of machinery, so this is something quite familiar to him. And he's got the yellow 206 with him as well, which is that the 38 car? Yeah, it's 38B, which is Steve Simpson in the Peugeot 206 RC. That's a nicely presented car as well. Just a bit further up the road is the Radical.
Yeah, that's gobbling up all manner of tin tops down the Wellington Straight, isn't it?
Certainly
Another
is.
4 seconds that time through.
Drinkwater turning his way around the right-hander at Luffield and towards Woodcut. You can see the dashed line on the outside of the circuit there at Luffield. You can see it briefly. That was I think that's where the superbike riders, when they're serving their long lap penalty, they have to deviate the wrong side, if you like, of those dotted lines to serve their penalty when the British superbikes are here.
There used to be an overtaking line at Goodwood between the chicane and the pits for members' meetings, and the slower cars had to keep to one side of it, and the overtaking had to be done in an orderly manner.
Seems very civilised.
Right crowd and no crowding, they used to say.
Indeed. So there's Drinkwater, and he's just up behind. That's Mick Nichols, yes it is, in the 17A, all the M's in MR2s. Car, Mick, father of Maxine, we saw out earlier on. That's the 3 Radical that's in the back of shot there, which is the RJ Motorsport V1.0 car. And who is that at the moment? We just couldn't quite see the number. I think it was either Alistair Smart or possibly Jason Green out there at the moment. Maybe Jason Green, I think, looking at the car. That's out at the moment for that particular team. Here's the team of the race leaders, though, and it's still the same driver in that car. So Matthew Jones in the SR3 RSX. But Drinkwater here will know that what he needs to deliver is a consistent stint, because that's the secret, isn't it, to handicap success. It's consistency, no problems with the cars, no spins, just relentless.
Yep. No spins, no submissions, and no knockout, as they say. It's all about just being smooth, neat, staying out of trouble, and being just very, very aware of what's around you at every stage of the race. Interestingly, when Andy Wolff, who's in this race in one of the caterings, he was in a fantastic Elan battle. He was driving in Elan, and Marino Franchitti, who'd won the Sebring 12 Hours a few years back in a modern prototype, he was in an E-Type Jag, and the conditions were absolutely foul. And Andy made the very good point that because the drivers of the slower cars couldn't see them coming, it was less of a hindrance, because they didn't know what to look for, so they just stayed where they were, did their own thing, and let the fast guys get by. And that's a very good strategy for these sort of things. It's not for the drivers of the slower cars who are driving their own race to actually wobble out of the way when a quick car comes along. It's for the driver of the quick car to choose the correct part of the circuit to get past safely.
Well, that's a good point, and it's sort of reiterated in the driver's briefing as well, which is, you know, if you are the slower car, stick to your line, stick to your usual braking point, don't do anything unpredictable, because that's when incidents can occur. So I guess if you're not aware that there's a faster car coming up behind you, you will naturally do your own thing rather than think, oh right, how can I best get out of the way of this this car that's coming behind me. I mean, there are blue flags as well used, of course, but they can't be relied upon in a race like this, because all the marshals, they won't know the relative positions of all of these cars. They can just spot a quicker car coming up and catching a slower car.
And you've got some very quick drivers in some relatively puny cars, if you like, in terms of power output. But you've also got some very, very inexperienced drivers. They've got to learn somewhere, and an event like this is actually a very, very good place to learn, because you get lots of seat time, and you get out there for a couple or maybe 3 stints if you're lucky, and that really helps with the development process.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're relatively inexperienced, it's a good way of learning how to deal with traffic, or be the traffic, as it were, and how you need to conduct yourself in those ways. And if you're then going to do any of the racing, for example, the 750 Motor Club and things like Club Enduro, where you're going to get lots of lappery as well, then it's a really, really useful skill.
24. Shane Stoney did a 100 mile an hour lap last time through, 2:11.54, which was another 8.5 seconds quicker than the lead car of Matthew Jones.
Yeah,
30.
The gap 153 now, which has come down quite a lot already then, hasn't it, compared to where it was.
Considering the lapping in kind of towards 220, somewhere between 210 and 220, that's a significant inroad.
It is. It's very significant indeed. I'm going to try and do the maths in my head now. It's something like, I wish I'd not started this. about 7%, 6 or 7%, I think, of maybe a little bit less than that, of a lap time. That's quite a lot to make up on each lap. But there we go. There's one of the Hyundais going through for Team 16, which is Revolution Racing. So that's either going to be Andy Molson or Mark Jones or Darren Ford.
Here comes an Interceptor coming in. Interceptor? No, not Interceptor.
Intersport.
Intersport. Or Instasport are our list.
Yeah, so that's from 10th position coming into the pit lane. We're watching the Team 5 BMW go through. 55, Team 5. And it's the BMW Compact of Mark Skeggs, Mark Shang or Andrew Shang out in that car at the moment. So we can pick up which one of those it is in due course. Let's have a quick rundown on the order. Oh, before I do that, that's 68C, which is Kieran Power's BMW Z4 for Team Turkey. He's got going again once again, which is good to see, in the team managed by Sam Barrett. We saw Sam in dramas early with his Honda Civic, didn't we? And Stefan Murphy in another BMW Z4 is the third driver in that team. As we watched,
gone past the halfway mark, Ian.
We have. Shall I do a quick rundown on the order, seeing as we are
good plan.
3 hours in? So the lead being held by number 30, RJ Motorsport V2.0, 79 laps completed. Second, 24 is Raw Motorsport, who are less than a lap behind now, but on our screens are a lap behind because they've not come through to complete their 79th lap. Third, number 3, RJ Motorsport Motorsport V1.0. They're about 4 laps behind the leader now. Number 5 is in 4th position. That's R&R Performance Cars. That's Ferraris. That's despite a 1 minute stop and go penalty that they had to serve for a yellow flag infringement. They've completed 72 laps. 5th, number 33, 7 Race Series Midlands. 6th, number 51, Area Motorsport 1. They're both on 72 laps. On 71 laps, 7th, number 32, 7 Race Series North and Mad Cat Racing, number 20. And then all of these on 70, 34, 7 Race Series South in number 34, 9th, 10th, number 36 in Sport Racing, 11th, number 4 Area Motorsport 2, and 12th, number 15 Billy Boys.
Conditions have got a lot worse. A much slower lap for number 24, Shane Stoney. Lost about 10 seconds to the race leader. Now, maybe he got stuck somewhere, but it looks to me as though the rain's coming down now in greater torrents than before.
It does rather, doesn't it? Just quickly run down the rest of the top 20. 13th, number 13, Ginger Ralph Mouth Racing. 14th, number 41, the Cot Wombles. 15th, 38, Cold Sport CSCC Tin Tops. 16th, 60, Team Billy Bob. 17th, number 767's 18th, 65. As the Ferrari goes for a spin, it's been caught out by these conditions. It's the R&R Performance Car that's been in 4th position, and it will try to regain the tarmac. Just quickly finish off, I think we've got 17th, number 767s, 18th, 65, Route 8 Racing BMWs, 19th, number 49, JPR Saker Boys, and 20th, 47, the Vintage Valleters. But the Ferrari having a spin onto the very wet grass there. Yeah,
it did. And now there's the response. A 2:38 for the leader, as he's another one off is the 52B car. The leader's response when he had the long wet lap, 2:38. So that puts Stoney's 2:22 into perspective. That's 16 seconds gained.
Yeah. 52B, by the way, is Ben Gundry in the Army Sports Car Racing 1 team, Fiesta, with a team managed by Dan Tedstone. So he's heading in, but yes, last lap a bit slower, I think, for Shane Stoney, but he is continuing to catch.
But you'll see that because it all unwinds, the stagger unwinds, and his lap on the very wet was 2:22, and Jones's lap was a 2:38. So a 2:27 was the last lap for Stoney in 24. We'll see then what Jones can do in 30.
39E is just getting out. That's Chris White's Honda Civic. First time I've seen the Civic out for that team today, and that must be because Hugo Cook has come in the Audi RS3 that wasn't out there for very long for Simpson Motorsport. Team 39, who are now running, they're way down now in 22nd position. They've lost a lot of time, haven't they? So maybe Hugo Cook actually stopped out on circuit, and it's taken a while to get the next car out. That's dropped a long way down the order compared to where it was. There's Mick Nichols again, and he's just in behind that nice looking Honda Integra there. Heading down towards us, and the 50B car, another of the Mazda 7s. That's David Jones's car. Mazda 7. 50B turning its way onto the international pit straight. And certainly the conditions really have taken a turn for the worse. Wipers on, I think, on all the cars that have them available. And the lap times have dropped off by, again, around about 20 seconds compared to where they were even about 10 minutes ago. So, conditions.
Doesn't stop the two Toyota Tyres 7s lapping, going round Stowe side by side, and then going either side of a Honda, and then inside about 3 more cars, including a very obliging Peugeot driver at into Vale.
Yeah, absolutely right. The Caterhams often go well in these kind of conditions, and I think we'll see a good scratch performance. I'll just get the feeling. Oh, there's another penalty board being shown. Let's have a look. I don't believe it. It's a stop-go penalty, and it's for Team 5 yet again. R&R Performance, well, they've already served a stop-go penalty once, and I think they're the only team that has that, as far as I've noticed during this race. And they're going to do so again, and whether this is for pit lane speeding or for an issue with yellow flag infringement again, I don't know. But to do it once is
unfortunate.
Unfortunate twice, extremely careless. And it might cost them positions, because if you have a couple of lengthy stop-go penalties, that's equivalent to the thick end of a lap, potentially. They've had that spin as well, of course.
1:42 now between the leaders, and that's another 10 seconds plus gained by Stoney.
Yeah, he's gone really well on this stint, and be interesting to see how close he can get before the end of his.
In fact, it was 11 seconds quicker, and there's 102 seconds between them.
So another 10 laps
at this rate.
Yeah. But it's notable, isn't it, that in the wet he's got more advantage than the dry. Oh, and a car spinning there at the village hairpin, just disappearing out of our shot. One of the BMWs. But yeah, in the wet, Stoney's advantage is bigger than it is in the dry. The Ferrari's coming in, I can see, which I think we eventually concluded was which driver. Anyways, it's about to go into the penalty box, team number 5. So seen the black flag, and same driver aboard, and going to have to serve this penalty.
If it doesn't have a strip through the number, does it? That's what we found last time.
I think I did spot a number which did have a strip through the number on one of the cameras. Right, there's now another board going on, which I think is probably just saying rain lights on. Or rear lights on, yeah. So that's useful advice in these conditions, to get the rear lights of the cars on to improve visibility. Ferrari's still there, so there's going to be a 60-second stop. I suspect it might be, which might be another yellow flag infringement.
VW Fun Cup car about to overtake a Radical.
Well, the Radical is coming into the pits, to be fair, which is 3D at this stage, so that is Jason Green as a thought. So that's for RJ Motorsport V1.0, the team in 3rd position. So he'll hand over to one of his teammates.
That's their 77th lap. The two lead teams are way clear, 82 and 81 respectively, and it's about to be 82 and 82, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely right, because the gap probably this time is going to be around about a minute and a half, I would think, at the rate that Shane Stoney's been catching.
Stoney was stuck behind the Peugeot at Beckett's.
Indeed. Right, I'm just going to leave things with you for a moment, Marcus.
So let's see what it's. It's 1:37 between them now. 5 seconds gained by Shane Stoney in the 24 car. He's the chaser. And out front, it's Matthew Jones for RJ Motorsport. But Stoney, one of 3 drivers in Team 24, doing a grand job to pull that gap in, that deficit in. Of course, the Radical teams were placed slightly out of kilter earlier on when Stoney had that sticking throttle after the change of cable between qualifying and the race start at 11:45. In 3rd is the other RJ Motorsport team at the moment on 77 laps, despite the fact it's just stopped. It's a couple of laps clear of R&R performance cars. The Ferrari team hobbled by a couple of pit stop and goes for various reasons. Fifth is 33, 7 Race Series Midlands, which is less than 7 seconds quicker or ahead of 32, the Northern Monkeys 7 Race Series team. That's the two I think we saw go round the cars at Stowe. Then it's Area Motorsport 1, the Class B leaders in 51. They're on 75 laps as well as those Caterhams. In 8th place 20, Mad Cat Racing, another Caterham team. 9th, further Caterhams, at 34, 7 Race Series Southern. And they are doing a grand job too. In fact, where are they in comparison? They're a lap ahead currently of Area Motorsport 2, second in that B division. Intersport Racing with the BMW we saw pit recently, Team 36, they're 11th and 12th. 15th is Billy Boys, ahead of Team 13, which is 13th. Ginger Ralph Mouth Racing, the Andrew Haddon, Sean Lynn, Andy Wolf and Max Lynn team. 14th, Anna Gramovitz team number 41 is Cock Wombles. Their 15th is Cold Sport. Lewis, in the pits, you've got news for us.
Okay, thank you very much, boys, and I'm down here with the JPR Saker boys with Steve Harris. Steve, I'm glad to see you're in one piece, but the Saker's not. It's a bit tired, I think.
Yeah, it's it doesn't look pretty anyway, but a pretty safe car, and it wasn't a big bump, so I'm fine. Not a bruise anywhere.
Yeah, just tell us what happened. You said you left the pits here. Were you on slicks?
Yeah, I left the pits on slicks because we tried some Dunlop wets on the Fun Cup, and after 15 minutes it had shredded them. So with the Saker, it would have lasted 5 minutes. So we said, right, slicks. So I went out on slicks, but too greasy for slicks. So. And
sadly, you binned it somewhere down the about halfway round.
No, I actually binned it. I just got onto the track from the pit lane.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
I binned it. So very embarrassing, really, but.
Well, I don't think you've been the only one now. I think that's sort of the conditions are tricky. So you're just down to the 2 Fun Cups now?
Yeah, that's right. So we'll just have to keep going gently and see how we get on.
Yeah, well, obviously, Paul Rose was basically programmed for Saker, but you had problems yesterday. Can you just explain what happened?
Yeah, he was going down Hanger Straight, and you're touching well over 160 mile an hour in these things down there. Got to the bottom and the brake pedal went straight to the floor. So he threw it sideways, spun, ended up buried in the barrier. So that was a big mess, that one.
Well, I can see Paul in the car, so he's okay.
Yeah, he's fine. The doctors checked him out. He's still as silly as he was when he got here, but no, he's absolutely fine.
Yeah, you were telling me, but the event, I believe the first time you turned up, I believe you won it. But since then, you haven't had a lot of luck, have you?
No, we haven't. Every year we just seem to have issues and little trials and tribulations. You know, it's a bit of a nightmare, really. But we are contemplating doing it with 3 Fun Cup cars next year. We'll leave the Sakers at home, see if that changes the luck.
Anyway, it's good to see that you're okay, and even if the cars are a bit bent. But anyway, I hope the rest of the day goes okay for your team.
I'm sure it will, but that's great. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Steve. And back to you in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Lewis. So that explains the demise of the 2 Sakers that were in the team. One yesterday in testing, and then poor Steve Harris today. He's managed to clonk the barrier in his. Say out on slicks in the wet. So out front we've got the leading cars 30 and 24 on effectively the same lap. 24 still chasing as hard as he can, but we've gone through there. Another of the radicals has gone through, and the gap down to 137 between them.
It was a relatively slow lap though for the 24 car, wasn't it? 2:47 compared to a 2:48 for
it was
the leader.
And I think that may have been because there's been a change of personnel out there. I think it might have been the the Dayglow coloured car that suddenly was in there. We've got the 3 of Charles Graham back on track.
Yeah, that would make sense because that's now lapping faster than the 2 cars ahead of it, isn't it? That the number 3 car did a 2:35 last time through compared to 2:47s, 2:48s.
And that is 5 laps down on 79 laps.
It is, so that's not really going to come into the equation, I don't think. Yes, it certainly is raining outside, pretty unpleasant, pretty blustery, I can tell you, having stepped out for a moment or two. So difficult conditions for the drivers to deal with for the final 2 hours 45 minutes of this race. I suspect this may be a bit more set in now.
That's Chris Compton Goddard, isn't it, with that blue Ferrari with the stripe over it. Very pretty car.
Yeah, looking very nice indeed.
And they're still running 4th, despite the fact they've had the 2 pit lane penalties.
Yes. Yeah, I don't think they would be any further up the order if they hadn't had the penalties.
No.
They're two laps behind. So, well, having said that, they're only 2.5 seconds ahead of 7 Race Series Midlands now, aren't they? So the Caterham, we don't have representative lap times to compare. It will be quicker now.
And Area Motorsport 1 and Mad Cat Racing are integers between the 3 7 Race Series teams now. So they're 5th, 7th and 9th 7 Race Series, Midlands, Northern Monkeys and Southern. But in between them, Area Motorsport 1, Team 51 and Mad Cat Racing 20. Now the Caterham team are in 8th place, team number 20.
Yeah, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th separated only by about 26 seconds, which after 3.25 hours of racing is quite something. So we'll see how the battles for more than likely the positions outside the podium develop over this race. I suspect the Caterham teams, or even possibly Area Motorsport with the worsening conditions, might come into this a bit more. Area Motorsport, of course, have been successful overall on occasion as well.
61 seconds, 101 between the lead teams.
Wow.
Now a 2:59, is that a change of personnel out front as well?
It
Could
may,
well be for
it
30.
may well be. Again, I didn't see a radical sneak into the pit lane.
No, I didn't.
It may well have done without us spotting it. But yes. But we've already got the 24 car back out again, haven't we? So
yes, try and spot who's out for who in those radicals.
yeah, that's something to focus our attention on over the next few moments. I'm now at the point where I can see cars coming into the pits, but I can't tell what shape they are because of the rain on the windscreen. It's one of the BMW 116s that's just heading into the pit lane.
Yeah, very nicely turned out, those cars, aren't they? Very eye-catching.
Yes, did a really good job, 4040 Racing, to put out such a well-presented cars. I think they did lose one in the road sports practice session at Snetterton last weekend to a Prang. Not sure if it's one of those that's involved today, but that's been restored to its former glory, if it was a separate car.
So 86 has been through, Team 86, and that is a different, I didn't see which one of them it was, but it's certainly a different radical which now leads for the same team. RJ Motorsport V2.0 on 86 laps.
The shot overlooking Club Corner and the Vale. As the cars drop down from Stowe Corner, you can see there the 47 Citroen C1 out there. As we said, there was a couple of them involved, so I think that is Ivor Mares, who we've seen out racing this year in a Mazda MX-5 in the Club Enduro Championship, as you mentioned, Marcus, also a regular Formula 4 driver, the man from Northern Ireland as well. Surprised really that he's not at Brands Hatch this weekend for the Formula Ford Festival, because he sometimes is, but of course the two events do clash very often, the Formula Ford Festival and the Birkett Relay, unfortunately.
Under 52 seconds, another 9 seconds gained, and let's see on our screens who these radicals are. One's just gone steaming through the Beckett's complex ahead of this BMW 42C, one of the Z4s. Three is in third place. The white and red Radical. 42C was Steve Wood, BWZ 4.
It's 24C, isn't it? So that is Tom Ashton again, who we were hearing from earlier on, and we know he's a very quick driver, and just driving around the outside of Fiestas there.
He's got the GT experience in China.
Yes.
So who's in for 30? Ashton just diving through there past one of the BMW compacts.
Yeah, he'll be a quick driver. Do we think he did that best? I think he might have done the 207.76. He might be the quickest nominally of the three drivers in that team. Shane Staley and John McLeod, the others. That's the 3A car then, so that's Charles Graham out in the Radical.
Yep, that team is on 81 laps now.
So we just need to see who's out for Team 30 at the minute.
It is kind of hard to see how they've managed to lose 5 or 6 laps, isn't it? You could say, well, 2 or 3 not a problem, but
yeah,
5 or 6 is sort of really a huge deficit.
It is. Their best lap times are about 6 seconds slower. That's in the dry. Yeah. So that's times about 80 laps. That's 480 seconds, which is what, 8 minutes, isn't it? So, yeah. So, which in turn is about 4 laps.
Yeah, it's only about 4 laps. You know, 4 laps. It's not. It's not 6 or 7.
Yeah. I guess, and that's just the gap on the best times, though. It's
consistency, isn't it?
It's the consistency. I don't think I've had any particular dramas that I'm aware of.
No.
That have caused major delays.
45 seconds now. 45.85 to be precise. As the Raw Motorsport, the Works team effectively, as it was described earlier on, claws back time. Another 6 seconds on that lap. 2 hours and 38 minutes to go.
.750 Motor Club, of course, running this event. Still have 2 race meetings to go this season after this. One back here at Silverstone in a fortnight today, and then the following weekend there's a 2-day race meeting at Donington Park, which will conclude the championship action. The meeting at Silverstone will be behind closed doors again, but at Donington, all being well, and assuming things don't change between now and then, which they easily could in terms of COVID restrictions, then there should be spectators welcome to the Donington Park championship finale. There's a car that's off into the pit lane at the other end of the circuit.
Is that MX-5?
Yeah, we can't actually read the number on the car from where it is. At least they can easily recover it to a position of safety, though, so that's not too much of a drama as far as the race is concerned.
I remember someone doing that on the Silverstone Classic, and Silverstone Classic is difficult because half the races, the morning races, are run from this end pits, and the afternoon from the other end. And you went into the wrong pits and thought, hold on a second, where's my crew?
And they were about a mile up the road.
And of course he'd also been out in sort of 2 or 3 other races, so very confusing.
Yeah, quite easy to get disoriented, I should think.
Yeah.
So I can see the Tom Ashton Radical is just heading through Woodcut now, so it will come into shot very shortly.
Here it is, yep.
And this is the car that's going to complete another lap. 41 seconds now to go, another 4.5 seconds taken out of the RJ Motorsport V2.0 lead. So if he keeps that up, he's going to be with him before too much longer, which is quite an effort from Shane Stoney and Tom Ashton. I guess what we still don't know is where they will stand in terms of pit stops, because they're a little bit out of kilter with having to make that early stop with the throttle issue.
Well, I think they stopped relatively adjacent our last time through, so maybe the whole stagger has worked itself out now.
Yeah. So we could, have a decent finish, the scratch element of this race.
And we often do, don't we?
Yeah.
There's been some very close finishes.
Well, I think we heard Ashley Hicklin mention how he lost out
To the
half
area
second.
motorsport Hondas,
yeah. Which
2018.
Yeah, I wasn't here for that one, but that was a very, very wet Birkett, wasn't it? That one.
It was, yes, biblically wet, I think.
And suited cars that were more adept at dealing with the conditions than were the radicals on that occasion.
I remember the Deegan brothers put in monster stints in the Honda.
Yeah, that's right. Shane,
they'd not driven before.
Shane Deegan and Lee Deegan, regulars in a variety of 750 Motor Club categories down the years. I think we last saw Lee out with 750 Motor Club in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship a year or two ago. Shane, of course, a former Stock Cats champion. Both of them very quick drivers in sprint racing. Lee, I think these days, does some races in Mini Melia, that kind of thing. There's the 30 car going through, so it's, I think that's then Joe Locke going to be out there, because it was Ashley Hickley in that car, and I think Joe Locke is the other driver in that car.
Yeah, the white and blue one.
So Joe, who's done some bike sports racing, he started the season in Sports 1000, but we didn't see a lot of him in that, and previously he'd raced in the Civic Cup before that. So he's got quite a bit of experience under his belt now.
And there's Ashton going through.
Yeah. Yes, and the gap down to 37 seconds this time, 37.39. Another 4 seconds taken out.
And they're working lap 90 with just over 2.5 hours to go in this Grove and Dean 750 Motor Club 70th anniversary Birkett 6-hour relay race.
We'll hopefully be able to bring you the handicap position shortly. It's at the end of the 3-hour mark.
Another car back out again is the Chris Everall Ginetta G55. Just see him go growling through.
Question on the social media comes from Nathan Shaw. What's the oldest car in the race? He thinks it might be the Mustang. I guess that's
65 Mustang, yes, that's certainly a candidate. Gone all the days we had Austin 7s and Bentleys and Fraser Nash chain gang cars from pre-war era.
Yeah, no,
well, they wouldn't last on the Grand Prix circuit, would they?
No, I remember when I first commented on Birkett on the national circuit, there was still teams representing probably all of those marks here on that occasion, but the nature of the event has changed over the years to, with more and more modern cars taking part. There was a brief attempt to try and create a historic version of the Birkett at Snetterton, but it didn't really gather the numbers that were required, which is a shame, because I think it could have been a good event if it was held at the right kind of circuit for those cars, as you say, which probably isn't this one.
Yep, exactly. There's the lead radical going through. That's Joe Locke having a battle with Chris Compton Goddard's Ferrari. In fact, he's sitting behind the Ferrari.
Okay, let's have a look at the latest handicap position. So this is after 3 hours, so the halfway mark, and it's the Hour Sports CSCC tin tops that have vaulted into the lead. They're the only car on the only team on the lead lap now. 81 laps now completed, taking into account credit laps. Up 6 places from an hour earlier. Second is Team 1, the 3MAK 3.0. So last year's winners are still hanging in there, but they've just dropped down a position. They are one of many teams on 80 laps. The others being number 4, Area Motorsport 2, 37, 7 Motorsports, 27, Team 7 Wasp, 45, JPR Fun Cup Boys, 32, 7 Race Series Northern Monkeys, and 64, Premature Acceleration. They're in 8th place. So look who's in 9th. Also on 80 laps, 25, Futura Classico, and Ginger Ale from Mouth Racing. They've dropped a little way back down the order now into 10th position. On 79 laps, we've got 52, Army Sports Car Racing, long and the short of it, 69, 20, Mad Cat Racing at 13th, then 58, RAF Team Spitfire, 39, Simpson Motorsport, and 63, Breakdancers 2.
Well, that gap continues to come down. It's 32.1 seconds at 90 laps and 2.5 hours to go. In comes the Pulsar.
Yeah, the JPR Saker boys, you can see they're down into 21st position now, number 49. We're hearing from about the various problems they were having.
Yes,
earlier
two damaged Sakers, which isn't good news. One yesterday, big time, and one today. Sounds like it's not quite so bad, but bad enough.
See if we can continue down the handicap standings. See who else might be on the move. Outside the top 24. 4 sides, 25th place now. Random Racers getting back a bit. Quite a lot of cars on 79 laps there. Intersport Racing 27th. And that's the Steve Simpson Peugeot 206 we can see on track as the handicap positions continue to scroll through. So he has gone off. Where? Is that Beckett's, possibly? I'm trying to name that gravel. Yeah, it's the Beckett's gravel trap.
It's in the middle element of Beckett. It's not a place to go, isn't it?
It is very odd to end up there. But he's obviously spun because he's pointing in the wrong direction. Whether another car was involved, we don't know. So that's Steve Simpson. Handicap positions continuing to scroll through, so watch out for your favoured team. PDC Racing 55th. Team of Dr. Esther Quaitmere, Pip Hammond and Pete Osgerby and Jason Wood et al. RG Motorsport V1.0, 3rd overall on scratch, 61st on handicap. The 4040 Racing team can see 57th, the BMW 116 trophy cars. And I think we've lost one by the looks of it because we've only got 68 cars left circulating. Crossacre now bring up the rear in 19th, in 68th position, number 19. So that's the handicap position. Meanwhile, while that's been going on, Raw Motorsport and Tim Ashton has taken another 9 seconds on that last lap out of the RJ Motorsport V2.0, and the gap mark is down to less than 23 seconds.
It is indeed, and I reckon another 4 or 5 laps, and we could see them together. We potentially a change, unless it's time to bring one of those cars in. You can see the Ashton car just between the Porsche 928 and the Chevy Corvette going into Vale.
Reminder of those handicap standings then on screen at the moment. That's at the 3 hour mark, so we've had another half an hour since then, and the handicap positions are updated formally every hour, so that's why we can't give you sort of a live handicap situation, because frankly just those standings aren't published that often. See those scrolling through. One of the Fun Cup cars there might be Mark Holmbeck out again, actually, the yellow one. But yeah, good to see the good numbers of the Fun Cup cars here this weekend, having concluded their own championship last weekend. And obviously very well suited to this kind of racing. I think the conditions are improving again a bit. Just looking at how the rain and the wet is on my window marks, it looks to me as if it's perhaps not raining at the moment.
Okay, 2:26 for the race leader, Joe Locke, car 30, and here comes Ashton. What's his response? The 2:22 last time through, and this time I'm waiting for it to click up. 2:26. So the gap has stabilised pretty much, 22.33 seconds.
Yeah, if anything, it's just come down by half a second or so.
A tad.
Yeah. Not a lot in the scheme of things, but maybe there's a bit more traffic to deal with on that lap or something like that. There's the Steve Simpson car about to be recovered by the snatch vehicle at Beckett's. So that is Team 38, of course. Hopefully they've got another driver out onto the circuit. That's the Motorsport CSC Tintops, of course, the team that is atop the handicap position, so that is significant. Might be interesting if Lewis is able to go and speak to the CSCC Motorsport Tintops team to see what their story is, in particular what might have happened to Steve Simpson when he gets back to the pit lane.
Looks like the Checkered and Cook Audi is back out. I saw it in the back of the long shot down the Hangar Straight.
Very distinctive car, isn't it? So it's quite easy to pick out.
Yeah, great looking TCR car.
Just looking at those handicap positions, I've got the full bulletin up on my laptop now, and although it's shown as them being a lap ahead, in reality they're not ahead by that much, because it's pretty less than 2 laps. Oh, and problems for Ben Coles, I think that is, in the FRS Arrow for Run Baby Run. He's found the gravel as well.
The Audi looked like it was the D number, so that was Josh Cook, won't it?
Yeah, and that's at Brooklands, isn't it? That
sorry, Hugo Cook.
Yeah, that's at Brooklands. That Ben Coles is going to have to get out of the car, I'm afraid. So Run Baby Run, who were featuring towards the top of the handicap standings at the 3-hour mark. I'm probably going to fall a bit further back behind, bit further back down them now. So he gets to a position of safety.
20.8 at that gap between the two leaders. So it really has stabilised as Joe Locke's got up to speed. Familiar with the territory and the cars he's running with and trying to overtake.
46 is into the pits. I can see from my window that's the CMCCS All Sorts car, Nick Lunn in his Honda Integra Type R. I think some of those drivers in that team, if not all of them, are heading down to Brands Hatch tomorrow to take part in a CMMC race there, a support race to the Formula Ford Festival. So they'll be hoping they don't have too dramatic a Birkett 6-hour relay race. Gap down to 20 seconds now, 20.81 seconds between the top two.
And they are still way ahead of the rest. 5 laps clear of the RJ Motorsport V1.0. Team 3, Team 5 are 8 laps adrift, as are 33 and 51.
Just looking at the time screen, I can see that the Coord Sport tin tops, they've effectively lost about 2 minutes 20 seconds, well maybe about 2 minutes in that pit stop. But let's head down to Lewis. Lewis, who have you got this time?
Thank you very much, lads. And I'm down here at the with one of the marshals, Jeff, who's one of the Orange Army, and it's fabulous that you come and give up your free time to let us all enjoy ourselves. Jeff, how did you get started?
It was years ago at Croft. I was sat in the grandstand, saw these people walking around in orange and thought, I wonder how I do that, and went from there.
So, how long have you been doing it?
25 years I've been marshalling.
Crikey, and obviously you're now down at Silverstone. Do you do all the circuits?
Yeah, we tend to travel around quite a bit. Originally, for the first probably 15 years, I did mainly Croft. And then I started travelling around, and now I live nearer here than I do at Croft, so this is a home circuit.
So, how do you get started?
There's a couple of ways you can do it. Volunteers in Motorsport website is one way to do it, or the alternative is to get in touch with one of the many clubs, so Bark or Silverstone Marshall team, BMMC is probably the best bet. Look them up on the internet. Look, there's always a Marshall contact email address, and just drop them a line.
Oh, that's easy enough. And I take it you get an awful lot of pleasure out of it.
Yeah. I mean, it can be long days and it can be long hours, but we get to see motor racing better than any spectator ever would. And it's also the fact that you're part of getting an event to run smoothly and getting through the day and keeping people safe.
So, what's your role today? Are you coordinating the team down here at the start line?
Yeah, I'm. My job is IC today, so basically in charge, looking after the penalties, and also keeping an eye on this end of the pit lane.
So you dish out the naughty boy penalties?
Yeah.
We noticed you've had a one or two cars in today.
A couple so far, but they've been pretty good at the moment. Normally it's quite a lot busier than this, so they must be behaving themselves this year.
Do you know what? We were saying the same thing. I've done this event a long time, and yes, everyone seems to be well behaved today, don't they?
Yeah, very, very well behaved, and it's nice to see. And we're also got everybody wearing masks as well. It's not a pleasant thing to be doing at this time, but everybody's doing that, so that's good.
Yeah, and we all are grateful for the MSA and government actually to let us to come and play. And I can see your team is quite enthusiastic. You're all wearing masks, and it's great to see you all here.
Yeah, we're all volunteers, which a lot of people, even some drivers, don't realise. But we do it because we love motorsport, and it's the best way. If you can't afford to race, the next best thing is to marshal.
All right, Jeff, thanks very much, and it's a pleasure, and keep up the good work, mate. Back to you in the commentary box, boys.
Thanks, Lewis, and yes, many thanks to all of the marshals here at Silverstone this weekend, whether they're in the pit lane there like Jeff or around the circuit, doing a sterling job, and they've done quite a bit of work to clear cars that have come to grief at various points around the circuit already, which has meant, he said to George, that we've not yet had a safety car intervention.
Oh, careful, but
yes,
what we do have is battle for the lead here, and 1.32 seconds now was the gap at the end of 95 laps as Tom Ashton reeled in Joe Locke. That may well have changed by now, out of our sight.
Yeah, we'll see if we are able to pick that up on the cameras in the near future. So the two radicals, RJ Motorsport V2.0 and Raw Motorsport, separated by 1.3 seconds at the end of 95 laps of racing. And there we go. That is the 24 car. Now, where is he in relation? He's in the lead,
ahead.
Isn't he? He's ahead. So the Raw Motorsport car has got through. So Joe Locke down to second place then, and Tom Ashton up into the lead in the number 24, which is the SR3 RSX. And it's been a very good stint from Tom and from Shane Sterling before him to get this team back into the race, because it wasn't that long ago that they were unlapping themselves, were they? A full lap behind.
Absolutely, and that's been a phenomenal chase, and it's one that seems to have borne fruit at this point with under 2 hours and 18 minutes to go.
Yeah, the last lap actually was a particularly slow lap for Joe Locke, wasn't it? There he is on screen now, the number 30 car.
Yes, he was embroiled in traffic, which didn't help.
Yeah, that's right, and he lost 11 seconds to Tom Ashton on that lap, which is more than he's lost on most of the other laps. So yeah, I think the traffic did come into play there.
Now he's got someone to chase, but of course he's in traffic again, so...
yeah, and he's
run very wide, slithered really wide onto the curb there, which doesn't help your forward momentum.
No, he's in the SR3 RS, it's the RSX for Tom Ashton up ahead.
These cars have very high downforce for what they are, and decent power from that Suzuki Hayabusa engine. Most of them running 1500 Hayabusas. Quite tiring to drive them over a long period of time, particularly at places like the Lake Rockingham circuit, where you had all the downforce and the banking and everything else to contend with, but fabulous bits of kit. And of course the big seller, the SR3 with Radical, it took them 12 years to make 1,000 cars, and I think by the time they'd made towards 2,000, pretty much half of them were SR3s. It also took Van Diemen 12 years to build 1,000 Formula Fords, etc. So that in itself tells its own story about the success of Radical in its early years when it was run by Phil Abbott.
Indeed. Radicals, of course, numerically dominate the 750 Radicals Bike Sports Championship, sponsored this year by RLM Racing, but last weekend at Snetterton it was actually Aspire that wraps up the championship. Charles Hall, yep, very good good season he's had. Last year it was a bit disappointing, a bit of an incident with Josh Smith at Alton Park, the low point, and it was at that point that he took on the Spire for the first time.
He's done some F3 racing in the past, hasn't he?
Yeah, Yeah, did some Formula Renault, went off to race single seaters in the States as well.
Had a horrendous road accident which he was involved in, and put him out of racing for a long time.
Yeah, so now doing it for fun in club racing, which in sports specials. Yeah, absolutely. Perhaps not every driver will do that. Having been on the sort of single-seater career ladder, not every driver will necessarily want to come back and do it just for fun.
His dad's a great fan of racing, even though he had an awful accident at Thruxton and lost part of his leg in a Formula One Leighton House, and they're hooked into their racing. They love their racing, and nothing will get in the way.
So 4.85 seconds now is the advantage for Team 24, Raw Motorsport, and Tom Ashton, who's out there for them at the moment, is just been across the line again. And so we'll just have a look at the gap this time. In fact, Joe Locke's coming into the pits. There he is. So the gap will clearly go out because Joe Locke is going to come in and he will hand over to one of the three. I think what we've not seen out yet is Joe Crook from that team. So I would be surprised if it wasn't Joe Crook in the Radical SR3 RSX. Up next for Team 30, RJ Motorsport 32.0. And earlier on, Marcus, you were saying, well, RJ Motorsport being run by Josh Smith might be looking for a 1-2. Well, at the moment they're on course for a 2-3, which is not what they were hoping for.
Indeed not. I think their 3 at this stage looks relatively safe. I reckon their 2 looks pretty safe unless they can get a hot shoe out in the next of their number 30s. But it looks like it's a really strong performance from Raw Motorsport, Rob Weldon's team, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely right. I guess if Team 30 get Scott Mansell back out again for a later stint, that could change things a bit, because we know what a star he is.
Yes, he's phenomenally quick. A late decision to come into the pits for the BMW Z car, which is arriving.
That's the car with the day-glow yellow numbers on the white background, which is always easy to read. I think that's the Kieran Power Team Turkey 68 car that's just come into the pit lane. Now the Alpha's out now. You can see the yellow Alpha.
The Alpha 33.
Which is the Futura Classica.
Is it?
Entry. Yeah. Simon Hampton at the wheel of that one.
I'm not quite sure what they did with the Alpha 33. I think they moved the Alpha stood under the skin effectively, but they put a blobby body on it, and they moved the front brakes back outboard where they've been inboard on the Sud, I think so. And they made also the unfathomable Alfa Romeo Arna, but we don't go there.
Certainly one of those did used to race, didn't it? Was it
tragically it did.
I think it was Dave Struther that raced it from memory, yeah. Seem to recall. Cars heading over start finish line and down towards Copse Corner again, one of the Hyundai Coupes, who have their own one-make championship in good numbers.
I wonder how the clutch change is going on the Jägermeister Ford Capri V8.
We've certainly not seen it for about 3.5 hours now, have we? So he's not on circuit. So slowly might be the answer to that.
Gone off for a cup of tea. Well deserved.
22 going through shot there. That's the St Winifred School Choir team. Where were they on handicap? They were 28th on handicap at the 3-hour mark. And 44B, one of the Porsches, is Ed Hayes in his Porsche Boxster, the Calm Boxster boys. Comprising entrants from the Calm All Porsche Trophy. Another penalty is being displayed, and this time, he said looking through the binoculars, it's going to number 52, which is, he said, turning the pages on his entry list, Army Sports Car Racing 1 have got themselves into trouble, I'm afraid, either for a yellow flag infringement or a pit lane infringement, and they're going to serve a stop-go penalty, 52. And they are not inside the top 20. They were 11th on handicap, though, at the 3-hour mark. And scrolling down to see where they were, well, I'll tell you in a minute, because we're going to go down now to Lewis once again in the pit lane.
Thank you very much, lads. And at the halfway mark there, the Home of Motorsport CSCC Tin Tops were in the lead of the handicap section, which is actually the real races itself. And I've got Andrew Windmill here, who's the driver number A. And Andrew,
Yes.
you're in the lead. How would it feel like?
Amazing. Never expected it. We've come here to take part and to see how we get on as a team. And when we realised we were in the lead, a big cheer went up in the garage. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, but that hasn't all been plain sailing. I see a car in the background there which is having some work done on it.
Yes, unfortunately, I witnessed the car in the gravel. Steve Simpson was out in his stint, doing a good job, putting in some consistent lap times. And as I looked at the monitor at the live feed, saw that he was off at what looked like the complex. But luckily, the next car was ready to go. Shouted over to pit wall, got the go-ahead, and out went the next Civic. And hopefully, we didn't lose too much time. And Steve's now in the back of the garage scraping gravel out of his Peugeot, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, that's the way to do it, isn't it? Yeah, you've got to keep your eyes and wits about you and look on the telly and see what's going on and see with the live feed and make your good decisions from there.
Yeah, well, we have to thank Mark Jones for all the IT equipment. We've got 3 screens on the go. We've got live timing on the pit wall. We've got the laptop there and the live feed going in the pit. So we're pretty much across everything that's happening. And as I say, it was just fortunate that I stood up and looked at the screen as I saw Steve off and in the gravel. So, yeah, we managed to react quite quickly to that.
Yeah, you got John Ridgeon out next.
We have, yes, and he's itching to go. And he's sitting very patiently, which isn't like him at all. But yeah, we're ready just in case anything happens, because of course the conditions are really changeable at the minute.
Have you done a stint?
Yes, I did the first hour, which went really well. I was really pleased with the car and how it went. And yeah, we were quite a way up the order when I came in, but I knew I'd done an hour.
Anyway, best of luck and congratulations so far, but still halfway to go, so good luck.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Back to you in the commentary box.
Thank you, Lewis. Yes, Andrew Windmill there, one of the Holland Sport CSCC Tin Tops teams that lead on handicap, or led certainly at the 3-hour mark, Team 38. They did lose a bit of time though with that incident for Steve Simpson, the Peugeot that we're hearing about. I hope Andrew isn't in charge of the overall strategy for the team. I don't think he is. Stuart Leaves is the team manager. The reason being, I saw Andrew race at Donington a few weeks ago in one of the CSCC races there. He was leading, but ran out of fuel with about a lap and a half to go. Which was a little unfortunate when he realised that they'd miscalculated. So that's Andrew Windmill, who we've just heard from there, from the Holland Sport Tin Tops team, who are doing very well indeed. The gearbox is being reattached to the Capri, Marcus, I can tell you. A message has come through from Phil on the comments. So
good news.
Gearbox being reattached to the Capri and it'll be back out before the end of the race.
Also good news for Royal Motorsport. They just racked up 100 laps with 2 hours and 7.5 minutes to go. They lead by, it was 56 seconds. In fact, Joe Crook had made a bit of ground on the leader last time through.
Yeah, had a smidgen. About to come into shot is the number 3 Radical. I think that's the bright light on the roll coupe that you can see there. Yep, that's very clear for any drivers coming up behind it. But there's a quicker car coming through. And I've seen a few cars with actually quite creative lights such as that on there to improve the visibility to the slower cars ahead of them.
Is that Crook in 30, or is it indeed the return of Scott Mansell, I wonder, tactically?
Well, it could be either, because they were going to share the same car, I think.
The helmet looked yellow from where I was sitting. It's about a minute between them.
We'll see if we are able to pick up on screen the 30 car at some point, just to see if we can spy the letter that's being displayed.
Down towards Stowe now, I would think.
Yeah. We'll see if we are able to pick that up before much longer. Fun Cup car, Fiesta going through. There's the 3 car, so it's a little bit behind this on the road is the Radical that we're after, but there's the 3A car, which is Charles Graham again.
Yellow crash helmet, so that could well be Scott Mansell.
Okay, well, the lap times might tell a story on that when he comes through again, because he should be pretty quick, probably as quick as anybody in these conditions. Just looking to read the letters at the front. It is E. It is 3E.
Oh, it is
It
E.
would be Joe Crook,
Okay.
or 30E, I should say. So it is Joe Crook.
So there we go. That's answered the question, thankfully.
Almost getting underneath the 68 Barrett Civic there, through the loop.
That was off early in the race, wasn't it? But that's now going again, pleased to say.
52 is getting a stop-go penalty. That's the same car as I told you about before, isn't it? I think, yeah, it is. It's been hung out, that black flag, for a few laps now, so I'm not sure the message has got through to Team 52, the Army Sports Car Racing team, that they really need to be making a pit stop to serve a pit stop-and-go penalty. I don't want the Army to be getting into trouble with officialdom. But, looks like that might happen. It's the 30 car then going through of the team in second place, RJ Motorsport V2.0. About to turn through Copse Corner, just passing the, well, that's the Pete Osgerby Vauxhall Nova from PDC Racing. Let's look and see where that team is on scratch now. They were propping up the field, but they have moved up to 66th place now in their collection of mostly Novas, but also a 205 GTI as well for Martin Rogers. Confirmation from Scott Mansell. He's put on the comments himself, thank you Scott, that it is Joe Crook in car 30. Also watching on, Bob Simpson Racing. Bob Simpson, the multiple 750 Formula champion, been racing in that category for more than 50 years. He's watching on with Jake as well. I don't know if Bob's one for typing comments into social media, but Jake Doherty is his grandson, and letting us know that Bob Simpson's watching on from home. But yeah, Joe Crook in car 30 at the moment. Thanks to Scott for confirming that to us. As far as Driver 61 account, Scott does a lot with sort of data analysis and tuition and so forth, and there's a lot you can learn from the videos that he posts on YouTube, so do have a look for those.
That was the lead car round the outside of 2 or 3 into Copse Corner. 2:19 lap, that was 1:02.
Yeah, we'll see what Team 30 can do, but they are lapping at the moment about 5 seconds a lap behind, or 5 seconds a lap slower. That's one of the Caterhams going through.
Being gobbled up by the Fun Cup Beetle with that air scoop in the roof.
Yeah, that's 63A, which is the road sport of Tim Steele. So that's one of the more standard specification Caterhams, if you like, that we have in this race. Not one of the 420Rs, which are much quicker.
Road registered, as you can see.
Yeah, and headlamps as well. So, well, obviously it would be if it was road registered. And a full screen as well, which you don't get on some of the higher performance Caterhams. But actually, through much of this lap, they're remarkably close in terms of their lap times, these two cars. A good little scrap between them. It's 67B, which we think was Mark Holm. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
And the Viking self-storage car. Various drivers peeling into the pits. Beneath us here at Woodcut.
Pretty well matched the lead two in the Radicals. 107 the gap between them, was 106 last time round. This is an absorbing battle though, isn't it, the Fun Cup car?
Yeah, just looking to see what position this is for, and it's for 26th and 27th. So the Premature Acceleration Fun Cup cars have gradually made their way up the order as the race has gone on, because initially they were battling for about 38th position, and gradually improved their position as the race has gone on, which suggests that they've had a consistent run probably as much as anything.
You're not going to get much of a toe off a Caterham, are you? Like that?
No. But you can try.
Well, you can try. Another Caterham works very well.
Yes.
But not in a Fun Cup car. And Fun Cup tries to go around the outside. I can see out of the window at Brooklands. And the nimbler Caterham is having fun at Luffield. Now down to Lewis in the pit lane.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. And the Three Amigos 3.0. And I've got David Drinkwater here. David, second on handicap at the halfway stage. This is familiar territory for you. Haven't won it last year?
A little bit. I don't know though. The handicap's not great for us in the dry, so we really struggled in that first hour or two. And I think now, as the greasy conditions have come on, the compacts are really good in the greasy conditions and the rain. So we're hoping for more rain, so we can move up to maybe the top spot. You know, last year.
Oh, is that why you were jiggling around here? That was a rain dance?
Yeah, I think so. No, I think that was more because Adam's just had a problem with his car, so we just sent him out for a lap. I don't know what it is, I haven't spoke to him yet, but engine-wise, something terminal, so we just had to rotate Paul out quickly. But we're not quite ready because Paul's got the wets on ready for the end of the race, so I may be me back out in a minute.
Well, so you may well be down to 2 cars?
Yeah, it looks that way, so not long left, I think. Was a couple of hours now, so we should be able to handle that with 2 cars.
Okay, David, and best of luck for the rest of the event.
Cool, thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for waiting around. Cheers, buddy. Okay, guys, let's back to you in the commentary tower.
Thanks, Lewis. Let's have a quick rundown on the positions. We do have 2 hours left to go, and it is 24 Raw Motorsport that lead the way then. With 103 laps in the book, 1 minute and 11 seconds ahead of number 30, RJ Motorsport V2.0. Third, number 3, RJ Motorsport V1.0, 5 laps adrift. Fourth, number 5, R&R Performance Cars, the Ferraris. They're another 4 laps behind the third place team. In 5th place, number 51, Area Motorsport, also on the same number of laps. 6th, number 33, 7 Race Series Midlands. 7th, number 32, 7 Race Series North. And 8th, number 34, 7 Race Series South. They're having a great old scrap. The 3 sets of drivers from the same championship. 9th, number 20, Mad Cat Racing, another Caterham outfit. 10th, number 4, Area Motorsport 2. 11th, 36, Intersport Racing. 12th, number 15, Billy Boys. 13th, number 13, Ginger Ralph Mouth Racing. 14th, number 60, Team Billy Bob. 15th, number 41, Cock Wombles. 16th, number 65, Rutech Racing. BMW, I'm just trying to see whether that's the Flyers or the Triers. It is the Flyers. 17th, number 38, Cord Sport CSCC Tin Tops. 18th, number 767s. 19th, 69, long and short of it. And 20th, number 49, JPR Saker Boys, who are plugging on despite a lack of Sakers.
Yeah, JPR, lack of Saker Boys. They've got the Fun Cup car to rely on now, haven't they? And but that will serve them well. And Jonathan Rose has been at the forefront of the Fun Cup for donkey's years now.
Relatively quiet piece of time, mate. They're briefly the Hanger Straight, but then there's 5 or 6 cars, or 7 or 8 or 9 cars, all coming through together through the Beckett's sweepers. The Mini towards the head of that group there is the very quick Audi. That eats up the time, mate, doesn't it, down the Hanger Straight? That,
yeah, it's glorious.
Audi. And that team running in 23rd position now, Silverstone Motorsport. They've had dramas along the way, of course.
Well, they've got that. They've got the handicap overall of having the Citroen C1 among them, haven't they? Which loses them lots of laps, but nonetheless, all having great fun, and that's what this race is absolutely all about. It's entertainment at the end of the season. Old tradition goes with the Holly Birkett 6-hour relay. We'll be 4 abreast here in a second.
Yeah, it's a great sight as we switch to Cops. There's the Ferrari out in front, and there is the 24 race leading Radical Raw Motorsport car just heading through. Quite a few drivers have raced in the Birkett and have started in a Formula 1 World Championship Grand Prix. To name just a few: Richard Atwood, Jim Clark, Chris Craft. Innes Island, Graham Hill, Brian Redmond, Stephen South, Mike Thackwell, Mike Wilds, and several others as well. All are racing the Birkett and in World Championship races. And there's a great long list of Birkett racers who've taken part in the Le Mans 24-hour race as well. Some bigger names than others.
You mentioned Richard Atwood there, of course, won it 50 years ago, and at Goodwood last weekend was driving the actual Porsche 917 that he won the 1970 race with Hans Hermann, who was a Grand Prix driver in the end of the 50s. Hans Hermann.
Yeah. It's remarkable, isn't it? But yeah, lots of Le Mans 24-hour drivers. Steve Soper, I can see Mike Jordan, Tony Dron, just to pick out a few names from a long list. If you want to see this, it's all available on the 750 Motor Club website, by the way. 750mc.co.uk gives you a real good idea of the history, and several British touring car champions as well. Likes of Frank Gardner, Tim Harvey, Richard Longman, Wyn Percy, Sir John Whitmore. They've all raced in the Birkett as well during the course of their motorsport careers as well. And of course some other British racing legends, Jerry Marshall, Archie Scott Brown, also raced in the Birkett over the years. And drivers from outside circuit racing as well, Roger Clark, Louise Aitken Walker and John Button also raced in this illustrious race.
Yeah, Jensen's old man, who was principally an autocrosser and rallycrosser. In comes the RR Performance Ferrari, Chris Compton Goddard, into the pits. Beautifully turned out car. Car running in 4th place, that team, Team 5.
There's 26A, which is Paul Sabiani. And there goes the glorious sounding Ferrari. Sounds great, just pulling out of the pit garage. Again, it's got no line through the letters on the right hand side of the car, so we don't know which of Vance Kearney and Richard Dougal it is that's gone out into the race.
The team manager kind of stepped in late to share the car, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Wasn't originally on the entry list, but a late entry. There's Pip Hammond in the PDC Racing Nova now out into the race, so the seat has been adjusted for his frame rather than Dr. Quaitmere's frame that had the car in the first part of the race. And Pip, Classic Stock Catch champion, previous Classic Stock Catch or Stock Catch Class B champion as well. Raced in 924s, he's done historic racing, Club Enduro, lots of different kinds of experience Pip Hammond has had over the last decade or so. That's the 30 car, second place car on scratch at the moment.
The wind's really got up, hasn't it? It's rattling the stand we're on top of.
Yes.
Which is quite interesting. So what it's doing in terms of crosswinds down the down one or two of the straights, I can only imagine.
It's not quite heading straight towards us, the wind, is it? It's almost pushing them down the start and finish straight now, I suggest. It's a crosswind across the Wellington straight, I would say.
Yeah, not fun when you come out under the bridge, but it's certainly interesting. It's picked up dramatically during the afternoon, but maybe it's holding the rain off in terms of the big fall that was forecast.
Yeah, it could be, which will be to the disappointment of the 3 Amigos, or the 2 Amigos as it is now, with Adam Reed's car having cried enough.
Yes, the Drinkwater rain dance was interesting.
It was. It would do anything and everything to try and gain the advantage. I'm just looking actually on my phone at the weather forecast. I mean, it's forecast as day showery, 99% chance around about now, and 92% at 5 o'clock. Luke Austin's phone, he tells me, he says it's going to rain in 23 minutes. I'll make a note of that. It's 12 minutes past 4, but then we're watching out for the rain markers.
I've noted it as well. I mean,
she'll set our watch by this.
I'm going to call up Carol Kirkwood and find out what she reckons.
It's a day off, surely.
I don't care.
Car's heading down into Abbey. down the international pit straight. Wide straight there, of course, for the Formula 1 start. You could probably get 6 cars abreast, I reckon, down there if you put your mind to it. Ferrari going past our window at the other end of the circuit. Behind our performance car in 4th position. So we've had...
I think you need to look through your window in, towards my box.
Ah, yes. The aforementioned Carol Kirkwood.
Pops up on screen as if by magic.
Indeed she does.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Hotline.
And now into the pits comes the number 30 RJ Motorsport V2.0 car, which we said was Joe Crook, didn't we?
Yes.
So he's coming in.
That's on 107 laps.
So I imagine it'll be Ashley Hicken that will go out again, as it'll be the other car that goes out this time. It was Joe Locke that was in it last time. I imagine it'll be Ashley Hicken in now. Just cycling between the 2 cars there, which is a high-risk strategy if one of them should break or get stuck in a gravel trap somewhere.
Yellow flags waving
at cops. Let's while we work out what's going on there, let's go down to Lewis in the pit lane.
Oh, thank you very much, lads. And here we are, Erie Motorsport 2, and we've got William Beach with us. William, 3rd on handicap at the moment, so that's at the halfway stage. How are the cars running?
Hey, it's great out there. It's a bit slippy when the rain came in, but hopefully now Chris will go out and to the end of the race, and it should be all right.
Yeah, we've just interviewed the 2 teams ahead of you, and both have had a little wobble, a bit of car problems. So you could actually jump them this hour.
Well, hopefully. Well, we've had no car issues yet, so thanks to Area Motorsport on that for keeping the car running and doing a great job with us.
And you've got a VW. It's going well.
Yeah, VW Club Enduro car. So hasn't missed a beat today, to be honest. So it's done really well.
Well, best of luck to you and the rest of the team.
Thank you very much. And
we may see you later in the day.
Hopefully. Cheers out.
Thank you very much. Back to you in the commentary tower.
Interesting how it's all turned round up front, because not so long ago we had Raw Motorsport chasing down RJ Motorsport V2.0, and now it's gone back the other way. And when Crook came into the pits a couple of minutes ago, the gap between them was 1 minute 44 seconds. It's swung the other way. The swingometer has come into play.
And it's a long lap that time for Raw Motorsport, which should have stayed there in as well. Michael Crowther on social media suggests that rain is going to arrive in 17 minutes. He said that a minute ago, so he's thinking 9 minutes past 4. And he says it's going to be a heavy, bold caps, rain shower heading our way. So could make life interesting. So around about 10 past 4, give or take, I think is when we're expecting a bit more rain. People with their eyes on the radar. I imagine you're there with a screen for the live timing, a screen for the live stream, and a screen for the weather forecast as well, to keep yourself informed as to what's going on here.
Still those 3 7-race series teams, 33, 32 and 34, not running in numerical order, but Midlands ahead of the Northern Monkeys and the Southerners, and they run in 6th, 7th and 8th places overall with their Caterhams, ahead of Mad Cat Racing, and they're all bookended by the Area Motorsport cars. Teams 51 and 4 currently running in 5th and 10th places respectively.
Just looking at the track conditions, you can see there on the screen there's certainly a dry line, which Ash Hicklin's having to get off there, isn't he, to go past that Caterham. And I guess this is what makes, in these conditions, Lappery that bit more difficult, doesn't it? Because they do have to get offline and onto the wet part of the circuit. Exactly,
it can be pretty greasy. That's recovering from a spin or a moment. The 12A car, the Hyundai.
Alan Evans in the Coup de Gras. I suppose it's Coupe de Gras if we're
parking on de Gras in a second.
Yeah, well, very close to it. But he's stopped there. That's at the exit of Club. Just about as far away from where we are as you can get. and hopefully the team will realise that he's not come round, and we'll get another car out onto the circuit. Just looking around the circuit as well, because I do have the benefit of the CCTV screens in here. I can see the camera pointing at maggots towards Beckett's and Chapel, and there's certainly a dry line there. It's actually quite a spectacular camera shot that I get to see there, because the cars are actually going through at quite some speed. But yeah, all the way around the circuit there is a dry line emerging. Good work being done by the marshals yet again to get the Alan Evans car out of the way. So again, another piece of recovery work done under local yellow flags, which is great to see. Seven car going through is 6-7s. That's a team that we've seen racing in the Birkett for many years.
What number do they run? They're number 7, aren't they?
Number 7.
Shouldn't they run 42?
They should. Well, or maybe 35, because there's only actually 5 of them this year. I think they have run, or certainly 8 teams run with nearly 6-7s as their bottom.
That's right, yeah, exactly.
But yeah, this year the trade descriptions will be onto them, I should think. 31A coming into the pit lane there, you can see that's Keith Isaac in the Mini Clubman. We saw him out in the early part of the race as well. Slightly longer wheelbase, that car, than the Coupe S, which I think gives it a little bit more stability. Different handling, certainly, to the shorter wheelbase cars.
Yeah, as were the original Mini Countrymans over the saloon version, and that's been proven in some tests at Goodwood between the types for historic racing, because there are 2 estates now running, both from Mark Burnett's team, built by Endaf Evans.
Yeah, it's Endaf Owens that.
Owens, sorry. Yes.
Yeah, that built that car, and the first of those cars, wasn't it? I think.
Yeah, and there's now there's another one that looks like Ginger Marshall colours, the Clubman Countryman, which runs in the Jerry Marshall races at Goodwood. 110 laps down for Raw Motorsport, our race leaders, Team 24 over the 30. RJ Motorsport V2.0, they are 5 laps ahead of their teammates, RJ Motorsport version 1.0. The R9 Performance Cars Ferraris, number 5, they're 4th, 3 laps down, but a lap up on the next 3. 51, the Area Motorsport Hondas, 33, 32, the 7 Race Series Midlands Northern, and a lap behind them currently 7 Race Series Southern.
Of course, one catering-based team that enjoyed great success in the Birkett was the Gold Arts team. We've not seen them for a little while, but they won the event 5 times. Scratch in 98, 2005, 2006 and 2007. Handicap win in 2004 as well. Doug Newman racing in the team on each of those occasions. So he's won as many Birkett trophies as anybody, but he shares 5 wins with Alan Eisner, who scored 4 Scratch and 1 Handicap victory across 2 different Chevron teams.
Alan Eisner, who was the Apollo Race and Rally Wear man, had a Chevron B8 and a Chevron B16.
Yeah, one of the teams that he raced for was the Apollo Raceware team, the other being the Wood Treatment Team Chevron. That was in the early 1980s that he scored those.
Who was he
victories.
sharing with?
Right, I can probably find this out.
You're bound to have it on your...
If I cross-reference it with my other piece of paper, give me a moment and I will...
I'm going to do just that.
I will tell you. Where are we? So the Apollo Raceware Team Chevron, 1985, Silverstone Club Circuit, 1.608 miles. Only have initials, so he shared with P. Grant.
Peter Grant, from Congleton in Cheshire, the late Peter Grant, Chevron B8.
D. Cressy.
Don Cressy from Macclesfield, the late Don Cressy was a cartman, had a Chevron B8.
B. Taylor.
Which Taylor would that be? Bill Taylor, probably?
Yeah, in a
with
B16.
A B16, okay.
Yeah. S. Marler, would that be Sid Marler?
Sid Marler, the late Sid, who passed away earlier this year.
C. Paul. Any ideas on that one?
C. Paul. Probably be C. Paul Howarth, who had a Chevron B8.
Okay, and D. Beckett as well. So that made
David Beckett, the late David Beckett, with the nearest silhouette probably. He won the East African Safari Rally while he was living in Kenya in the early 60s. He also raced just a Jaguar.
So that was their handicap win in '85. They did put on scratch a few times, in different combinations. Ray Belm also was among the team that
went
raced
on to
in
win
various
World
years.
C2 Championship 3 times.
So that was all from 1980 to 85. I think they did their winning.
So a bit like sort of equivalent of radical teams in the last decade or so.
Yes, absolutely. They probably would have been some of the quickest closed wheel cars that would be able to race in the Birkett at the time. There's a car stopped at the exit of Luffield, I can see through the window, and it's one of the GT86s. So that's team 14, which is Rogue's Troopers. Well, this particular car's not trooping very far. Marshals are going to its aid, and I'm not sure whether that's Aaron Cook or Cam Walton that's at the wheel at the moment. There you can see on screen that car being recovered. You can see the wind ruffling the marshal's raincoat there.
Yeah, you're also not allowed to overtake before you get to a green flag, which 3 of them appear to have done. So
I'll keep an eye out for that stop-go penalty board then.
14A it is. That's
okay, so that's Cam Walton, who's done some racing in GT86s in Australia as well. Yes, the green flag after that is probably 150, 200 yards after the car, isn't it? Because it's just beneath us in the commentary.
The problem they faced was there was a very slow car on the inside, and they were all very eager to get past. There's still no excuse, but that's what they did.
Yeah.
Here's a bevy of marshals, a jerry of marshals, as we call them, pushing the Toyota GT86 into the pit lane.
That's a great shame for Rogue Motorsport. Patrick Mortel of Rogue Motorsport put a photo on Facebook yesterday showing the car being stopping for fuel on the way to the circuit. It's road registered, so that makes that process a little bit easier. In fact, there's just been a heavy rain in Swindon, which isn't that close to Silverstone, so I'm not quite sure it's that relevant.
It's kind of about 3/4 of an hour southwest of us, isn't it?
Yes, something like
West-ish of it, west-southwest probably.
Well, certainly spots of rain now falling, so not the heavy rain yet though that Michael Crowther was promising.
But we're only on 16:03, aren't we?
Yeah, so we've got another 7 minutes or 6 minutes to go
before the bet runs out.
So still got yellow flags at Woodcote actually.
Marshals are still pushing gallantly.
Yeah, they're trying to get it down the pit lane on the grass, because obviously they don't want to be in the road in the pit lane, because there'll be cars trying to get into that at fairly regular intervals.
Yeah.
There's the Ferrari, and just behind it, Ash Hicklin in the number 30 car. Now, how's he faring? The last lap through, he gained 3 seconds on the Raw Motorsport car. Something like that, but is more than a minute adrift of the leading outfit at the moment. Just going past the GT86, there was the 65 car of one of the Rutec Racing Flyers. I think it was Jim Benson's car, possibly, that came in, or was it Darren? Might be Darren Balls actually. So a change in the shift, I think, on the marshals to get the car the rest of the way.
Triumph 2000 is still slugging round, isn't it?
Yep, there it is, just in the background of shot, which is good to see. That's what year would that be from, do you reckon, Mark?
Oh, the early 60s.
Yeah, so that's a candidate for one of the earliest, oldest cars in the race.
Yep, it's running in the Works Triumph livery. It's got a personal number on it, so I can't accurately date the car.
No. But yeah, it does look very good. 113 laps now in the book for Raw Motorsport. Another slower lap compared to RJ Motorsport V2.0. We'll check on the on the gap when the second place car comes through in a minute. Which it does now, and it's delayed there, the 30 car, under yellow flags. It was just behind one of the very slow 116 trophy cars, and that's probably cost the RJ Motorsport V2.0 car a good few seconds, I would think. But Ashington doing exactly the right thing there, and waiting until he passed the green flag before he passed the back marker.
Yeah, 106 is the gap. And it cost him a couple of seconds. In all probability. I hope the team expecting the GT86 has got some tea and cake for the marshals, because they deserve it. They pushed it a long way from Luffield.
They'll need something to restore their energy. There's another group of marshals coming to take over now, which is very good of them.
It is a Birkett relay, after all.
Highly appropriate. So it's nearly into the pit lane, and the yellow flags have now been withdrawn. So that is good. So we can have overtaking once again at this part of the circuit, legitimate overtaking at this part of the circuit. That's the 19 car. Now that's the
one that had a suspension all in the pointing in funny places.
In the very early stages of the race, wasn't it?
Yeah, a broken toe link or something like that.
I think it was Adrian Watt possibly that was driving to that point. I can't exactly remember, but Adrian Watt, Joe Watt and Jack Watt, who I imagine are all related, and quite what configuration I'm not sure. They, between them, are racing in the Radical SR3 and a VW Fun Cup car, Crossacre, Team 19.
Is the Alan Mann Racing Hyundai there?
Absolutely, it's in those colours, isn't it?
Colours that Sir John Whitmore won the 1965 European Touring Car Championship in, and Frank Gardner won several British Touring Car Championships in Ford Falcon and Ford Escort, Mustang I think as well.
See the 59 car there, the Carl Robinson ZR for RAF Team Hurricane. Which is the best of the armed forces teams at the moment. Just can't see them on the screen. So look a bit further back down the order, and on scratch at least it looks like it is RF Team Spitfire that is the strongest of the armed forces cars at the moment, in 49th place overall. We should have shortly, one would think, the latest handicap positions to bring you. The Triumph 2000 heads into the pits. But yeah, we'll bring you the handicap positions, because that's how the armed forces decide their sort of internal championship, the handicap results rather than the scratch results, given the wide variety of different cars that their various drivers have.
Hicklin's made some ground, made 6 seconds on that last lap.
Yeah, he has. So that's good. 2:13.88. So about 6 seconds off a quick dry time. No one else lapping below the 2:20s at the moment.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because it must be pretty grisly out there offline. You can still see from the Hangar Straight that there is a distinct line, but it doesn't look great towards its fringes. But Hicklin's certainly pushing on.
Pip Hammond going wheel to wheel with one of the Peugeots there down the Hangar Straight. One of them is going to have to get onto the wet part of the circuit, although they shouldn't do it now because they've got a faster car going past them. So they're having a good little battle. Another slower lap for Royal Motorsport, that's number 2:21. Did a 2:20 on the previous lap. That's costing them a bit of their advantage. Around about an hour and a half to go now. Shortly we'll be hoping to bring you the handicap positions at 4 hours.
It's just so different from the atmosphere at Spa for the 6 hours, which
yes.
sadly got cancelled this year. But They used to be a daylight race, but they now run it, or have done for many years now, from 4 in the afternoon until 10. In fact, quarter to 4, quarter to 10 would be ideal, then they can do the podium. But that can be quite something.
So what's the balance there between light and dark?
It goes dark about halfway through.
Yeah.
Something like that, towards halfway through. It goes dusky for a while, and in the Ardennes, where it's often dank and fairly damp, that can hasten the onset of dusk and darkness.
Yes, I think the cloud we have here today will do likewise.
52.8 seconds, so another 7 seconds carved back by Ash Hicklin. So is it Hicklin in that? Sorry.
It's Hicklin, in the 30 car at the moment. Let's have a look at handicap positions there as we have them at 4 hours, and it's the Three Amigos. They are back in front. Three Amigos 3.0, despite the dramas for Adam Reed. They are at the top of the standings on 107 laps. 5 cars on 106 laps, 69 long and short of it. 27 Team 7 Wasp, 12 Coup de Gras or Coupe de Gras, 5th 65 Rutec Racing's BMW Flyers, and 6th number 67 Femature Acceleration, all on 106 laps. And then on 105 laps, 37 7 Motorsports in 7th, and 38 Cohort Sport CSE Tin Tops, and they've lost a lot of ground because of those issues for Steve Simpson, with him going off into the gravel at Beckett's earlier on. 9th number 45, also on 105 laps, that's JPR Front Cup Boys. 10th number 16 Revolution Racing. 11th number 4 Area Motorsport 2. 12th number 32 7 Race Series Northern Monkeys. 13th number 17 all the M's in MR2s. 14th number 20 Mad Cat Racing. 15th 39 Simpson Motorsport. 16th number 46 CMMC All Sorts, all on 105 laps. For those of you watching on the stream, you can see the places that they've made up or dropped since last time we brought you this. 2 more teams on 105 laps. 17th number 63 Breakdancers, 18th 25 Futura Classico, and then on 104 laps we've got 19th number 61 Flying Tangerine Racing, 20th number 18 Mostly Rusty 2-seaters, 21st number 33 7 Race Series Midlands, 22nd number 58 RAF Team Spitfire, 23rd 21 Team Kennedy, 24th 59 RAF Team Hurricane. They've made a bit of ground. Continuing on, also on 104 laps, 62 Red Rascal, 70 Mazda Misfits, 27 St Winifred School Choir, 49 JPR Saker Boys, and 29th 13 Ginger Ralph Mouth Racing, 51 Area Motorsport 1, and then on 103 laps in 31st position number 6 Random Racers, and 53 Army Sports Car Racing 2. And 33rd number 60 Team Billy Bob, 34 66 Rutec Racing BMW Triers, 35th number 14 Rogues Troopers, who have just seen in trouble, 36th number 54 Royal Navy Motorsport, 37th number 767s, 38th number 8 Off Their Zeds, 39th 55 Team 55, and 40th number 34 7 Race Series Southern. We'll let the rest of those scroll through down into the high 60s. I won't necessarily read all of the rest of them out though, but those of you who are watching can see the remaining positions on your screen. So last year's champions, Marcus, have found their way up to the front.
Yes, despite 1 or 2 early issues. So that's good work by them. The leaders have just gone through. That's 117, 1 minute 20. And we know that Hicklin's going quicker in the 30 car in the chasers for RJ. The 2:17 last time, made another 4 seconds.
The 12 minutes past 4 has come and gone, by the way, and we've not had the very heavy rain that we were promised. We had a little bit, so I'll give Luke the benefit of the doubt, but as for the very heavy rain, I'm not quite sure we've had that.
Has Luke won the pound? Possibly.
Yeah, we'll let him have that. Hour and 26 minutes to go in this Grove and Dean Motorsport Insurance Birkett 6-hour relay race. Let's go down to Lewis Beals in the pit lane.
Well, thank you very much, boys. And second on handicap after 4 hours is the long and the short of it. And leading the team is Martin Short, who I've known for an awful long time. Great to see you here, Martin, and with the lad.
Yeah, thanks, Lewis. Good to see you again. It's a long time since 1988 at Rich's in my wrecked Formula First.
Yeah, we were just reminiscing when you wrecked it after being on pole position, and you made it all the way to Le Mans.
Yeah, it's a nice story.
And fourth place. Let's get that over. That was I suppose, first of the privateers.
Yes, that's when you could do it, and it's changed so much so quickly now. So I was fortunate to be in that era, but it's all sort of changed now. My son Morgan, in our little Rover GTI that I built 30 years ago, and came across it by accident. Morgan hasn't done any cars or anything. We've just done it exactly the same as I did for fun, and how I started. And we did a test day at Silverstone here 3 weeks ago. Fluxy's been giving him some tutoring, and he blew us both into the weeds by a significant margin. I'm too embarrassed to say how much. So he's proven to himself to be quite a nice peddler, and very, very pleased. So regarding the race, we're really surprised to be up there, and I guess it's just like how we finished so high up at Le Mans. It's just keep your nose clean and keep up, which so far we're doing.
Well, you've got an awful lot of experience in racing, so...
Well, to be fair, I've had nothing to do with the running of this team. These lads, Chris Everall has put this all together, and we sort of came in on the back of him, and I've just been enjoying sitting back and not being part of the organisation. So, but no, these lads have done a great job. Apparently I managed to rack up all the off-track limits penalties. A black and white flag came up, and I radioed in and I said, I've got a black and white flag, remind me what that's for. And he said, oh, you've racked up all the penalties. I went, oh. So
and somebody else took them.
yeah, probably. So, but that's the first time I've done the Birkett since Rover GTIs 30 years ago. We did it at Snetterton in Rover GTIs, a team of us. So it's great to be back again, and it's my first race this year. So I needed to do it because I didn't want to break my 33 years of racing, because that's what it ended up. But the focus is on the lad now, so that's important.
Yeah, so what's Morgan going to be doing then? What are you going to take him to next year?
We don't really know yet. We were looking at hoping to do the Walter Hayes Festival next week, but that sort of fell apart, unfortunately. But I don't know. It's difficult to, but we can't stick him in GT4 or GT3. It's just very expensive. So we're just going to enjoy club racing and see where it takes us.
Okay, man. Great to see you again, and best of luck to you and the boy.
Thank you. Well, let's hope we manage to pull it off in this last stint.
Yeah. All right, buddy.
Who knows? Okay. Thanks, Lewis.
Thank you. Cheers, mate. Anyway, back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Lewis. And about 2 minutes ago, while we're hearing from Martin Short, Luke Austin showed me that rain was going to arrive in 2 minutes. It is now raining, so well done on that, Luke, and the app you've got. Yeah, rain once again here at Silverstone. A black flag has gone out, and it's gone out to two teams. Another stop-and-go penalty. Maybe it's not unconnected to the yellow flag issues you spotted, Marcus. Number 20, Mad Cat Racing. They will have to serve a stop-and-go penalty. As will, more significantly though, Team 30, RJ Motorsport Team V2.0. So Team 30, who were leading for a while and now in second place, Marcus, they are going to have to serve a stop-go penalty. In fact, is that them doing it now, possibly? I don't think it is, actually. I think it's one of the other radicals that's just coming in, but that's significant because the chase that Ash Icklin was putting in is going to be set back somewhat. It'll cost them, I think, if it's a yellow flag infringement, 60-second stationary plus the time it takes to get in and out, which is probably half a minute, and it'll cost them a minute and a half.
Yeah, that'll diffuse the battle, won't it, with an hour and 21 minutes to go.
Yeah, certainly will. That's a great shame. There is the 30 car, so they have had a change by the looks of it. So is it Scott Mansell out again now? Is that 30A? Yes, it is.
Well, it's the same crash helmet, isn't it, as the other chap was wearing. So that must be the same guy coming in to hand over.
Well,
is it?
You say that, I agree. The helmet looks the same. But
helmet
it
is the
30A.
same. Yeah.
Well, if Scott Mansell is...
Maybe they have changed out of our
yeah.
sight.
If Scott's listening to us, he's therefore not in the car, then he can send us a message to let us know that who is in the car. But either way, it's now in for its penalty to be served. And I think that's actually another number now got on the board as well. That is 24. Is also going to have to serve a penalty. That's the leading team, of course, Hour Motorsport. Well, that's something in that it will at least even itself out. That they're so far ahead of the rest, it's still not going to bring into question their 1-2 position. But it will, in terms of the battle between them, keep their positions relatively the same.
Yeah, there was 1 minute and 36 between them, which suggested that one or other had stopped and changed, or I haven't seen these sort of yellows for anyone get stuck behind slower cars or whatever.
I can see that Wade Eastwood, even who won the race last year, is watching the stream. He says he wishes he was here. Has great memories of the race last year. Of course, winning the race on scratch for the team alongside Luciano Becchetta and Charles Graham, Breaker Racing heroes. That team not here this weekend, although Charles is. But yeah, this rain, I mean, it doesn't look massively heavy, but the wind is blowing it quite fiercely against our commentary box window. It's undoubtedly making a difference. And where you could see a dry line on the international pit straight before, you now can't. So certainly the conditions have deteriorated somewhat.
Yeah, sort of filled in that darker swathe, hasn't it?
Yeah, and just looking at CCTV cameras around the circuit, yeah, very much the impression you get wherever you look. Actually, it's now coming down reasonably rapidly. Now and 18 to go in this race. That is the 3 car. It's the RJ Motorsport V1.0 car in 3rd position. And at the moment it is 3C, isn't it?
Yes.
So that's Neil Glover out in that car at the moment. Just again looking at the handicap positions on my on the printout on my laptop, or the readout on my laptop. It is, in actual fact, it's about at the 4-hour mark anyway, which is nearly an hour ago now. About 2/3 of a lap of an advantage the 3 amigos had over the next car. It looks like 24 cars coming into the pits to serve its stop-go penalty. It's just stuck behind the Ferrari, which is coming in for a routine driver change this time, rather than for a penalty to be served in its own right. Still looks like the 20 car, though, hasn't seen the penalty boards, because the black flag's still being hung out for that car.
That's the Mad Cat Racing Caterham.
Yeah, that's the team that's in 9th position at the moment. There's 24B then, which is Shane Stoney then. Shane sitting in the car having to serve that penalty for what we presume is a yellow flag infringement. Jeff and the team down there will be...
Oh, there he is, Marshall Jeff doing his stuff.
And one of the representatives on Team 20 there is waiting for his driver to come in to serve his pit stop penalty. You can see the jacket there, the tabard, with the number 20 on the back. Means that he's a representative of that team. Quite useful to be able to spot them in the pits with the numbers on the back. 24 is going back out into the race. So we'll see what the gap is now between them in a moment or two, when they've come around again to complete another lap between Raw Motorsport and RJ Motorsport V2.0.
Here comes the big Audi coming back in again.
Yeah, that's... I've lost track of who's aboard then. Is it Sasha Cad or...
I don't know now.
It's been in and out a few times, that car now. That's the Simpson Motorsport car, which is now running in 30th position.
The Super Escort just come back in.
Ah, yes, the Paul Neville car. Very rapid car that he races in the Bark Saloon Series normally. Last out, I think, at Mallory Park a fortnight ago.
So the Raw team's still on 121 laps, but its rival is only on 120. So where's it gone?
Good
Car
question.
30.
We're now at the point where we can't really see what's coming at us out of our window even. So we are completely reliant on the screens. Let's head down to the pit lane. Lewis Beals, you've got news for us.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Just to update you on the penalties for the two leading teams. They've both been had stop goes for 60 seconds for passing under yellow flags. So when the advantage went one way, it's now gone back to exactly where it was before. So I think both have been reprimanded accordingly, and I believe car 20 has also got to serve a stop go penalty of 60 seconds. Back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Lewis. As we thought, then yellow flags, but good to get that confirmed by Lewis Beals. So a few drivers have fallen foul of that today. I suspect the driver of car 20 is going to be in rather more trouble now because he's passed the black flag several times since that has been hung out, which won't impress the clerk of the course. I think Bernard Cottrell in charge of the clerks here this weekend.
And the 30 car's just gone past. It's 3 minutes and 17 seconds behind the Raw entry number 24, which is Stoney now.
Yeah, which is more than a lap, of course. But we've still got the sort of stagger to unwind, really.
And still 8 laps clear of the other RJ Motorsport car. So
what are lap times doing now generally? Just having a look down, they look to be 20, 25 seconds plus off the dry times we saw in the early part of the race, and we've not really got back down to any point since the very beginning of the race. There is the 20 car. It did eventually make it into pit lane. Can we see, is that 20C? No, it's 20D, isn't it?
20D.
Which is Tom Overton that's having to serve that penalty. Whether or not it was Tom that committed the heinous act that resulted in the penalty being earned, not quite sure. It could have been one of his teammates. So give him the benefit of the doubt. The weather now is horrible, I think it's fair to say.
That's official, yep.
Yeah, that heavy rain has arrived. It's really lashing in the windows. Proper Birkett weather. Certainly this was what you had 2 years ago when I wasn't here. You were, Marcus. Last year it wasn't quite as bad as this, I don't think.
We've had some pretty gruesome ones, I have to say, over the years, and I'm just about dried out from the one that when I drove with the heart attacks, we managed to win it on scratch at Snetterton in the 90s, and my overalls are nearly dry.
1990s, you say? I'm trying to find which year that was. On
that was a grisly day par excellence. Chris Hart's Heart Attacks team. We had the late Justin Foley with us, which was nice. Barry Foley's lad.
Yeah, 1999 that was.
Was it? There you go.
So can you remember who the other four teammates were?
Paul Freeman, I think, was in there.
Yep, in the Ardmore.
I drove Barry Webb's car because he wasn't allowed to that year. Who else would have been in there? Was Chris Hart driving himself? I don't know that he was. He was he?
Yep.
And fill me in.
So it was Hart, Foley, Pete Richings, Howard Payne.
Peter Richings and Howard Payne.
Yeah, Peter Freeman and yourself in the Mallet Mark 23.
There you go. Yep. And great fun it was too.
And that year it was a team of Morgan plus fours that won on handicap as well. And that was the last but 1 year the event was held at Snetterton. It was held at Snetterton in 2000 as well, but since 2001 it's been here at Silverstone, either on the national circuit. We briefly had it on the what was at one point called the international circuit, which turned right a little bit further on at Beckett's and headed up towards Abbey and did a hairpin turn there. And then since then it's been on the Grand Prix circuit.
It was held at Thruxton at one point, way back, going into the 60s or 70s, I'd say.
Tell you which year in a moment. Another stop and go penalty board, by the way, to number 42, which is the Outcasts. I haven't had cause to mention the Outcasts at all during the course of this race so far. Roland Hopkins, Mark Tomlinson, Steve Wood and Matthew Boyce.
An honourable mention for them, for the wrong reasons.
Yes, when the only thing that you've done to attract our attention is get a stop and go penalty. It's not the greatest.
You snuck along under the radar till then.
Looking back, turning the page backwards, it's 1987. We were due to have the Birkett held here at Silverstone. It was cancelled that year due to poor weather conditions. But then also looking back to when it was held at Thruxton, I am continuing to turn my page back. Donington back in 1979. It was held when the Porsche Club GB won on scratch and the 750 Formula Team won on handicap. Also held there in 78 as well, and 77, which was 77 the year Donington reopened, wasn't it? I think.
Yes, I was working in London then and went up to the event. Yeah, the first event.
Yeah, Thruxton, 1972 and 1971. 1972 was won on scratch by Team Chevron, and on handicap by the Porsche Club GB team. And in 71, it was won on scratch by ARK Racing, a team of just 3 cars: Banks, Smith, and Boothby.
That'll be Warwick Banks, I guess.
Yeah.
Fred Boothby.
Yeah, in Lotus 17. And it was
really?
an ARC Sprite.
The ARC Sprite, which was a Group 6 Sprite that was raced internationally, built by Derek Matthews of ARC Racing in Wolverhampton.
And
driven by Chris Smith internationally, the Westfield man.
Yeah, Chris Smith, that's who it was. And the handicap winner, that year was the Alfa Romeo team with Giulietta SS, Julia Super, Julia TI and a TZ as well. So it was 71 and 72 it was held at Thruxton. I think the only 2 years.
Remind us of the first winner, which was here.
Yeah, it was back in 1951. The handicap winner, the VSCC Bentleys, when it was won by Major J.H. Bailey in the Bentley 3 litre, J.A. Williamson in the Bentley 4.5 litre.
Jack Williamson, yeah.
D.J.R. Chapman, 4.5 litre. H. Orr Ewing, in a 4.5 litre.
Hamish Orr Ewing himself.
And R.H.B. Mason, another 4.5 litre. And C.B.H. Bradshaw, 4.5 litre.
There you go.
And on scratch, Messrs. Elt, Hazelhurst, Harvard, Heath and Jacobs in their XK120s took the honours.
Well, thank you very much for that little education.
Back here in 2020, and it is on screen now, the number 10 Run Baby Run car that you can see of Colin Benham, the CB Fury. It is still Raw Motorsport leading in Team 24, but they're lapping, well, again, you never know what's a representative lap time here. They are lapping quite a bit faster than the RJ Motorsport 2.0 team at the moment. There's conditions still grim, but the sky just looks a little brighter now. It's still raining and it's still very windy, but I think there's something slightly brighter, and it's all relative, heading our way. But you can see lots of spray being kicked up now on the pit straight, or sorry, that's not the pit straight, the hangar straight. There's 43B, that's Kevin Ludford in the Porsche Boxster S. I think I mistook that for an MR2 Roadster earlier on from a long shot, but the livery disguise it a bit.
That is the one, isn't it? That's the anti-camouflage camouflage.
Yeah. And 12. Again, the car I've already remarked on in this race, the Hyundai Coupe. Alan Evans, David Johnson and Kevin Smiles, the trio in that team. Rob Oldland on social media says it's his first time watching the Birkett. He says it's been brilliant, and he hopes to race in it next year. So hopefully see you next season.
A name to watch for.
Indeed. The rain's going to stop in 15 minutes, Luke reckons. So again, we'll keep an eye out for that. But certainly, even if it does, that should be enough to keep the track reasonably moist until the end, because we're now just over an hour away from the checkered flag in this Driven D Motorsport Insurance Birkett 6-hour relay. Coverage brought to you by Alpha Live, specialists in producing live streams of motorsport events in particular. They've covered other events as well in the past. And there is, I think that must be Morgan Short then out there in the Rover 216 GTI at the moment. Martin was saying, of course, that he originally built that car to race in the 216 GTI Manufacturer-backed Championship in the early 90s, which was a very competitive one-make series. And just getting past the commentary box, you can see the Lloyd Fountain Maestro is out again. It's sort of a slightly bizarre blue and yellow colour scheme.
Yes, it's got a blue and orangey colour, isn't it? It's very odd.
Yeah, yeah. Citroen C1 there, clinging on down the Hanger Straight. See, one or two of these cars have got the sort of LED type lighting. In the case of a Caterham there, mounted on the roll cage, three lights or 3 units, giving good visibility. Oh, spin up.
And that's a long way off. That's not coming out of there in a hurry. One of the BMWs.
I think it's one of the RAF cars, isn't it?
Yes.
Looking at the livery, which so let's try and work out which one.
It's a B, whatever it is.
Yeah, hold on, 58 I think that says. So that will be Team Spitfire.
Oh.
David Russell.
Yeah, that's right. That.
Yeah. 325i.
It's the car that Ilse Cox drove in the long distance race at Castle Combe. I think it's her son-in-law.
Okay. So that's off at the Vale. And the marshals will do well to get that moved, I suspect, on their own. It's dug in. Marshall trying to dig it out again with his boot. But you can see the wheels spinning there. And
the Spitfire team was the best of the services teams, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. Looking at the handicap situation at 4 hours, which one was the strongest on that basis? Yeah, it was 22nd position, that team.
We're nearly at 5 hours. In 2.5 minutes we will be.
I'll give you a rundown on the scratch positions in a couple of minutes' time.
Yeah, that car, I last saw it in the Dave Allen Memorial Trophy race at Combe.
That's right,
in August, was it? Yeah.
Yeah, probably would have been, I think. So a few cars heading into the pit lane. Last time through, the leaders lapped in similar kind of lap times, 2:25 compared to 2:26.
Yes, the problem is there's now a lap between them. In terms of for the battle for the overall scratch result.
The 30 car is just coming through, and it is a lap down now, isn't it? Yeah,
has been for a while.
Yeah, a lap and a little bit down.
Sort of since that phase where the stop goes had to be served. Charles Graham continues for 3, doesn't he? The white car.
Yeah. And I think is it Joe Locke back out again in the 30? I think it may be. So I think they may have made another stop actually since the pit stop penalty was served.
Yes, you can't consolidate them all into one, can you?
No, that's not allowed.
For obvious reasons.
It'd be rather less of a penalty if that was the case. Mustangs back out again, I see.
Quite a lot of grip to be found for the Caterhams on a sort of wider line through some of the corners.
Yeah, it's interesting watching commentating on the live stream from Snetterton last weekend. It was very noticeable in these kind of conditions, the wet conditions, how much more grip there was right at the outside of corners, in particular the Wilson hairpin. The drivers looked to be getting a long way off, but it really did work for them very often because they were able to pull away from the corner much better and make them in similar Agostini hairpin as well. It's very notable the different lines that people were taking away.
The Wilson hairpin, or the sear pin as locals call it.
So the JCB's now hooking up the stricken BMW.
That shouldn't have too much trouble in pulling a ton and a bit of BMW out of the way, will it?
I wouldn't have thought so.
Although it's getting deeper and deeper and deeper into a sort of bow wave of gravel.
Yeah. I think they'll do it, though. I think they'll do it.
It's going to win on aggregate, isn't it, the JCB? Ooh, see what I did there?
Yes, indeed. So that's the Russell car that's being recovered. So who does, in terms of the little armed forces battle, RAF Team Hurricane only 2 places behind. They're on the same number of laps as...
So is the Spitfire going to give way to the Hurricane?
Looks like it. Looks like it might do. Army Sports Car Racing 2, I think, were the next of the armed forces teams. That was at the, about an hour ago now. We are into the final hour of the race. Let me give you a rundown on the scratch positions. It is 24 leading Raw Motorsport, second number 30 RJ Motorsport V2.0, third number 3 RJ Motorsport V1.0, fourth number 5 R&R Performance, fifth number 51 Area Motorsport, sixth 33 7 Race Series Midlands, 7th 32 7 Race Series Northern, 8th 34 7 Race Series Southern. They are still together after all this time. 9th number 20 Mad Cat Racing, having served their stop-go penalty. 10th number 4 Area Motorsport 2, 5 places behind Area Motorsport 1. 11th number 15 Billy Boys. 12th 36 Intersport Racing. 13th number 13 Ginger Ralph Mouth Racing. 14th number 60 Team Billy Bob. 15th 41 Cockwomble. 16th 65 Routec Racing's BMW Flyers. 17th number 38 Cord Sports CSCC Tin Tops. 18th 69 Long and the Short of It. 19th 767s and 20th 49 JPR Saker Boys. So that's your top 20 on scratch with just under an hour left to go.
Yep, 128 laps down by the leader. 24, 127 for the pursuer, car number 30.
Now, I think I was tempting fate earlier on by saying we'd not had a safety car. Racing Phil on the social media feed now is trying to do likewise by saying, when was the last time we had no safety car in a Birkett? I can't remember.
We're going to have to call up umpire Bill Frindle's friend, the statistician. No, it's Bill Frindle's statistician, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who will tell us that it was indeed 1868 or something like that.
Well, certainly I can't remember what the times that I've been commentating on it. So that's a good question, and one to which I don't know the answer. I have a lot of information here with me, but not that, unfortunately.
Did you go down to our safety car cam and find out?
I suspect, actually, if I were to have the inclination and I didn't have to watch the race that was going on, I could go through the results, which are all archived on the 750 Motor Club website, because that probably would tell me whether there had been a safety car involved or not on the handicap results. So we probably could work it out, but I'm not going to. Because
the handicappers have to work on that factoring basis then,
yes,
don't they? If we've lost 10% of the race or 3% of the race, whatever,
yeah,
to create a level playing field. Ooh, that's a bit of a squeeze between the HC. BMW Z comes in inside a Mazda, has a Caterham tucked up behind it as well.
Oh, and a spinner at Luffield, or coming into Woodcote actually. Not sure if we can pick this up on the cameras, but out of the window it is one of the Porsches
11D.
that's come around. 11D. Oh, there we are, we have picked it up. So that is... I'm always on the wrong page. Lee Birkett in the Porsche 968. Now, I do have some information on Lee Birkett. He filled in a commentator form for us, and he probably doesn't want to tell us any more about him now. He thinks he's just spun, but...
Is he the great grandson of Holly Birkett, or...?
if he is, he's keeping that quiet.
Close to his chest.
Yes. But he's done 20 years of racing in various classes, Porsche Club, Ginetta G20, done lots of other interesting cars, G50 Ginetta Fun Cup cars, and he's from Macclesfield, 48-year-old company director, and just enjoys the great fun and the great people that you race with in the Birkett 6-hour relay race. So that's Lee Birkett.
He's being chased by one of the Morgans, which may well be the car Simon already began, which is an ARV6 Roadster, isn't it? Oh! This is significant. Number 30, the Hicklin and Co car stopped at the side of the circuit.
Yeah, and that's, I think, Joe Locke at the wheel at the moment, isn't it?
Hicklin and Locke, yeah. And he's, you can see the body language, a big huff there, and
actually, is it Hicklin though? Because
I don't know.
I think it's got 30D on it. We'll probably tell from the build. I would say that's Hicklin.
30D.
Yeah, that is Hicklin rather than Locke. Locke's a taller gentleman. So they've only got one other car, haven't they? The RJ Motorsport V2.0 team.
I think they're a bit yes, they're a bit stymied on that. But under 55 minutes to go. The Chaser has had a problem.
Now I've got a black flag now being shown to car 29, which is 4 sides. Now there's no accompanying sign saying stop go penalty next to it this time, which tends to suggest that it might be a more serious infringement, which needs the car to stop, or the driver that's out on circuit, to stop completely, not just serve a penalty. I don't know if Lewis might be able to find out more about that, but that's 4 sides who are running well down the order, I think, now. 47th on scratch. And were they featuring anywhere on Handicap? I don't think they were.
Not a name I'd recognise as being among the front runners. No.
59th, so yeah, not a major contender. So there's the leading car, 24B. Oof. Shane Stoney at the wheel, passing young Morgan short. Yet again, great work done by the marshals there.
Is that down at Club? Is it on the exit of the Vale? I think it is.
I think it is, yeah. Looking at it. Yeah, and it looks like it's just stopped there rather than had a spin. Bit of a place to go off, so it's quite a mechanical issue, one would think.
Or it's out of fuel. No, that's not going to happen, is it?
Unlikely, you would think. There's the 3 car, and it's just past the Peters Cabee Nova. Just watching Shane Stoney out of my window, absolutely blasting. No, it's not Shane Stoney, that must be Scott Mansell, beg your pardon. In the number 30 car. I suspect it might be Mansell just because of the way he blasted past here. He holds the outright lap record on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, I think, doesn't he, Scott Mansell?
At about 25 seconds or something in a Euroboss car.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a bit like Nigel Greensall's one at Castle Coombe, was at 130.9 miles an hour or something. Just staggering.
I remember seeing the Boss Formula race at Mallory Park as well. I think it was about a 37-second lap record there for Johan Rajamaki.
Which is interesting because in period I reported the Aurora races there. I remember Bernard de Driver going under 40 in a Fittipaldi F5A, which was meritorious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
I managed a podium in a Boss Formula race at Thruxton.
Right.
In the ex-Damon Hill Formula 3000 Lola with a 3.5 DFZ in it, which was staggering.
There's the Radical being towed away, and there's the car that's replaced it getting through right on cue. So that's the 30 car, the RJ Motorsport V2.0 SR3 RSX that's now on circuit, which may well be driven by Scott Mansell.
So difficult to tell, because those crash helmets do look very, very similar. One of Mansell and the other one.
Yeah, Let's have a look if we can look at the letter. That's saying 30A, isn't it? So which would be Scott Mansell.
Yeah, that was a fantastic one, right round the outside, just off the edge of the track. And you can see how committed he is to the throttle.
I would suggest, though, he probably wasn't even actually far off the line he would have wanted to take anyway, even if those other cars weren't there. Because he'd have known that's where he'd find some grip. So that's the car that's in the lead, Shane Studley, number 24. And that's the car that's in second place, a lap or more down now. RJ Motorsport V2.0. And Radicals, of course, dominating this race on scratch as we expected. For fourth and fifth, though, actually, there's a battle on because R&R Performance cars are now just 1.73 seconds ahead of Area Motorsport 1. So that's the Ferraris and the 51 team, which is a mixture of the Seats and the Golf of Luke Handley and the David Vincent Honda Civic. So if we can, we'll see if we can pick up on that one because that is a battle that's going on. And the Area Motorsport car last time was about 2 seconds a lap faster than the Ferraris.
And only 1.73 behind.
Yeah. So we'll try and figure out where they are on track at the moment.
Finding a Ferrari shouldn't be too difficult. There aren't too many of them.
No, you would think not. Keep an eye out of the window as well. See if we can see it hoving into view at Brooklands, the left-hander at the end of the Wellington Straight. Hasn't appeared yet. So that's a fourth and fifth. The R&R Performance cars that they've had, of course, those two stop-and-go penalties for, we think, yellow flag infringements during the course of the race. And well, if they lose fourth position, that will be a very significant factor as to why, because it will have lost them probably a lap, the two of them, those penalties together.
That's great, the Fun Cup car with the sort of fluorescent numbers on the side, sort of lit up with a panel above it. This one here coming into into your sight.
Now that's really is lit up like a Christmas tree, isn't it, that one? Still waiting for this fourth and fifth place battle to appear in our view.
And the Audi's going quickly again. The Audi RS3 TCR car. Cowden Cook.
Yep. Which suggests it might
There's
be
the Fezzer, Jenkins.
And the Seat was just behind it as well. So Jenkins, I think that's probably the quickest of the Ferraris that have been out there as well. So this is a good scrap then with the Seat.
It's a spin in front of it into the pit lane. A big spin. And the car is going again. Didn't stall it. It's the big Nissan, isn't it? The big Nissan, big Nissan Coupe, the 21C.
So down into Copse now goes that battle for fourth and fifth, and you can see the Seat Leon Eurocup car that won the Club Enduro race at Snetterton last weekend is only just behind the Ferrari now as they head off down to Maggots and Beckett's with 47 minutes of the race left to go. There's just 1.5 seconds between them at the start of this lap, which is their 123rd. They've probably already gone through Maggots. There they are, still right together, and so 5C Nigel Jenkins. Try and see which driver is in the Area Motorsport car if we get a look at the number.
They've had a cracking season in the Club Enduros, haven't they?
They have. 2 wins out of the 3 races that we've had so far. Just one more race to go at Donington to round out the season, the foreshortened season, just the 4 races that we have this year. So it's 51D, which is Carl Swift. Let's have a look at the latest handicap positions at the 5-hour mark, though. While we watch this battle on screen, I'll interrupt myself if there's something significant that happens here. Let's have a look at the handicap positions. So it's the 3 Amigos. They are still out front on 133 laps, but they've been joined on 133 laps now by Team 45, the JPR Fun Cup boys. They're a lap ahead of 27, Team Wasp, 67 Premature Acceleration, 69 Long and the Short of it, and 25 Futura Classico, all on 132 laps. 7th, 65, on 131 laps was Rootech Racing Flyers. Then down in 9th place, number 18, Mostly Rusty 2-seaters, Breakdancers 2, 7 Race Series Northern Monkeys, Area Motorsport 2, they're in 12th position. 13th, number 16, Revolution Racing, also on 131 laps, as are 38 Hour Sports CSET Tin Tops and 21 Team Kennedy. And 16th, number 46, CMMC All Sorts on 130 laps. Going back a bit further to 17th place, all of these on 130 as well. So 61 Flying Tangerine Racing, 33 7 Race Series Midlands, 62 Red Rascal, 66 Rootech Racing's BMW Triers, 53 Army Sports Car Racing 2, 59 RAF Team Hurricane, 22 St Winifred's School Choir, and 17 all the M's in MR2s. Let's have a look at 25th onwards. Also on 130 laps, you've got Area Motorsport 1, Ginger Ralph Racing, so that's 51 and 13, 12 Coup de Gras, 20 Mad Cat Racing. And then on 129 laps in 29th place, you've got 58 RAF Team Spitfire, 34 7 Race Series Southern, 52 Army Sports Car Racing 1, and 49 JPR Saker Boys. Let's have a look at the rest of the top 40. 33rd, number 70, that's the Mazda Misfits, 15 Billy Boys, 54 Royal Navy Motorsport, 55 Team 55, 60 Team Billy Bob, and 28 40 40 Racing. They're all on 129 laps, and the first couple on 128, 6 7s and random races, 39th and 40th, and we'll let the rest of the handicap positions scroll through on screen for those of you watching the live stream. Still these two really close together though on the road. There was 2.2 seconds between the Ferrari and the Seat at the start of the lap. As they come down to Stowe Corner, it looks like that might have come down a bit, although the Seat does have to tuck in behind one of the slower cars, the Celica, briefly. Did we establish that that was Carl Swift, we think, on board the Seat? I think it was. So he's right with the Ferrari, Marcus, as they turn through Club Corner.
Yep, they're coming back towards us on the second part of the lap. There's a bunch of 5 cars ahead of Jenkins in the Ferrari. He tucks into Abbey behind them. The Seat should be pretty nimble through this. It lacks the power of the Ferrari, but if you look at that, it's got such agility through the twists. Ferrari's made it up, and being very, very careful there. The driver of the, it's D, isn't it, in the Seat. Is it 51D? Looks like it.
Yeah, Carl Swift, I think, aboard that. Regularly aboard this car with Rob Baker. Did most of the race at Snetterton last weekend. The team stopped 10 minutes into the 2-hour race because there happened to be a safety car, and that was key to them winning the race. They probably would have won the race had they not stopped under the safety car, but certainly it didn't hurt their chances. So the Seat still chasing after the Ferrari, two of the more modern cars in this race. And this for 4th and 5th position on scratch. And this type of car, having gone well in the past, it's down to 1.47 seconds now. The gap between those two, they're 10 seconds behind the leading team though. Sorry, 10 laps behind the leading team, I should say, with 42 minutes left to go.
This is quite absorbing, isn't it? And out front, so that gap is still a lap. 135. In fact, it fluctuates between 1 and 2 laps, depending on where the cars are on the circuit. .135 to Royal Motorsport car 24, the black Radical. 133 currently to the 30 team, and they're way ahead of the rest, 7 laps clear of the rest, which is the second of the RJ Motorsport teams, number 3. This is the battle, the area Seat chasing this Ferrari. It seems to be fairly sure-footed, turning into out of the Vale into Club. Builds its momentum well, plenty of downforce. using all the track and more, is Carl Swift in the chase.
Just quickly looking at the handicap.
Do you see how sideways Carl Swift got through there into Abbey? He's trying really hard.
Yeah, I did. Just quickly on the handicap positions after 5 hours. We said the 3 Amigos 3.0 and JPR Fun Cup boys were actually on the same lap, which is true, but there's 2 minutes and 50 seconds between them, so it's still quite a reasonable advantage for the.
It is effectively just about a lap, isn't it?
Yeah, and
a lap and not much more.
I mean, they are both teams that have had some dramas along the way. Certainly, 3 Amigos have lost their cars. The JPR Fun Cup boys, again, a team we've not to mention too much. Chris Dovell, Andy Bicknell and Christian Rose driving that car. It's
Christian Rose Jr.
I don't know, but he may well be. As the Seat gets alongside here, this is through Woodcut corner as into the pits goes the Ferrari. Let's head down to Lewis Beals, who's also in the pit lane. Who's he got this time?
Yes, thank you very much, Ian. And as you were just running down the handicap positions, we've come to have a chat with Christian Rose, some JPR Fun Cup boys, second in the handicap. That must be, fingers crossed for the rest of the event.
Yeah, it's been going well. It's one of those with our cars. We're not the fastest car out there, but our cars are so predictable, we can just keep doing the lap time over and over again. So it works really well in a handicap capacity for us.
Does it help with the rain? You can actually keep up very close to your handicap times.
Massively so. Our cars aren't good on the straights. We all know that, but we can take so much speed through the corners, even in the wet. And we're not running wet tyres. Just the way the car performs is so good for wet racing. So as soon as it rains, we just gain places over and over again. So going really well. Praying for more rain.
Yeah, praying for more rain. Yeah, who's on track at the moment?
Andy Bicknell from our dispatch bay car.
Oh yeah, he's quick, isn't he?
He's gone well. You know what? He's had a great day today, and he's out there. I just checked the lap times, and he's absolutely on the pace again. All of the Fun Cup cars are lapping within about 2/10 of each other, so it's going to be a good battle if they can get together.
Yeah, and you were telling me as we were just walking down from the garage up the top there to get a decent signal. You've had a good season yourself, Christian.
Yeah, it's been great. We had 5 races. We've come second twice, won twice, and then ended up winning the championship. Having a fantastic battle with Team Wasp, who are also racing here today as well. So that literally came down to the wire. It was anyone's championship with about 6 minutes to go. So really good season.
Oh, congratulations. This is the first time you've done this event?
Personally, yeah. I've been here managing the teams a few times, always been massively jealous because it just looks superb fun. And then I got a call last week saying, you know what, there's a spare seat. Do you fancy it? And I'm never going to turn this event down. It just is. It's so much fun.
Yeah, and you were saying, obviously, Steve told us Dad had a big accident in the Seika yesterday. Steve said he was okay. Can you just confirm that?
He's fine, yeah. I think he probably a little bit shook up to start with, but he put on a brave face. He's hurt his wrist a bit, but he's been back out in the cars again today and enjoyed himself, so seems all right.
Yeah, they make them tough, don't they?
He's a northerner. We try and breed him that way.
All right, mate. Thank you very much, and good luck for the for the last hour.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Cheers now, and back to you in the commentary box.
Thank you once again, Lewis. Speaking to Christian Rose there down there in the pit lane.
Well, that was some unbridled enthusiasm for the Burkett, wasn't it?
It certainly was,
yeah. And a great advert for the Fun Cup cars as well, the family enterprise.
Yep, tremendous. There's a number of them here this weekend, and as Christian said, they're all lapping in very similar lap times. And it is as Andy McEwen, who occasionally commentates on the 750 Motor Club, keeps telling me, because he commentates on the Fun Cup as well on a regular basis, he tells me I really should get into it a bit more than I am, but from what I can see, it is good racing.
I think it's fantastic if you're actually competing in it.
Yes, exactly.
may not be quite so much fun to sit on the sidelines wishing you were competing in it.
Yes, exactly. But yeah, great fun, and again, really geared for good value for money racing, because it's long races and you get long stints. So a bit like the Birkett relay, really. You've got a 6-hour race, good value entry fee once you boil it down into, if you split it 6 ways, and the amount of track time you get for that.
Exactly, and when you look at the sort of the guys who have come through this, people like Mark Home, who's racing today, and people like Julian Thomas, who's become an absolutely massive force in historic racing in a number of cars. It's very, very good training, and you pound round and round and round, and it teaches you all about taking corner speed, as Christian was just saying there. And yeah, really, really superb training ground.
It is. A lot of newcomers to racing get involved in it, don't they? But also you have some experienced racers that go back into it. I think people have gone from British GT back into it. I know that Formula Ford racer, former star of the Midlands champion Neil Plym, has been a long time racer in it as well. Come back to Formula Ford racing this year.
This is going to go very, very close to 150 laps, isn't it?
It will. What have we got left?
It's just about going to get there, isn't it?
Yeah, just about. I'm not sure what the most number of laps in the Birkett is since we've been on this layout. That's another statistic that eludes
this
me.
one I would think, because at this point we haven't had a lengthy intervention.
Quite. Yeah, I think you may be right.
Oh, there was a Fun Cup car going quickly there. Where was it going? It's come round the outside. There's 2 or 3 cars come round the outside.
Yes.
Well,
that's the runoff area.
That's a very interesting line.
The hairpin, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
So the blue Fun Cup, a green 7, and the 5 Ferrari. 2 extremely unconventional lines at farm or village.
Yeah, the village hairpin. Yeah.
Village.
I know there was in some of the racing on at Spa this weekend. I've seen some comments put on social media and some videos, but of some very loose interpretation of track limits infringements there. Basically, it seems some drivers were designing their own racetrack.
One of the guys in Formula 1 did a fabulous thing, didn't he, at Spa, and he went straight on the hairpin the lap before his qualifying run. Made sure it was empty, the track, and then blasted it, and of course came over the timing line doing a lot more than he'd have done had he come out of the conventional La Source hairpin. It was rumbled eventually.
Just watching out of my window as past me comes the number 30 car, which we think is Scott Mansell out there at the moment, and he has done another lap in the 220s, very consistent to his previous lap time. And quite a lot faster than the 24 car, because that was a 3:05 last time, which suggests a driver change has possibly been made there, which would be Shane Stoney handing over to persons unknown, John McLeod and Tom Ashton, the 2 other drivers in that team. You can see the situation in Class C there. One of the Fun Cup teams. JPR Fun Cup boys are at the top of the standings within that class. Just under 33 minutes left to go in this race, which has been dominated by the radicals of Raw Motorsport and RJ Motorsport V2.0. Still, for 6th, 7th and 8th there, we have the 3 teams of 7 race series caterers altogether, the Northern team ahead of the Midlands team and the Southern team. I think it's mostly been in that order, hasn't it, throughout...
the Midlands led probably longer than Northern,
yeah.
But Northern's now moved ahead by 25 seconds.
Into a more geographically and numerically pleasing order, actually, because we're now working north to south and 32 to 34. So working our way down from the top of the country to the bottom. Maybe this should be called Tier 3, Tier 2 and Tier 1.
Oof, controversial.
Anyway, we've got the Seat heading through Copse there, the Area Motorsport 1 car now into 4th position, then ahead of the Ferrari, because of course that did stop, and so that handed Carl Swift the advantage. There he is heading through Beckett's now, and he's lapping quite a bit faster than the Ferrari as well, at 14 seconds faster on the previous lap, so he's putting daylight between himself and the 5th place car now. So Area Motorsport looking good here for the first non-radical team prize, if there were to be one. Well, there's a Class B prize, I suppose.
Well, first prize with a roof.
Yes.
Yeah.
First driver home with dry overalls, perhaps. Half an hour or so to go. There's the 16 E-car, which is the Mark Jones Hyundai Coupe for Revolution Racing, a mixed team of Caterhams and Hyundai's, that one. And they have the Caterham alongside 41A Scott Lawrence in the Caterham Sigmax for Cockwombles, who are in 15th place overall.
Probably gets the prize for the most bizarre team name of the year.
Self-deprecating, certainly. Doing well though. They've been there or thereabouts inside the top 20 all the way through, I think, that team of Caterhams. And they're about 40 seconds behind the Team 13, which is the Ginger Ralph Mouth Racing team. Sean Lynn, Max Lynn, Andy Wolf and Andrew Haddon in their various Caterhams. Let's go down to the pit lane once again and we'll see who Lewis Beals has got to talk to this time.
Yeah, thanks very much, lads. And we're down here in Garage 5C with Team 7 Wasps, James Little. James, third in handicap after 5 hours with the Fun Cup. All to play for.
I think it is, yeah. We had a tricky start as well. We had coming together with a Radical right early on in the race. But the boys have driven really, really well to get it back. And yeah, we are where we are. I think the rain has helped us.
Yes, tell us more about the Radical. Which of your cars got tripped up with the Radical?
Actually, that was me.
Well, that's honest.
Yeah, absolutely. You see them when they're a long way back, and when you think they're going to leave it be, you just don't see them when they come close. They're so low and the mirrors are so bad. So really unfortunate coming together.
Yeah, was he trying to overtake you on the inside or the outside?
He was going around the outside on the left-hander just before the wing complex, but
you just lost him. Well, it's easy done.
Yeah, very much so, very much so. But I think his car's back out again. I was back out again, so we're all right.
And you were telling me you used to drive, or used to race Lotus Leases and the V6s. So what's it like now being in a Fun Cup?
Actually, the cars are a bit rawer, more like an S1 of these actually, but really well balanced. Not that dissimilar, actually. Great fun to drive.
And how's the season gone so far?
Well, I've only done 2 races. Really enjoyed it though. The racing in Fun Cup is amazingly closer than anything else I've raced in before.
And do you think you're going to be able to finish off today with a good result?
Well, we hope so. Fingers are crossed, toes are crossed, when we're just counting down the minutes now.
So who's actually on track for you at the moment?
Ed Worthington.
And he can go to the finish?
He will go to the finish, yeah.
Yeah, and you also said you're actually leading the class overall on scratch. So somehow you're behind the other Fun Cup team on handicap.
Yeah, well, I don't know the answer to that question. I thought Fun Cups are all in the same class with the same handicap, and we're definitely leading Fun Cup, but I don't know.
You need a better team manager.
Or a calculator.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, congratulations on that, and great to talk to you, James.
Likewise, thanks very much. Cheers.
Yeah, thank you very much, and back to you in the commentary tower.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, Lewis. 27 minutes left to go then. Raw Motorsport leading RJ Motorsport V2.0 by a lap still here at Silverstone, but the number 30 car, we think, being driven by Scott Mance at the moment, still putting in some good lap times, a 2:21 that time, 12 seconds a lap faster than the Raw Motorsport car that time around, but I think it's too little too late really, as they try to catch the leading team. Reminder that 26.5 minutes to go. Checkered flag will go out at the 6 hour mark, and it will be the last lap that is completed before 6 hours that counts as the race distance, not the first lap after 6 hours, as would be the case in many other categories. So
yeah, it's virtually a lap to make up between the 2 lead cars, and while the second place car is going very quickly, it's too far behind.
Yeah, well, yeah, unless there's some kind of issue for the 24 car, which is not beyond the bounds of possibility, but I wouldn't bank on it. I see Pip Hammond's out there again in car 23, the PDC Racing. No, we're just getting past our commentary box window again. Anton Landon also out in the Sienna going through, but as we look to the screens, Stuart Entwistle still going out in the random racers car, number 6, Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Also in that team we've also had Wayne Sterling Park in the over at BRM, Rob Westonborough Follow's MGZR, and Ollie Withington's Westfield. Certainly unusual, isn't it, to see that kind of stock car, that Chevy Monte Carlo, out in these conditions on the ovals. Would be trying to come back tomorrow probably to get a race in.
That's a fairly hairy-looking BMW chasing the green.
It's a Mazda 7, isn't it? The 50 car, I think. Yes. What number's that BMW?
The white one with the big. Here it comes through Woodcote now.
Ah, yes.
With the big wheel arches.
26A, so that's Paul Subiani, I think, if I remember rightly from earlier on in the race. Yeah, Paul Subiani in that modified BMW compact.
The Ford car is going around the outside of the Chevy Monte Carlo and gone around the outside of it at Woodcote and got ahead.
Obviously, it's exactly what you'd expect to happen, isn't it? That's the 40-something team, isn't it? I think that's the 48 team, ZRE.
That's precisely why you don't see stock cars in the wet, which is in answer to a question posed by Luke Austin just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I think that's Alan Smith in the K8. There's the 3 Radical, RJ Motorsport V1.0 going through, 8 laps off the lead. And just battling there with, looked like Paul Hinson out there for the 3 Amigos, or the 2 Amigos that are left standing. And they're still leading the handicap race, of course, or they were at the 5-hour mark, which was about 37 minutes ago now. Of course, we won't know the winner on handicap for a good few minutes after the race is over, but hopefully we'll be able to give you a rundown on those positions before we go off air and get those up on screen for you.
I'm intrigued by the crows that seem to be sort of watching from the sides of the track at first places. They're rather fearless, sort of bomb-proof crows.
Yes.
One of them was picking up some residue from the side of the track this morning as cars were going round, completely oblivious.
I guess they get used to it here at Silverstone, don't they? I wonder if there's some distinct evolution to the species of sort of subspecies of crow that we have here. Make them a little less fearful of fast-moving vehicles.
If only a crow could talk, eh?
We would find out. So one of the 7s can be viewed as you get into these conditions, it's harder and harder to read the numbers on the car. But that is 41A, I think. It is.
It is.
Which is Scott Lawrence. We've seen him already in the Cockwombles car, 15th position. There we are, another crow. Facing away from the racing, I notice.
Yeah, prefers single-seaters.
Yep, it'll be back next weekend for the Walter Hayes Trophy.
Yep.
There's the 7 Caterham going through briefly. One of the 6 7s team, of which there are only 5. And there's the 47 set, which unusually is moving. Well, usually it's come to a stop when it's in short.
It's got a lot of dive planes on the front, hasn't it?
It has.
Yeah. And there's the big wheel BMW with that fat arches. Subiani.
The 6-7's car, which we just caught sight of briefly, only 2.6 seconds behind the JPR Saker boys in the battle for 19th and 20th position on scratch. Looks to be the closest battle, certainly inside the top couple of dozen cars. And into the pits now comes the Radical. I think that's the number 3 Radical, though, that's coming into the pits, rather than one of the 2 leaders.
Yep.
Coming in behind one of the other cars, which is delaying it somewhat. I think I might have spoken too soon about that Seat. Because it's now it's picking up speed again now, and it's been passed by a few cars going through the sweepers. In fact, it was the leading
24,
car, wasn't it?
yeah.
It was, I beg your pardon, it was 24 that was in. So that was John McLeod, and I think is that Tom Ashton that's gone back out into the race. So John McLeod in, Tom Ashton out, presumably for the final 20 minutes into the race. Comfortable lead.
But is it, in fairness, because the 30 car has been taking 12 seconds a lap out of it.
And they've just lost half a minute probably with doing that.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking.
Driver change. So, and it was delayed as it came into the pits as well, so that
Yeah,
might
it was.
prove crucial.
What was it behind? It was that's the Subiani car, which
Yeah.
I've been waxing lyrical about.
It's gone round. Oh.
This is kind of consistently inconsistent, the progress of this car.
It feels almost unkind to keep focusing on it, doesn't it? Mark Jones at the wheel of the Seat. So yeah, they've had a pretty torrid race by the looks of it.
Put it out of its misery.
I think Giles Groombridge, when we spoke to him in the race admin office earlier, wasn't completely convinced that they'd make it to the end of the race, the Team 47.
There you go, it's going again. He reboots, flicks the fuel pumps on and off a couple of times, or the master switch, or whatever it is, and all sparks up and off he goes again.
Right, 1 minute 33.86 seconds now, the gap between first and second. Now
It was 1:56 the previous lap.
Yeah.
And it will continue to come down on this lap quite dramatically, and after that it'll all stabilise, won't it, perhaps?
Yeah, and if they both do have quick drivers out in Tom Ashton and Scott Mansell, then that probably sort of cancels it out as well. Because probably Tom Ashton will be, if it is Ashton, will be quicker than John McLeod at this stage of the race. Less than 20 minutes to go now. I can see that the JPR Seika boys have now got ahead of 6-7s for 19th position. That was a battle I was alluding to a few moments ago. So that's swapped around.
Yes, the Seika boys who started with a Seika and now don't have any Seikas anymore. So their handicap is sort of partially factored against the Fun Cups.
Yes. Right, there is the 30 car, and that is Mansell. We're pretty sure.
It's making some good progress, isn't it?
It is.
Looks very fluid.
Yeah, absolutely putting the car exactly where he wants it. And yeah, seemingly without too much drama, easily past some MX-5s and Clios and so forth along the Wellington Straight. Flash of the lights, let a BMW know that he's coming through as well. In fact, I think a couple of Bimmers there he's got past. And let's see what his lap time is this time.
2:53 was the time with the standing start time for his opponent.
Yeah. So here comes Mansell over the line now.
2:19.
Gap's less than a minute. 59.81. But it'll be the next time around when we can start to make real comparisons as to whether car 30 is catching car 24.
It's just under 17 minutes to go.
17 minutes, which will equate to probably, I would say, 7 laps.
7 laps,
won't it?
yeah.
So he would need to be catching at about 9 seconds a lap. I would suggest Scott Mansell catching Tom Ashton to make it work. That might be a tall order. Let's go down to Lewis Beals once again for a chat to someone in the pits.
All right, thanks very much, guys. And I'm down here in the Royal Motorsport pit with John McLeod, who's just come in off the track here from the lead. John, what was conditions like out there?
It's quite greasy. It's been changeable all day.
It's about as wet now as it's been. It's not drying out very quickly, and I think you can see that in the lap times. We're in the 2:20s, thereabouts.
So a quick change, was it a planned change there with Tom Ashton?
No, I was going to go and do the whole stint, but I just can't get my car lively enough, quick enough, so we decided to go for the win. I'll come in early and we'll let him finish it off, if I'm honest. My first stint, I think, was better. This stint needs to just be put to bed quickly.
Well, that's
the honest truth.
Whoops.
See, we can all drop it.
I was going to say, that was very honest of you.
No, I mean, my first stint was great. I mean, we had really changeable conditions. It was really hard to get the most out of the car. That was fine. I'm quite happy with that one. This one just couldn't get quite where it needed to be. You got car 30 that's chasing us down. I don't know who they've got in the car at the moment, but he clearly knows what he's doing, and he's catching us up, and we're not going to throw it away now. So,
okay, best of luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Back to you in the commentary tower.
Yeah, Martin Brooks, Bike Sports Race, a former RGB racer as well. He's watching on, saying we're going to get a grandstand finish as Scott Mansell's closing at 20 seconds a lap. Well, it wasn't that time through. It was only about just under 6 seconds a lap that Mansell closed. Now that Tom Ashton's got up to speed, but the gap down to 54 seconds now, Marcus.
Yeah, 54.11, a 220 as opposed to a 225.7. So it's still coming down in the right direction for a great finish. Whether there's enough in the tank for Mansell here in the car that's done 3 different stints. That's why it looks so familiar in its black and grey battle dress. There it comes, a little flash to let the Z4 driver know it's coming through. The lovely Audi RS3 is chasing down as well. It's done a lot of work as well.
Yeah, let's see where that car is now. The 23rd, that car, Simpson Motorsport. So 14 minutes left to go, probably only about 5 laps in reality, because as we've mentioned, it's the last lap before 6 hours that counts towards the results. So here we go, coming down towards the village hairpin in these still difficult conditions, still very windy. The wind will be behind the cars as they head down to village. Again, he takes quite a wide line there to drive around at the outside of several cars and up the inside of the Integra.
He's massively confident, isn't it? You can see that.
Yes.
Kind of the car pretty much goes where he wants it to on telepathy when he's among traffic. But he's just got to be absolutely sure that the drivers of wildly differing cars do know that he's there. They pointed this straight all the way towards the end. But he's too good a driver to do that anyway. 146 laps down for our leader at 226. Here comes the chaser.
What's he going to do? Just coming up through.
Going past 3 Amigos, which that black car's out again.
2:19.19 that time, so he's 7 seconds a lap faster. Gap's down to 47 seconds. He needs about 7 laps to close on the leaders, and he's only going to get 4, maybe 5.
Yeah,
probably 4 actually. In which to do it. You can see on the cameras now how much darker it's getting outside as we tick round to 5:30 in the afternoon on the night before the clocks go back. It's time tomorrow to be pitch black, of course, which is a mildly depressing thought as we head into the winter.
Only mildly.
Maybe a little more than that. So there's the race leading car. So that's heading through village now, and that is the 24C of Tom Ashton. Then Dayglow top halved that radical SL3 RSX. Charging down the Wellington straight, and to be fair, looking equally as confident as Scott Mansell pretty much.
That Ferrari's quick behind Ashton. You see how much ground he made on the radical down the straight, the white Ferrari Challenge car. But it's not very good round the corners in comparison.
No.
And you wouldn't expect it to be.
No, but at least the equal in a straight line, if not
more so.
Better, yeah. And that's the beauty of the Birkett, is you get cars which have such different characteristics and will be strong at different parts of the circuit as well. But yeah, the headlamps now are really taking effect, aren't they? As we
strong 223 from Ashton there, and that is the kind of pace that he needs just to perhaps demoralise the opposition.
You would think so. We'll get into the final 10 minutes of the race. You have to say the driving standards generally appear to have been pretty good. We've not had any major incidents, we have an incident, but fairly minor one in nature. Is that 42?
42.55 seconds the gap between them now. A 2:18 that time from Mansell.
That's one of the outcasts, either Mark Tomkin or Steve Wood, I think, in the BMW Z4. So the only time we've really mentioned the outcast in this race is one where they had stop and go penalty, and the other was one we've seen them spinning.
Do you know that's because they're outcasts?
Yeah. couldn't care less about them. That's not true, of course. 10 minutes or 9.5 minutes left to go, and the second place Radical charging towards us in the hands of Scott Mansell. Did a 2:18.68 last time, which, considering all the traffic he's got to deal with, is quite something. There's the leader, about a third of a lap up the road. A bit less than that now, actually. Remind you that we'll hopefully have the chance to give you the handicap results as well before we bring the live stream to a close here at Silverstone this evening. Take a few minutes there after the race has been completed for those to be published.
Scrutinised, ratified, ruminated over, and the rest of it.
Yeah. So when was the last time, if the three amigos do it, when was the last time anyone defended a handicap win?
Ooh.
I'm going to have to go back through my piece of paper
Would
again.
it be one of those RAF teams?
Could be.
Fletcher's team or something like that.
Yeah, I will try and work it out.
Very late pit stop with 8 minutes to go. Couldn't see the number in the descending gloom.
Well, an RAF Motorsport Association team did win it twice in a row, 2007 and 2008. And one year it was the RAF MSA team Flywheel, and in 2008 it was RAF MSA Help for Heroes. I'm just looking to see if there was any overlap.
Common denominator.
In the drivers. I don't think there was. I think it was a completely different lineup, and it was different team names. I'm not counting that.
Sorry. It was an effort.
It was. I'm not. We'll see if we can find any other genuinely identical team that's retained it year on year.
37.72 seconds now between first and second, with 7:07:22 it said there. Sterling Moss's start number in the 55 Mille came up on the screen. All the way down the Hangar Straight, and the Radical sails past a bunch of cars, including the dark blue 964 that didn't see him till the very last moment. 19 there on the screen, another of the Radicals. There's our race leader, 24C, working lap 149. It would be a benefit for the team for the race to be curtailed with a couple of minutes to go. As Ian said, it's the last lap before the 6 hours elapses that gets everyone home on a finish lap.
I don't think it's been done before. I don't think we've had a team retain the title on handicap in the past. An RAF MSA team has won it in 2 successive years, but it was a completely different lineup and a different name. So That's the closest we can get, I think. 6 minutes left to go.
Both had RAF in the title, but that's as close as it got.
Yes.
A force to be reckoned with. Here's the chaser then. Out over the curbs, that's not ideal, but he's pushing really hard. Is Mansell.
.6. Yeah. Another 4 seconds gain that time, but
it's just not enough.
No, they'll get 2 more laps, won't they? That's it. So might get to within 20, 25 seconds.
But they'll get to 151, which is the most laps they'll have had, I'm sure.
On this layout, certainly.
On this layout, yeah.
Obviously, when we're on the national layout, I don't know what we got there. It must have been
643.
A dizzying number of laps. I will go back and check the result sheets from those years we had it on the national circuit, because the quickest cars would lap in about a minute, wouldn't they? The national circuit, just a little bit more than that.
Yeah.
So with not too much safety car running, it could easily be around 300, taking account of pit stops and things.
But of course, in those, when there's an incident, the actual the kickback is greater.
Yes.
Because you lose lots of laps in a short period of time.
Yes, and probably on the national layout, when you used to do it on that, an intervention was more necessary, really.
Well, there's no time for the marshals to dash up. Of course, there's not in this anyway, because once the traffic gets spread out. So this is coming up towards the end of lap 150 with 4 minutes still to go.
Just something to look out for fourth, R&R Performance cars are only 15 seconds behind Area Motorsport, one again, and closing at about 5 seconds a lap. So it's an outside chance, only an outside chance, but we could get a change for fourth overall, I reckon, before the end, with the Ferrari closing in on the sale. Possibly, again, that's gone back towards the Ferraris as the conditions have improved in the last few minutes. But yeah, 3.5 minutes of the race left to go.
150 laps notched then by Team 24, the Raw Motorsport Radical crew.
Yeah, Tom Ashton it is, who's an extra stint here, because John McLeod said that the plan was for him to go to the end, but he couldn't really get the car dialed in, so Tom's gone out to make sure that they could bring it home. It looks like he's going to do so now. Probably only got half a lap or so left to go in this race. Got a Morgan, got a Caterham to go past. I noticed, by the way, in the 7 Race Series battle, it's swapped around again. The Midlands, which I guess I should be cheering for, really, coming out on top. Team 33 ahead of the Northern and the Southern teams, 32 and 34 respectively. That's dark, isn't it? Even our cameras are making it look quite dark. Now, usually it looks lighter through the cameras than it is in reality, but it really is very gloomy out there now. So that's Ashton heading down the international pit straight.
28.45 seconds it was.
Yeah, about 5 seconds faster that time. Scott Mansell in second place. It'll be down to probably 23 seconds, something like that, by the end in the classified results.
It's about the time when Murray Walker would have said Tom Ashton could almost kick out the clutch and coast home. Slightly fanciful, but you know where I'm going.
Yeah, he's nearly there, heading up the Wellington straight now with less than a lap's worth of time left to go. So this will be the last lap that goes into the books, if you like. He'll continue on, lapping the Entwistle Chevy Monte Carlo though, which is still gamely plugging on. Not really the conditions for it, but hopefully Stuart's enjoyed his day's sport. So over the line.
He's got his money's worth, hasn't he?
He has, certainly. He's been out for a good proportion of the race. So over the line has gone the leader with 1 minute and 15 seconds left to go. So checkered flag will be out in the not too distant future. That Morgan that's going past the commentary box now and is about to come into shot could really do with some lights on, couldn't it, on the front of the car?
Well, that Caterham also has no lights on it.
Yeah.
The Morgan has no lights on it.
Some of
That
the cars,
Caterham has no lights.
some of the cars don't have lights, but the Morgan does, which
They're an optional extra.
Yeah. Certainly, if you were driving on the motorway, you would want your lights on at this point.
23.26 seconds, the gap at the end of 151 laps.
So that's what it will be. 23 seconds is what I thought it would be, and glad that I was reasonably accurate on that.
You can take the accountant out of the office, but you can't take the accountant out of the commentary box.
Oh, I'm very pleased with myself. There's Ashton then, heading down towards the Vale as the seconds tick down to 10 and gradually towards 0. Single digits now. And the checkered flag is waved here on the finish line. So the race is over. 6 hours have elapsed. And way in the distance there, the checkered flag, I can tell you, is out. And it is therefore the 24 Raw Motorsport team that win the Grove and Dean Motorsport Insurance Birkett 6-hour relay race by 23.26 seconds. And that is Tom Ashton at the wheel at the moment. We have Shane Stoney.
He started, didn't he?
He did. He was in the car at the beginning of the race, had stuck throttle, didn't he, at one point?
Yes.
So came in earlier than planned. And John McLeod, the third driver in that Raw Motorsport team, were 5th on scratch last year, improving to get the win here in 2020. RJ Motorsport V2.0, well, both of them have had a few dramas along the way, both serving stop and go penalties for yellow flag infringements, but Scott Mansell's going to bring that car home in second position. Here's Tom Ashton, though, just coming through Luffield now, and he will now see, and he will now pass any moment now the checkered flag, and he does so to win the Birkett 6-hour relay race. So Team 30 in second place, RJ Motorsport V2.0, Scott Mansell, Joe Locke, Matthew Jones, Ashley Hicklin and Joe Crook. And then those two both finishing within half a minute of one another, but the rest, I think it will be at least 8 laps down, won't it, in the final reckoning. RJ Motorsport V1.0, team number 3 in third positions. That features last year's scratch winner, Charles Graham, but also Alistair Smart, Neil Glover and Jason Green. The RJ Motorsport team was second on scratch in 2019. And
the Ferrari and the Honda have gone across the line together at the end of this one, with the Ferrari nosed ahead.
Yes, it did. So that changed on the last lap by 900ths of a second. The R&R Performance Cars, Ferraris, team number 5, have brought it home in 4th place, and they win the bereaved category, although Area Motorsport still win Class B. So team 5, the R&R Performance Cars, Vance Kearney, Chris Goddard, Nigel Jenkins and Richard Dougal. And then 5th, 51, Area Motorsport 1. And that was, I think, Carl Swift in the car at the end in the Seat, was it? But yep. We've got Luke Handley, Rob Baker and David Vincent also in that team. And then amongst the 7 race series cars that finished 6th, 7th and 8th, it was the Midlands, number 33, that came out on top. From number 32, the Northern team in 7th place, 8th place, number 34, the Southern team. But great that the 7 race series finished all together on track, which is very fitting indeed, and they were in that sort of position for most of the race, but in slightly varying orders. 9th, number 4, Area Motorsport 2. I should actually just give you the drivers of those three teams, by the way, the 3 Caterham teams, just for completeness. So it was the Midlands that came out on top. That was Andrew McMillan, Paul Begley, Matthew Reeve and Matthew Drew. The Northern team was Lewis Tutell, Jamie Bashall, Mark Stansfield and Gary Tutell. And the Southern team, Chris Wright, Phil Jenkins, John Reed and Lee Wiggins, team 34. 9th place went to number 4. That was the Area Motorsport 2 outfit. Chris Freeman and Johnny Munday in their Civic, Andy Bailey in another Civic, and Will Beach's Golf GTI. 10th place, number 20, another Caterham team. That was Mad Cat Racing, Russ Oliphant, Catherine Everett, Matthew Welch and Tom Overton. In 11th place, number 15, Billy Boys. Another Caterham team, Carl Woodwis, Billy Nairn and Carl Nairn. 12th place to number 36, Intersport Racing, and that was Kevin Clark in the BMW, Caitlin Wood in the BMW, and Michael Ruddy in the Fiesta. So they were in 12th place. 13th place, number 60. That was Team Billy Bob, and that was Chris Tilley, Andrew Rath, Andrew Etheridge, Phil Nibb, and Chris Etheridge in Chevrolet Corvette, BMW M3, and Lotus Europa. 14th was number 13, Ginger Ralph Mouth Racing, catering 420Rs and Road Sports for Sean Lynn, Max Lynn, Andy Wolf, and Andrew Haddon. And then 15th, number 41, the Cock Wombles, another team of caterers, which there was a lot of here today. The Sigmaxes of Scott Lawrence, Tristan Judd, and Zoltan Shubai. 16th to 65, BMW Racing Flyers, Rutec Racing's BMW Flyers. That was Andrew Lightstead, Jim Benson, Simon Roach, and Darren Ball. 17th, number 38, the Cold Sport CSCC Tin Tops of Andrew Windmill, Steve Simpson, Jamie Slater, Steve Reynolds, Richard Harmon, and John Widgeon. James Slater, I should say. 18th, 49, the JPR Saker Boys. And if we turn to the correct page, that was Paul Rose, Steve Harrison, Mr. Diot. Then it was 19th, number 7, 6 sevens, the inaccurately named team, which comprised Michael Downing, Charles Elliott, Mark Johnson, Barry White, and Chris Buckley, and rounding out the top 20, number 69, the long and the short of it, which was Martin Short and Morgan Short in the Rover 216 GTI, Dan Ludlow in the Honda Civic Type R, Chris Everill in the Ginetta G55, and Stuart Emmett in the Honda Civic Type R. So that is the top 20 on scratch. Those are the top 2 finishers at the end of the race. A few photographs being taken as well. Flashbulbs burning brightly, but as we wait to hear from the drivers, that was a good race, Marcus.
It certainly was, and brilliant that at the end of it our winning team's gone rushing over and shaking the hand of the pursuer. But great stuff by Tom Ashton at the end there. And Lewis is down there with our victorious driver and a mask in his hand.
Yeah, thank you very much there, Marcus. And yeah, thank you, Marcus. And Tom Ashton there is just putting his mask on. Just climbed out of the winning car. Tom, excellent last stint. You just held off Scott there from to take the win.
Yeah. Well, it's been a great day. We had a very little issue right at the beginning of the race with Shane, so we're on the back foot from then. But since then, it's been faultless, and everyone in the team's driven great. It's one of the first competitive outings for the new SR3 XX, and that was blisteringly fast and reliable. So good job from Radical there, and we just had a great time. And yeah, that last session, it was just really about. They just told me, do low minute 220s, and just keep it safe.
Yeah, and the first time you've done the event, so and a win, so couldn't be better.
Yeah, exactly. 100% so far. Hopefully I'll come back next year and we'll try and do it again. It's a really fun event.
Yeah, John and Shane put in a really good stint, and Shane was pretty nervous there towards the end.
Yeah, I bet everyone was a bit tense in the end. The whole team did well. No mistakes from any drivers, no contact with any cars, no spins, not even any lock-ups. We were just super consistent all day, so it's exactly what we needed.
Yeah, and many congratulations. Of the old elbows, well done. Good to see our local lads do well.
Yeah, it's a Norfolk success.
Another Norfolk success. Anyway, many congratulations, Tom.
Thank you, cheers.
And there we go, gentlemen, and that's the conclusion of the 70th anniversary event of the Birkett Relay, a Holly Birkett Relay race. And with COVID rules, we're only allowed to speak to one of the drivers, and that happened to be Tom Ashton, the race winner in the Royal Motorsport 24 car. And absolutely fabulous and fantastic event we've seen. No safety cars, absolutely wonderful from everybody here. Some really excellent driving. Marshals have been absolutely excellent, and many thanks to the marshals and to all the people who made this event absolutely possible. I have to say, good on Ryan and Harry, who have been behind the scenes, behind the camera, doing some excellent work and helping me out. That's goodbye from me. Lewis Fields in the pit lane. I hand you back to Ian and Marcus in the commentary box. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much indeed, Lewis, for all of your hard work down in the pit lane today. As ever, getting around the pit garages as best you can in these more difficult times this year. Not as easy to get right into the heart of the action with the social distancing rules that we have in place this year. Let's hope that it is just for this year and things are a little bit more normal for next year. I think we'll probably try and hang on for handicap positions when they are out, getting the nod from Luke Austin there. So we shall keep talking for the moment, if that's all right, Marcus.
Yeah, I'm intrigued at the number of penalties we've seen. I mean, the 40-40 racing were one of several to lose laps. They haven't deducted for having two cars out at one time. They lost 2 laps. Team 44, they lost a whopping 6 laps for a similar infringement. The Calm Boxster boys. These are guys who've lost a car out on track, I guess, and had to send somebody else out until their other car has been retrieved. 29 lost a couple of laps as well. That's the 4 sides. And Team 10 also lost a single lap, and that was the Run Baby Run, 2 cars at the same time. And Team 29 it was who was DNQ'd from it. 4 sides disqualified from the event for an incident that we don't know anything about, really. So, but there we go. What a cracking race it was. It was closely fought. It was well fought. Conditions were really testing, and there were some very, very close finishes. Most notably that one in which the white Ferrari, snuck up on the Seat on the last lap and nabbed 4th place overall to be the first roofed car home. But I've been to a number of these, and while this one was probably easier to lap chart than most, at the sharp end of the field, it certainly had its intrigue throughout, and lasted all the way to the end, didn't it?
It certainly did, and I think that possibly the most remarkable thing about all of this is the fact, and we did get the question earlier on, and it didn't put the jinx on it, we didn't get a safety car. The only lap that we saw from the safety car was the formation lap right at the start of the race 6 hours ago, and since then we've had 6 hours of racing with nearly 70 cars on track. What do we have? 151 laps completed by the winner.
Yep.
So we've had thousands of laps completed here, and no incident serious enough to merit a safety car. That's absolutely remarkable.
I think that's an absolute testament to the driving standards, to the way that the teams have gone into this race, knowing, of course, that there are going to be large speed differentials, and it's panned out just perfectly for them. It's not easy to race in the wet, particularly when the light fades and the wind is really brisk and changing direction. But I think everyone's coped really, really well. A lot of these drivers, ladies and gentlemen out there competing, haven't competed in the event before. They've had a baptism of water, if not a baptism of fire, and they've come through it really superbly, and I'm sure those who are new to the game will become big Birkett relay fans and tell their friends and come back again and again.
Yeah, and many people do come back year after year, and actually these days it is often quite difficult to get an entry because we've often filled it up. 69 cars that we had start this year's race. We just lost 1 before the day from the maximum 70 that we can accept. I think the other point about the safety car as well, great work by the drivers, but also the marshals as well, because many thanks to them. They've done a great job in getting incidents cleared pretty quickly, either through manpower, or occasionally we've had the snatch vehicles or the Land Rover come onto the circuit to pull cars out of the way.
Absolutely outstanding, and that crew who the relay race of marshals who pushed that car from the exit of Luffield into the pit lane, that really was beyond the call of duty.
No, that was really good to see. So many thanks to all of the marshals. There'll be dozens and dozens of them here today at Silverstone, but it's not just the marshals. There's all of the other officials as well that work in race admin, race control, scrutineering, timekeeping. Lots and lots of different people giving up their time to make sure that the Birkett relay can run smoothly. It's a different challenge, I guess, to the normal sprint races that the 750 Motor Club organises for the rest of the year. But many thanks to everyone involved in putting this event on, and it has been a lot more difficult this year with the coronavirus restrictions. It's meant lots of different procedures have been adopted
protocols,
this year.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Very complicated.
Scrutineering is different. Signing on is different, and there are some things I don't doubt will never change. Actually, when we go back to some kind of normality, because some things have worked well, some things have perhaps not worked quite so well in terms of the COVID protocols, and we might go back to how we did it before. Just looking as well, just quickly down the class positions as well, because we do have the different classes based on performance. So Class D cars took the first 4 places. So the Raw Motorsport Radicals, the RJ Motorsport Radicals V2 and V1, and the R&R Performance car. So they swept Class D. Class B was won by Area Motorsport 1, and second place was Area Motorsport 2. So they dominated that division. Class A dominated by the 7 race series cars, so the Midlands, the North and the South, who took 6th, 7th.
62.79 seconds between the first and second of them.
Yeah, after 6 hours of racing, that's what 1/360th of roughly of the total distance.
I think 416 laps between the top 3 in that.
And winning Class C, which was effectively a Fun Cup class this year. 24th overall, Team 27, Team 7 Wasp took that from Assure Acceleration and the JPR Fun Cup boys, who were not too far behind.
Same number of laps between Team 7 Wasp and Premature Acceleration. The Wasp team, of course, helped out by the great Martin Angeloni on spanners.
Yeah, they actually all 3 of those finished on 128 laps as well. And I think the only team, by the looks of it, that wasn't still running at the end, I think, was the NOC Racing, and originally it was called the NOC Racing MGs, but actually it was a team that encompassed other marks in the end, because you'd got the MGBs, Pete Samuels and Russell McCarthy, the Mike Saunders Cerber, which had problems. The car I didn't actually see at all during the course of our broadcast, and maybe it's just me not noticing it, but maybe it did have problems, and is why they...
You're looking for a Tay deck, aren't you?
It's the Tay deck, yeah.
I didn't see a Tay deck.
I don't think I did.
I'd know a Tay deck at 1,000 paces. I didn't see one.
Yeah, no, I didn't either. So that's disappointing for Mark and Sam Callahan, who drive that car. But don't forget, you can still download Sam Callahan's new single that was launched yesterday.
Which is called Tay Deck Blues.
Yeah. Nice to have some comments on the social media, everyone that's been watching on the live stream. So thanks to those of you that have made nice comments. And Richard West as well, saying well done to acknowledging the volunteer marshals. It'd be good to get an idea of how many are participating. I don't know, but it will be, I would think, several dozen, probably into the hundreds, I would think, around the Silverstone circuit, being 3.5 miles or so in length, plus pit lane, assembly, paddock, etc. There'll be quite a few involved, so quite a number. We'll await the handicap results that will be issued hopefully fairly shortly now, and we'll bring those to you as soon as we get them, because that is the all-important information for the handicap award. A reminder that there is more 750 Motor Club racing still to come this year, and in 2 weeks' time, 2 weeks today, back here at Silverstone, you won't be able to come and watch it, I'm afraid, because the venue is not open for spectators, but do keep an eye on the 750 Motor Club website for all of the information.
So what's that, November the
14th? We've got racing for Alfa Romeo's, the final round for everything, but Alfa Romeo's, Classic Stock Hatch, Clio 182s, F1000, Hot Hatch, Mazda 7s and the Type R Trophy. So their season comes through, and that's a one-day meeting, and then there's a two-day meeting the following weekend at Donington Park on the national circuit, so the shorter circuit there, when the 5 Club MX-5s, the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, Club Enduro, that comes to a conclusion, so too does Formula V, Low Cost, the MR2 Championship and Road Sports. So it's about 2 weeks and 3 weeks' time, respectively. The 2021 season will come to an end. for the 750 Motor Club, much later than it normally would. This should have been the curtain closer, but we lost around about half of the calendar at the beginning of the year due to the delayed start due to the COVID pandemic. But it's been good that MS UK, working with the DCMS, managed to get club motor racing back running again as soon as they did, and I think we can we feel relatively lucky compared to some of the people in some of the industries and some of the sports that we've got at least half of the season in.
Well, you're absolutely right. I was down in South Africa at the start of the season, and I got a bit of racing in February. And the weekend after I came back, there was a modern Formula Ford round down there, and that was it. It was El Finito locked down for the season. So, we've at least had a good half of a season here in the UK, thanks to MSA UK being pragmatic. And we're very grateful for that.
Yeah, and what's been interesting is that generally in the race meetings I've been to, mostly 750 Motor Club race meetings, the entry levels have held up much better than possibly some of the clubs expected, because no one really knew what was going to happen. You'd have drivers who were perhaps short of finance, people perhaps wanting to not take too many risks, especially if they suffered health problems and didn't want to risk catching the virus.
Or major work issues.
Yeah, absolutely. So lots of reasons why people might not be out, but the numbers have held up well. I guess 2021 is another year, and hopefully people will still be able to certainly afford to go racing next season. And I know that the 750 Motor Club actually is in a strong position in some ways, because it is at the budget end, so what it can do from time to time is sort of scoop up drivers who might normally do a higher championship and drop down into something that's perhaps a bit more affordable from that point of view. So we'll see what happens next year. It's going to be another challenging year for the clubs. Big question marks over what's going on in Wales because of the much more cautious approach that's been taken there. It'll be difficult, you would think, for circuits to commit to booking race meetings at Pembrey or Anglesey next season, which normally they would do. In fact, 750 Motor Club running the only race meeting in Wales this year, which was a test event back in at the beginning of September, with just 3 categories and less than 50 competitors involved. Which was a success, but unfortunately at the same time the case numbers in Wales were going up, and they were soon going back into local restrictions. So sadly no more motorsport in Wales this year, which has been a challenge. Should hopefully have the handicap results for you very shortly. They have been published now, just getting them into the system. And we will bring those to you as soon as we can. Richard West has asked the question, we could see the difference in the fastest and slowest times to get the speed differential between all the classes. Well, the best lap of the race, and bear in mind this was in dry conditions, was a 2:07.45 set, we think, by Scott Mansell in the early stages of the race. The slowest fastest lap, and this is only by team, not by car. I think you'll be able to get all of that data on the 750 Motor Club website. I'm just looking, there's a 2:48 there. Yeah, I think the slowest, fastest lap, if you like, was a 2:51.53 from 4040 Racing. That was the team of BMW 116 trophy cars, which are very standard indeed. 1600cc BMWs, really no modifications at all to those. So what's that? What to say? 2 minutes 7 to 2 minutes 51. So that is about 44 seconds between the fastest and slowest cars. Or slowest teams, at least, out there in the Birkett 6-hour relay race this year. So that's not untypical, though, and possibly even actually a narrower margin than we've had in the past, when we've had, as Mark said, Austin Sevens and Fraser Nashes. I remember, I think one of the first Birketts I did, there was a Citroen 2CV team as well, which would be lapping considerably slower than anything that's been racing here today, apart from possibly the Citroen C1, which I can't tell you those lap times because they were out in multi-car teams. So we can now bring you the handicap results. So this is the big moment, drum roll. Let's find out who has won the Birkett 6-hour relay race here at Silverstone on Handicap. And it was, for the second year in a row, the Three Amigos. Three Amigos 3.0 have done it. 159 laps, a lap ahead of anyone else, and by my reckoning, unofficially, the first team to retain, I should say, a handicap win in the Birkett 6-hour relay race at Silverstone. So many congratulations to team number 1, therefore. That's a fantastic performance from David Drinkwater, to Paul Hinson and Adam Reed in their BMW compacts. I think it was a relatively short stint for Adam Reed because of his problems with his car. Second to number 27, Team 7 Wasp, and they also won that sort of Fun Cup battle within a battle in the end on Handicap. They finished on 158 laps, so just to name the drivers involved there: James Little, Edward Worthington and Jay Shepherd. Third, Team 67, Premature Acceleration, and that was Morgan Tilbrook, Mark Holm and Colin Kingsnorth. 4:45, the JPR Fun Cup boys. Wow, the Fun Cup teams did really well, didn't they, today in the handicap part of the race. That's Chris Devell, Andy Bicknell and Christian Rose. That's team 45. Fifth, number 37, which was 7 Motorsports, and that was a team of Toyota Celica. So all of the top 5 teams, single make entries. 7 Motorsports for Lee Mabbott, Sarah Hobson, Kelly Brabin and Dave Travis. 6th to number 4, which was the Area Motorsport 2 team, Chris Freeman, Johnny Monday, Andy Bailey and William Beach. 7th, number 62, Red Rascal, and that was the team of MX5s this year. They were 4th on scratch last year in the BMWs, and they won the handicap in BMWs 2 years ago. Kevin Dengate, Russell Clark, Jamie Ingram, Chris Lovett, Adam Dengate and Peter Williams. And 8th, number 65, Rutec Racing, BMW Flyers, which was Andrew Lightstead, Jim Benson, Simon Roach and Darren Ball. Let's have a look a bit further back down. 9th to number 69, long and to the short of it, 156 laps. 10th, 38, Coward Sports CSC Tintops, who were leading at one point, but then lost time when Steve Simpson had an off into the gravel. 11th, 63, Breakdancers 2. 12th, number 12, Coupe de Gras, also 156 laps. 13th, number 25, Futura Classico. 14th, 59, RAF Team Hurricane. 15th, 18, mostly rusty 2-seaters. 16th, number 51, Area Motorsport 1. In 17th position were Team 17, all the M's in MR2s. 18th, 46, CMMC, all sorts. Then on to 155 laps for 19th, number 32, 7 Race Series Northern Monkeys. 20th, 53, Army Sports Car Racing 2. 21st, 58, RAF Team Spitfire. And 22nd, number 61, the Flying Tangerine Racing Team. 23rd, 39, Simpson Motorsport. And 24th, 16, Revolution Racing. 25th, 22, St Winifred School Choir. And it's disappeared off my screen. There we go. 26th, number 33, 7 Race Series Midlands. 27th, number 21, Team Kennedy. 28th, 52, Army Sports Car Racing 1. 29th, number 70, Mazda Misfits. 30th, number 13, Ginger Ralph Mouth Racing. 31st, number 28, 4040 Racing. And 32nd, number 23, PDC Racing. The Nova and Peugeot 205 team. And I'll just take down to 40th position. We'll let the rest scroll through. 33rd, number 34, the 7 Race Series Southern. 34th, number 54, Royal Navy Motorsport. 35th, number 66, Rutec Racing, BMW Triers. 36th, number 20, Mad Cat Racing. 37th, number 60, Team Billy Bob. 38th, number 43, the Calm In-Betweeners. 39th, number 49, the JPR Saker Boys. And 40th, number 14, Rogues Troopers. We'll just let the rest of them scroll through. I think Marcus has probably gone. I don't know if you're still there, Marcus. No, I think you've possibly moved on, but many congratulations then to Team 1, the Three Amigos 3.0, for retaining their championship, retaining the handicap title here in the Birkett 6-hour race here at Silverstone, sponsored by Grove and Dean Motorsports Insurance. Many thanks to them for their continued support of the event. The teams will be collecting their trophies. No trophy presentation as such this year because of the COVID-19 restrictions that scupper anything like that. Hopefully things will be back to something like more normal next year. final few cars just coming through, as you can see, final car in the handicap results, the NOC Racing MGs, which also included some other cars as well, and they were well down, having had issues during the course of the race. So that is the result of the handicap part of the race. So that brings to an end our live stream here at Silverstone today. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage of the Birkett 6-hour relay race, and indeed all of the 750 Motor Club racing that Alpha Live have streamed this year. Keep an eye on the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk, and on social media, Facebook, Twitter and so forth, and the YouTube channel as well for more information about what's going on in the rest of the season with the 750 Motor Club. But for now, from Lewis Beals, Marcus Pye and myself, Ian Soman, here at Silverstone, it's a very good night to you.